I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I let the weekend die. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
The Spring Championship Singles Actions kicks off today with the Australian region, and I have the special privilege of casting with a world champion. Remy, how you feeling about today?
The privilege is all mine, Duke. I'm very, 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 very excited to cast Australia Unite. It's going to be a good one. We seem to have an interesting bracket as always. So
yeah.
We got Kyler Alice and Dummy waiting for us in the winners finals. Is that it?
Yeah.
And they have such a history together.
They do. What's great about this is, like, of course, this is the last opportunity for people to get PR going into the midseason championship, and for a region like Australia, like Southeast Asia, we'll see in a little bit, the winner is the one who is most likely to get that flight to the midseason championship. And the 4 people in the top 8 right now, that's Kyler Alice, Doggo, Dummy, and Amaze, are all vying for that spot.
Right. That's definitely a really close one, as you mentioned. When a region like this has such close competition and such thin competition, I want to say, every win really does come up to matter, and as you already mentioned, this is last chance.
Yeah.
We're going right into MSI after the Spring Championships, right? So it's going to be this. If the winner of this is, like, that's it, right?
Yeah, basically
you don't
guaranteed, but of course there's some things how like with how PR gets figured out after the tournament, depending on how you win, it can shift things around. But good shot for both the people here in the winners finals, Kyler Alice and Dummy, like you're talking about. You've watched them for a while. How do you feel about these players? What are some things to know?
Kyler Alice, definitely known him a lot longer than I've known Dummy. Kyler Alice been playing back since the game started. He's been playing since pre-release, pre-beta, everything. He's been there. He's been at a lot of lands, and he's definitely excited and looking forward to going to MSI if he's the one that makes it. Dummy, on the other hand, I don't want to say newer, definitely newer to me. I've not seen him play too much, but I do see he has a record here with Kyler Alice. They've met a lot. They have experience against each other. They have their own picks. He seems to be a fan of the guitars. And Kyler Alice, I feel like that experience is on his side, but Dummy is no one to shrug at, right?
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, Dummy, definitely, again, one of those top 4 people vying for the flight. But like you're kind of pointing out, we have some fancy stats over here, and the match history is not in favor of Dummy. That's 10-2 in favor of Kyler Alice.
Yeah, that's definitely a scary history you look at. But I don't think at this level, Dummy's going to look at that history and say, all right, maybe I've only won twice. I'm not going to win this time. I think he's going to go into it headstrong, and he's looking for that W because, like you said, they're all vying for the same goal here. They're looking for that mid-season championship.
Okay, well, I'm going to pick your brain a little more than I generally pick a co-caster because you're in a unique position of being a competitor while we wait for the players to get in the match. What do you do if you're on that Dummy side? If you're the one who's 10-2, you've played 12 sets against the person.
Yeah.
What do you kind of go in mentally? What are you thinking about? Do you pull out a pocket pick that's like real deep, or like what do you do?
I mean, Dummy's probably nothing like me. I'm a very scary competitor.
Okay, yeah,
I'm going
true.
in there. I'm already ready to win as always. But Dummy, he's gotta be worried for sure. But I definitely think if you're letting that worriness get to you, if you're scared of that point that you're in, even though you've lost that many times, it's what's gonna break you as a player. Dummy's here in winners finals because he's capable. He knows that even though it's 2 times, it could be 3 today, and he's looking for that. That's his goal. So I don't think he's staying there shaking. I think he's ready, and he's going to look to make that 10-3, like I mentioned. So
Okay. Well, we've got both players locked in already, ready to go. We've got Dummy, of course, on the Asuri, like you mentioned, the guitars. We've also seen Dummy on the Ragnar. On the other side, Kyler Alice on the Jala. He's had a multitude of characters throughout his history, namely Bodvar and Terrace are like the 2 that I generally associate him with.
Right.
How do you feel about these character picks?
I actually really like them from both players. Dummy on that Asuri that we've seen him kind of stick to in the past, right? And Kyler Alice, he moves around a lot. The Jala looks like it's somewhat new for this tournament, but it is not new weapons for him. He has that sword from the Bodvar and the Koji that he's played before, and the axe is coming over from that Terrace pick that he has pocketed for himself. So I don't think it's anything to be worried about. I think Jala does very well into Asuri as well. You know, that high force. And Asuri's not rocking too scary of weapons with a KO potential or force. So Kyler Alice can sit comfortably on that low defense and be fine with it.
Okay, well, we're going into Small Brawl Haven for game number 1. We've seen, of course, the signature kits on both sides be very fatal on this map.
Kyler Alice already picking up that sword, and they're going straight into the handwork. The GCN light's going to come out, and it's not going to find a target, and he gets punished with a 3-hit immediately. Now, I mentioned that he has low defense here. Ooh, big GC down sig.
Yes.
That's going to be the KO.
Really good edge guarding coming out from Kyler Alice. That gravity cancel down sig really put Dummy in an awkward spot, and of course that ground pound to guarantee it.
I mentioned the low defense, but it's when you're on Brawlhaven, everyone has low defense. The wall is so small, and the Qatar's already doing a mad work for him. That's a huge read.
Yeah, really nice. Would have loved to see that recovery pick up, but Kyler Alice swinging back on the Dummy's second stock. Could go over to the sword for the finisher. Yup.
That's going to be evened up the stocks for him. Dummy only taking a bit of damage there from Kyler with that little axe string. He's keeping the Qatars in hand. The raw recovery is going to go into that downlight. And what's he looking for now? The weapon spawn's going to be in his favor.
Okay, he's going for weapon starve. Generally, I'm used to seeing Asury's go in with the Qatars for the damage build-up and then sword for the finishers.
Well, as you say that, he gets a bit more damage from himself. That's a downlight Sarah going to rack up a bit more. End light weapon throw. Kyler is starving for a weapon here. Like you mentioned, that weapon starving is very strong on the Asuri. He has 2 weapons. She has 2 weapons that are very good at racking up damage on an unarmed opponent. But the sword is finally going to come through for Kyler. Downlight Sarah.
A little too late, though. Dummy with the weapon starve actually steals the stock advantage over Kyler Ellis.
Dummy not looking shook at all. You already mentioned that it's not a good record for him. He's proven everyone wrong right now with the lead on Kyler Alice, only in the orange of that second stock. He picks the sword back up, and we're seeing more starvation come through. There it is. Guitar's in hand again.
Kyler Alice is desperate for a weapon. The most damage he's gotten in like the past 2 stocks was like a downlight ground pound, which is optimal for unarmed, but still, you're looking for a lot more right now.
That was a really cute side stick, middle of the stage for really no options. The axe is going to come through finally, and he's going to... That was very clean. The dare into the GC side light.
That was tricky. You don't see that too often in the unarmed game, but it is enough to bring Kyler Alice back into this because he was starting to get beat out.
Accent light into accent light. Trying to even this damage back up. You see he's just in the orange there. He's not going to get that Qatar read, Dummy.
The Nair juggles. The
And
nice
this axe.
two-piece.
Axe on high force. This is the weapon to do it if he wants to bring this game back. And you can see he's landed a lot of hits in the row. Another end light's going to come through and even up the damage. They're both in the orange. That GC down sig. A little risky, but not going to find its mark.
And he's getting the hits with the weapon toss as well. The offstage not working out very often for Dummy. But turnaround GC neutral sig from Dummy. Kyler Alice was not ready for that.
Dummy he's scary with it. That came out of nowhere. You can see the damage rack up on those charts there. He was trying to bring that back for himself. That last stock from Kyler was very long, but Dummy had his own plans with that edge guard. Baits him down, gets the GC and sig, knows he can't make it back, but he can't take you with him, and Kyler Alice ends up falling first.
And we're seeing this replay. Dummy, he gets the wall touch, and look how far he was fading away. I was worried after that ground pound, but he was waiting. That was all a bait. Kyler Alice comes down with the ground pound and a perfect punish.
Beautiful, beautiful work from Dummy. That's game 1 for him. That's 1-0. You were kind of slacking on him. Asking me what I thought.
No, I'm not slacking. I just give the numbers. All right, I said the stats. 10-2 in favor of Kyler Alice.
He must be scared.
That's true, but
does he look scared to you?
I guess not. Kyler Alice is going to make the swap though, as he goes to Koji, something a little bit more classic. He'll keep that sword from the Jala.
No, I feel like the Koji into Asuri matchup is definitely an older one, more well known. The Bo into Qatars, it's always been kind of a question matchup. I feel like a lot of people go, Qatars beat Bo, and then some people will go, but Bo covers that diagonal over that Qatar there. It has its own options. We're going to see what it means to these players right here, how that matchup's going to go as we get into Mammoth Fortress.
I mean, speaking of diagonals, though, that tatami mat, that bow down signature is a really good tool for shutting down a lot of the approach tools of the Qatar kit.
He's already getting these sword hits in. He picks up the Qatars, and Kyler Alice, we're playing the same game we were playing last game with the unarmed starvation. Beautiful Qatar strings is going to come through, and a wake up. I like that.
Unfortunately for Dummy, he wasn't able to deny weapons too long. Offstage opportunity. Kyler Alice is playing it out. Surprised he went for that ground pound there.
Yep, he wants to keep on this offstage. He thinks he can actually get the W on Dummy this time, even though Dummy was so clean with that GC and sig. Kyler Alice says, I'm not that scared. I saw what you did last time. I'm going to come down this time and make it my win. He comes for that edge guard with the ground pound. Doesn't find it.
I like that fast fall to get in position for the recovery. He knows that that's the safer option. Put him in hit stun, get the chase dodge.
Now they're kind of just feeling each other out. Dummy trying to move in with the sword. He's looking for that KO. When you pick up the sword on Asuri, you're looking for your KO. The Qatars, you rack up that damage, KO with the sword. Kyler Alice also looking for that KO. You saw how high that bow in there sent him. He's not doing too hard on that stock. The stairs are going to send him on the right.
Okay. Weapon toss not going to connect. Kyler Alice still can't finish it. He's hanging around. There is a weapon on the left side.
Ooh. That was a GC side light that did not connect, and down light there. Maybe a recovery would have KO'd there. He goes for the dare instead and gets punished on the follow-up by Kyler Alice taking the first stock.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get that extra tap of damage right. D-Light Dare into the recovery, but didn't hit the Dare just right, so he tried to pick up that side air as a last-minute hit.
Right, definitely an angle off there. The Kyler Alice has the bow in hand. He's already looking to build up damage lead for himself. Downlight recovery is going to take that stock away from.
Clean pickup coming out from Dummy. We'll keep this one even. He's going over to the Katars. And again, the Katars against Unarmed have been so good, but Kyler Alice picks up a sword immediately.
Kyler Alice fights his way back into the stage with the GC Silet. That's the thing you see a lot of sword players do. They'll use the Silet to make space, make room for themselves, and get a follow-up when they go back on stage. You can see he's kind of moving around right now with the Silets. That's 3 in a row. Nair's going to be the first punish from Dummy in a while. He comes back on stage again, switches the bow. Dummy going for the big read, doesn't find it.
Yeah, I was expecting Kyler Alice to dodge through. Oh, the Tatami Mat not going to hit the spot dodge of Dummy, but still, he's getting this damage onto Dummy's second stock.
Dummy this time finds himself without the weapon. He does pick up the sword right as I say that. Maybe I'm helping him out. Dashes from the right to Kyler, to the right from Kyler Alice. Gets the Sair, but now he's looking for that edge guard. That Dare's going to be perfectly placed. Weapon starting from Kyler Alice. He wants the bow in hand. Is he going to clear the other one? Nope. Dummy gets it. It's the Katars.
Was that down sig repositioning? Was that why he was doing it? That was kind of an odd down sig, but it works out.
Another sidelight. Goes for the chase Sair just to see if he can end that stock, and it's going to cost him a lot. Ooh, beautiful.
And Kyler Alice still gets back. He's just getting this damage onto Dummy's last stock, and Dummy is kind of hoping for a lucky neutral sig here, and Kyler Alice is keeping him on that wall.
Downlight from Dummy. He's not going to find much more than that. That charge side sig that a lot of Koji players like to go for, and you saw Dummy was not rocking with it. Runs off stage immediately.
Yeah, Dummy, definitely no stranger to that matchup, is not falling for it. It's such a good punish on just spot dodges, and Kyler Alice doesn't get the wall touch. Opportunity here, if Dummy can get the quick KO, could steal this one away.
That's right. Dummy playing at a big deficit here, but it's never over when you have these Katars in hand. You can see he's already trying to find himself some damage. Goes for the Sair, but he's not going to find more than that, and Kyler Alice gets his own Sair. It's knocking him far away from him.
He didn't get the read there with that down air, but he's starting to get more damage.
Through. These downlights are just going to rack it up. The Nair build some space. Weapon throw from Kyler Alice is going to switch out to the bow, and you can see Dummy is fiending for it. He gets the dodge, but does not find the punish he's looking for. He's waiting for that weapon to spawn.
Got the sword. He knows he's got damage built up onto Kyler Alice. Wouldn't take too much. I don't think a downlight recovery would finish off for Dummy just yet.
Ooh, that was a beautiful Sair coming out from Kyler Alice. He sees Dummy going for that landing and immediately runs for it. He was not letting him touch the ground there. Kyler Alice with the Game 2 victory, and the damage was very much in his favor.
That's going to tie it up 1 apiece. Kyler Alice, the switch over to the Koji, but it wasn't as confident as I would have expected from Kyler Alice. I was expecting a little bit more of a lead, but that second stock kind of snuck away from him.
Right. Dummy definitely put in the work on that last stock. Even with the sword in hand and the Katars in hand, he saw a lot of damage coming through. And that's what Katar players want, right? They want to go for those huge strings, those dodge punishes. I think we would have saw a different game if he actually got that Tatami Mat punish we saw from that GC. But nonetheless, Dummy didn't really have it in him for that finisher. He goes for the downlight, doesn't find it. Kyler Alice, another pick for us.
Yeah, he is currently hovering the Nash. This is so interesting, not the Nash pick specifically, but Australia as a whole. They're like taking their time between matches. I'm so used to like North America where they'll run through matches.
Yeah, I mean, I'm North American myself. I'm telling you, they get a match and it's immediately all right. Next one. Don't pause it unless someone wants to close the game for a second. It's next match. Start it up. I've seen a lot of casters. It just goes from one match and the next thing you know, they're back in the next one. You don't even get time to talk about the last one. The replays are still going on in the background. It's quick there.
I'm very used to that. Australia, given a lot of breathing time, maybe thinking about it, kind of reassessing what happened. It is difficult for Dummy if they're trying to reassess because Kyler Alice keeps swapping it up. If he's hovering this Nash, there's no carryover to the Koji or even the previous pick.
Definitely. It feels like you're losing a lot of what you learned from the last matchup. And to be fair, Dummy, he has that other pick we saw on the stats chart. We saw the Ragnar. It came out before. Do you think he's going to pull it out now that we see Kyler Alice hovering different things?
I don't think so. I feel like with the way he's playing the Asuri, he's doing it right. Like he's just got the solid game plan, build up the damage, swap over to the sword, finish off, back to the Katars, weapon starve in between whenever he has the opportunity. I don't think he needs to swap over to the Ragnar just yet, unless he wants to go heavy weapon to heavy weapon, which could be a strat, but I don't think that's what he's looking for right now.
Right, definitely when you're looking to switch, you're looking to mix up something in your gameplay that was lacking before, right? I mean, unless you're Kyler Alice, you're just going all over the place. But Dummy, especially if you're going from a Surrey Ragnar, maybe it's that kill potential, those signatures that you want to change up. But I don't think he's looking for that. I think he's, there it is, going to stick with the Asuri.
Yep.
He's been doing a lot of damage to those Katars, and the signatures are helping him a lot. You saw the first game. The second game also saved him. That GCN stick back to the stage gave a lot of room, a lot of pressure off of him.
Definitely some good moves in that signature kit. We're seeing Kyler Alice not go into the Nash that we were seeing hovered. Instead, it's the Akuma, that Val crossover. So he's going to be bringing out gauntlets and keeping the sword, which kind of makes sense. That's what he played in the last 2 characters.
Right. We're back on the Brawlhaven. This is where Dummy took his first W. So he's looking to run it back on the home turf this time. He had the bans. Left him with nothing but these options. He's on the Akuma after all. Akuma mirrors the signatures of Val, so we're going to see a lot of these gauntlet plays and a lot of these signatures come through.
You know, the Akumas have been getting a lot of love lately. Gauntlet players feeling real confident. We saw a lot of gauntlets in 2s last weekend, but right now it's the Qatar play from Dummy.
Those are the signatures I was talking about. That GC N6 is going to cost him a lot as Dummy gets a 3-piece on the Qatar's damage. It's finally evening up. Dummy has Kyler right off stage. The Stair is going to be the punish for that.
Ooh, going for the read with that neutral signature. Kyler Alice able to get away from it. Weapon toss, and again, Dummy's got the game plan. Build up the damage, go over to the sword.
Sidelight is not going to quite find it, but that gauntlet weapon is quick. He gets the Sarah and knocks him off stage. Kyler looking real smooth with these signatures. I mentioned that the Akuma is a big sig-heavy character. The downlight recovery is going to take the first stock off Dummy, and he's coming back hot with Qatar's Prime. Kyler Alice clears the board, keeps the sword.
Yeah, I'm very used to the Akumas out there using signatures to finish off a little bit earlier because, again, not the highest strength character. Generally, you'll see him put into the strength stat to bring it up to 5, but the SIGs are really what keeps him in the game a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, Akuma does have that trade-off, and we're seeing it here. That low force made up by the defense and the speed, and he's using it to run laps and keep this stock active.
Yo, a good dodge up from Dummy. Needs to punish that N-Sig, but still... Weapon toss, that's not enough to finish off the stock. Kyler Alice is just getting damaged now.
Yep, damage for days. The recovery is going to add up even more. He's looking for another signature. The down stick is going to send him up. Kyler Alice, oh, you're off stage, but you want to send him down there. But that is a lot of damage racked up. Downlight Sarah is finally going to take that stock off.
Yeah, Dummy finishes it up, but did take a decent amount of damage. But opportunity here to starve out weapons. That's what works so well in game number 1.
Right. Qatar's in hand. And we've seen him do a lot of work with this Qatar. I know I keep mentioning it, but it's been really amazing seeing him get these reads and the downlights off. He's finding one downlight there, doesn't find the follow-up dare into Sarah from Kyler Alice. He's going to knock him so far.
Oh, and the down air coming out from Kyler Alice. Now he's got a massive lead over Dummy. It's going to take a big offstage engagement at this point.
Man, I've been noticing it. Kyler's edge guards are near perfect. Like, there's a couple instances where we see him fail, or Dummy wants to get back to the stage with an N-Sig and he fights his way through. But Kyler, on the for a lot of the time, has been getting these spot on. We saw with the bow dares and the on the sword dare right there. He's been consistent with it. Dummy finding some damage for himself finally, trying to even up this game if he can. The sword in hand. Kyler Alice left unarmed. Another dare for Dummy. Can he go for his own edge guard here?
Nice. Not over just yet. Ground pound to finish it off. And Dummy is going to bring it back. A lot of that, again, is the offstage and the weapon starve. Kyler Alice threw away his weapon, and Dummy was taking full advantage.
Dummy has the Katars in hand. Kyler does still have his sword, so he's not left unarmed as we've been seeing. But Dummy, I mean, we saw him bring it very close in the last game, so maybe he can do it again here. He is on that deep red that you like to have as a sword player, and that N6 is going to do it for him.
A lot of N6 being thrown out from Kyler Alice. He had the opponent in the red, so it makes sense, but it is kind of goofy. Like, when you look at the numbers at the end of it, that's 15 signatures thrown out by Kyler Alice.
Akuma. It's 15-3 on the sig count. Akuma loves signatures. Both weapons. We didn't see a lot of gauntlets. I feel like we saw a good amount of gauntlets. You can see the damage right there on each weapon. So more sword than gauntlets for sure. When it comes to it, the signatures are doing a lot for him here. We saw multiple N-Sig connections. We saw the down sig to punish the recovery, and that did a bunch of damage. So we even saw a couple side sigs back on stage. Akuma, that character that, you know, the 3 versions of that signature, off stage, back on stage, and on the wall. We didn't see the on the wall yet. Maybe if he sticks on it, we'll get that chance. I
mean, he's currently locked in with the Akuma, so we could easily see him show all the different variants of that side signature on the sword. But man, what an odd flip from Kyler Alice. Like, it feels like a different playstyle coming out from this Akuma.
Right. We're back into the map bans, and Dummy, he still wants to leave the Brawlhaven and the Mammoth Fortress open. I feel like he's kind of looking for these flat maps. I say that he bans Brawlhaven. He wants these maps probably for the guitar strings and the options. You know, when you have a lot of platforms, that gives them a lot of opportunity to get out of the way, and it makes your guitar there a little, sometimes it goes through the platform, sometimes it doesn't. It's a little iffy. It's a little lack of consistency there, so he's looking for the consistent maps. He's looking for his own playground, and we're going to end up on Apocalypse this time, map we haven't seen just yet.
Yeah, like you were saying, most of the Qatar players out there, not big fans of those platforms, and we'll see if that comes into play here, as right now, Dummy going up against Kyler Alice, who's deciding to stick with the Akuma.
Dummy looking for these strings. You can see he gets a bit started with the sidelight downlets, but he can't seem to find anything more. He's not going for these big reads on Kyler. Probably because he wants to stay safe himself. The N-Sigs are already starting up. Kyler Alice hits one, and that's one for the marks.
All right, getting some good damage built up. Nice recovery pickup from Dummy. Got the read with that gravity cancel downlight into it. Offstage opportunity, goes for the ground pound.
And I'm loving the offstage we've been seeing. They're consistent with it. They always want to play offstage. You mentioned it earlier that Kyler was actually opting to stay offstage even though Dummy had the advantage, and they've been turning it around.
Okay. They get back on stage just in time for a downlight recovery. Dummy able to clean it up, and this is an opportunity for Dummy to build a big lead here in game number 4.
Yep, Dummy finally finding himself in an advantage right from the start. He has the cards in hand,
nice.
And he has the reads of flowing. That's beautiful damage. Sends Kyler already into the light orange. Still getting these nairs. It's tapping on. It's tapping on.
Yeah, a huge 5-piece coming out from Dummy, and again, gets it with that second downlight. He is going for that read, and it's working out. Dummy's getting damage.
Slight misinput on his jump there. Stops the read from going as far as he'd like, but he is not scoffing at all. He picks up the sword, and now he's probably looking to get a KO for himself here. The Sair is not going to do it. But Kyler Alice gets back on the map. He has the gauntlets in hand. He wants the KO too.
Yeah, I mean, that KO for Kyler Alice could even up the stock count, but right now Dummy's looking for a downlight recovery. Goes for the dare again, but doesn't get the bounce that he wants.
This time, not too much. Apocalypse has a high ceiling, so it makes sense not to go for the recovery right away, but this time he is going to go for that recovery, finding himself a 2-stock lead. Dummy still on this 3rd stock. He is in the deep red. Kyler Alice is going to try and end that right away, but Dummy is just getting more and more damage.
Yeah, this is a huge lead for Dummy in game number 4, fighting to get into that game number 5. Kyler Alice, nice delay into the recovery.
Weapon start from Kyler Alice. He's going to keep the sword in hand. Maybe a little N-Sig action is what's going to bring him back into this game, but the Crown Pound is what's going to come out first. Gets punished on his way back.
Chase dodge into a down air coming out from Kyler Alice. Just finding some odd options to keep Dummy on his toes, but still damage in favor of Dummy.
Both players opting to get rid of their weapons, but Kyler Alice being the one to find the advantage with the unarmed. That's 3 hits now with no weapon. He picks up the gauntlets, and he gets an end light to punish Dummy's Sair there. Catches him coming back to the map, but he doesn't find more than the Nair. That Nair is not the biggest damage in the world. Dummy on the other hand. We're not there yet.
Yo, he's playing Godly, right?
Yeah.
Like, just the Qatar reads, the double down airs again from Dummy have been so good against Kyler Alice, but
ooh,
a nice punish there with the downlight, stuffing that side sig.
That's the sig we don't get to see a lot. I thought he was going to go the full map with it. You saw him start off on the left side. Downlight recovery is going to send him pretty far up. Kyler Alice trying to even up these stocks and find a way to win this game for himself. He's a full stock down still. Both players in the red at least.
Yeah, Kyler wants to close this out, go into grand finals, guarantee a top 2 finish, but Dummy fighting for that game 5. Again, a downlight recovery might be enough. Like you said, high ceiling here, and Kyler Alice is going to even up the stock count.
Yep, the stock counts are finally even. Kyler clearing the board of these weapons. He needs a lot of damage here to win this game for himself, taking his seat in the grand finals. Dummy, he wants this game as well. Even up the set, take it into a game 5. No one wants to be in the losers finals. No one wants to come back the whole grand finals shtick, win the best of 5, then you have to win another one. No, they want it now. They want to sit up there comfortably. They want to say they're sitting on it. And Dummy, he gets the end light off. Kyler is so damaged. The end state get back on the stage. He's going to get punished immediately.
Yeah, Dummy able to take this to game number 5. Kyler Alice was starting to bring it back, but at the end of the day, Dummy just had built too much of a lead. So now game 5, is this the opportunity? I know you're rooting for Dummy to make that 10-2 a 10-3.
This is a crazy set so far. I know back in my day, I don't want to sound old, but back in my day.
We used to walk 10 miles uphill, downhill in the snow.
Kyler Alice used to dominate this region. He used to take a lot of W's for himself, and he's still doing pretty well for himself, but Dummy is giving him a run for his money here. We're already seeing the switch to the Bodvar. Now, this is, the third switch? No, third switch off from the start. Character. So 4th character we're seeing for Kyler Alice here. He has the sword and hammer in hand. We know him very well for. He's got a lot of download off of Dummy's Asuri because Dummy hasn't switched off of it. Maybe you can say that's good for both sides, right? Dummy, he knows what he wants to do on this Asuri, but so does Kyler now, right?
It's tough for Dummy because you've basically gone through 3 forms of Kyler Alice to go into the final form, and This is just the ultimate
This is his
boss of the
ultimate form.
Australian region.
Kyler Alice just leveling up with each character pick. This is his final form, the Bodvar. And, you know, every region loves their Bodvar. He's coming through, and Dummy, he's not making it look easy for Kyler Alice. He's adding up this damage already. The Qatar N-Sig is going to be his way backstage.
Yo, he gets away with it, though. That was a burn dodge and a gravity cancel N-Sig. Doesn't get the read with the downlight off the soft platform.
Kyler looking very dangerous with this sword. He gets that downlight recovery to get the KO off, but can we talk about that 3-piece he was going for earlier? The DI is going to get Dummy out just in time, luckily.
Yeah, worked out for Dummy, able to keep, able to stay alive for a brief moment, but Kyler Alice cleaned it up. But now Dummy's coming in, has the sword, and man, we have not seen his hammer.
Yeah, the hammer's looking dangerous. You can already see this. The GC downlights, a bunch of downlights actually, even off the sidelight. Sidelight and light from Dummy is going to be the first answer he has. He knocked out his recovery there. Can he find the edge guard? Doesn't find it. Kyler Alice is back on stage, and he's working himself a lead.
Yeah, he is building it very quickly with this hammer. Dummy with another recovery, not quite enough. Soft platform here, goes for the side air. Decided the recoveries weren't good enough. Yeah.
Weapon throw is going to confirm that edge guard. Dummy only in the dark orange here. Don't have my glasses on, so I can't get the exact color. But Kyler Alice is playing it out with the unarmed. Dummy has his chance. I keep wanting to say maybe it is just the play. He is playing godly, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely bringing out the guitars, looking like godly, but he is behind. So it's Kyler Alice who's a little bit more, deified at this point?
Dummy not doing too bad for himself, even though he is on the right of this stock. He's playing it out. He's finding more hits than Kyler is. But the thing is, with hammer, any hit is the hit that you're looking for. The dare is going to scoop him off to the top. And Kyler's sitting comfortably only on the light yellow of the stock. That was beautiful movement from Kyler there as he dashes off the platform, off the map to get that Sarah off. He's getting hit after hit.
He's starting to just show off tech against Dummy. Dummy, more than a full stock behind. This is going to be tough if Dummy wants to go into the grand finals.
Kyler just kind of floating around, stomps Sarah to the right, looking to get this edge guard off. Ooh, Dummy with a beautiful exhausted recovery to make space for himself. Dare.
Needs a little bit more than a recovery at this point. Kyler Alice kind of playing with his food with that movement.
That stomp, Sarah isn't going to be able to find him just because the stomp was too close. Enlight is going to come out instead. And Dummy's fighting his way back to stage. And oh, wow. Kyler just going for that weapon throw, messes up his movement. Doesn't end up touching the wall.
Yeah, little known fact is that you can't really move when you're charging up the weapon toss, and actually halts some of your movement when you do the throw. So
now,
works out for Dummy.
This is it here. Dummy, they're all on their last stocks. Dummy really wants to even up this damage. You can see he's going for it. He sends Kyler to the left side, and he keeps up the starvation.
Spectator.
That's on our end.
That's okay. Yep.
Back on the map.
Still live. No one
keeping the guitars in hand. The Sarah is going to send him off. You could just see how damaged he is if unarmed Sarah sent him that far. The hammer is now in hand. The dares come through. The hammer, that's the weapon, and there it is. Dummy is going to get knocked off the top by Kyler Alice, who takes it in a Game 5 situation.
Kyler Alice cleans it up. 3-2. He's going to go into the grand finals. Of course, he's PR #1 for a reason, turning that 10-2 into an 11-3 set count. And Kyler Alice, he's looking ready to get that flight to the midseason championship.
Right, and that was a lot of switching from Kyler Alice there. It's actually really interesting to see how he can keep up that play and learn while he's playing, but also switching characters the entire time. Every time you switch a character, you have to learn that character's stats, you have to learn the moveset, and you have to learn the SIGs. He wasn't just on the same weapons for the most part. So seeing him switch, even though it was a lot of sword characters, how he tried to use the SIGs. We saw a lot of Bodvar down SIG edge guards. We saw a lot of space creation with the Koji down SIGs. It's a lot of play coming out from Kyler Alice, and it's good to see that he's sitting comfortably in the grand finals. The play is paying off. So
yeah, it looked really good. It's so interesting to me, specifically the way he was swapping characters, because it didn't feel like he was playing them all the exact same way. He was bringing out more N-Sigs with the Val. He was going a little bit more bow heavy when he was over on the Koji. So he's bringing them out, but also making them feel unique in their own way. And he's sitting in the grand finals to await who's going to climb out from this elimination side.
And it's also a lot of respect because we're not seeing it like it's a random character swap, right? Yeah. We're seeing these as picks that he has practiced. He's ready with them, and he's sitting on a lot of picks, it looks like, this tournament. So that is well-deserved from the grand final spot for him. But we are going to move into the loser side of the tournament.
Yeah. So we're here in the elimination side. Anyone who gets knocked out here gets eliminated from the bracket. Of course, they're all vying for that spot. They want to win the spring championship and potentially get their flights. We've got Cheeseface, and does that say Vey? I think that says Vey. There's a question mark literally on the name.
It's a question mark Vey.
I was just reading it, you know, like got the teleprompter in front of me.
Is that Vey?
Yeah.
It might be. It might be. Yeah, like you mentioned, Cheeseface and Vey. I don't actually have the stats for them here, but we do know that Cheeseface is looking at this Azoth pick, and they did qualify for BCX.
They did. Level 100 Azoth. I talked about this with Taza, I think, last week. Like, each region has an Azoth, and they're, like, the Azoth of that region.
They do. Who's an Azoth?
NA's Azoth? Wait, okay, so there's Zapapi for EU. NA,
Right.
Oh, my gosh, Wubs.
Is it Wubs?
I think it's Wubs.
I feel like Wubs goes around a lot. I play him a lot, so I see him on a lot of different things. But we have Australia's Azoth here that you mentioned. I can't wait to see all the Azoth now. Now I'm really
keep an eye out for you, be like, oh,
yeah,
you're the Azoth.
You're the Azoth guy, aren't
Level
you?
100 Azoth. Okay, I get it.
But we do have another favorite of the favorites here. We have Orion on the other hand, and I feel like every region has an Orion too.
Yeah, it's weird because Orion will like come and go, right? Like the meta will shift. We saw Orion coming out again because like Stingray's busting out. People are liking Spear
Stingray
more.
definitely showing off what Orion's capable of in the North American scene. So we have another Orion here, and Cheeseface and Vey doesn't show up here often, does he?
No.
So seeing him pull out that Orion, you gotta think, Stingray did that. That Orion pick, he had to show it to some other people. So we do know he plays the Spear. He has the Hattori and Bryn as his two picks from before. He is sitting up here. Doesn't look like he's PR'd.
Nope. This is
medals,
no PRs, no top 8s, no top 32s.
This guy.
No money to the name.
My money's on this guy. We didn't do predictions for this reason, but now my money's on this guy.
You go for the underdog.
Yeah,
all right.
he came here to prove something. He came here to prove something. Nothing before, but this is it. All right.
This is how you get your PR.
Yep. And hey, he fought his way to top 4 from nothing. So a lot of respect to that guy. Cheeseface on the other hand, 15th PR. He's got a couple top 8s, so seeing him in the top 4 is going to be exciting. Good for him. And this matchup, what do you think about it?
It's an interesting one. I'm always a big fan of the Azoths into the Orions, however rarely they come up, mostly because I really like Axe into Lance. I think Axe into Spear is fine. It's like a 50-50. It's just how you play. But Axe into Lance generally leans Axe favorite, so I think it's a pretty good matchup. And then Bo, I think Bo's good into Spear. I think Bo's pretty decent into to Lance, depending on how you play it. I'll lean towards the Azoth.
Right. So you think Azoth has the favor in the matchup here? Well, my guy Vey's going to prove you wrong.
Okay, that's fine. You know what? Hey, my guy Cheeseface is going to prove me right. You know what? I go with the numbers, higher PR, higher earnings. I gotta root for Cheeseface.
I'm just doing the math here. Cheesecake has my favorite. All right, we're going into the banning phase here. We're left with Enigma, Mammoth Fortress, and Miami Dome, and we're gonna go into the little Miami action. They're playing from Australia, but they'll end up on Miami somehow. It's going to be all right.
Just got to cross a couple oceans.
Yep.
It's interesting the maps that were left, right? We had a tri-platform, we had Mammoth, and then we had Miami Dome. Generally, it's them saying, yo, just go to Mammoth. We're going to ignore the other two, but we'll see how well this works out for Cheeseface versus Vey. Game number 1.
Cheeseface picks up the bow, and you mentioned that Axe Spear matchup was a 50-50. I'm going to say that bow Spear matchup is a lot harder. Cheeseface holding the bow in hand. He's already racking up some damage for himself, and I mean, the elimination bracket is a scary place to be.
Yeah, I mean, pressure's on. You've lost a set, and oh, no, don't.
Vey performs under the pressure. Vey
I was rooting for you.
He performs under the pressure. You're talking about that pressure in the elimination bracket. Vey does not feel it. He goes for the Orion Classic, the GCN SIG, to punish the dodging back to the stage. Vey already taking a big lead for himself here. The Axe downlight is going to see what Cheeseface can do back, but it's not looking like Vey was looking, is it?
Yo, you know what? It's just the first stock. Cheeseface already building up that damage. Good side air, left side, ground pound connects. Cheeseface cleans it up.
Maybe I'm ragging too hard on Cheeseface because that was a solid edge guard. That ground pound covered so many options and closes off the wall completely for Cheeseface. Vey pick back on that Spear. Let's see if he can get him back off stage. I know Cheeseface, he doesn't want to end up back there. There's no way he's going back off stage this set.
Yeah, I imagine Cheeseface is going to play a little bit more neutral heavy, stay on ground, and not let that happen, or at least keep an eye out for the potential of those N6s. But right now, Vey over to Lance, gets a nice side air. No ground pound thrown out. There it is.
Weapon throw. Trying to stuff out that instant recovery. You know a lot of Lance players, that's a quick move, so they like to go instantly for it and see if they can get some damage for themselves. But Cheeseface, what's that now? 2 ice off stage versus Vey.
You know what? Vey's he's just so good on the off stage. I can't fault him. Cheeseface getting a little beat out. It's okay.
It's all right. It's the Orion Classic. You go off stage versus Orion. It's not in your favor no matter who the player is. Orion always has that favor. That's a little secret Orion tech. You go off stage, you're gonna win.
Just the the untold Orions are so good off stage, but right now, Cheeseface looking for a weapon to hopefully even up the stock count. Vey with the weapon denial.
Nair is going to come through as he plays that spear to perfection. The Nair is going to get punished.
Yo, what a wake up.
That was actually a really nice signature to throw out there. Kept him real safe from that edge guard. And Cheeseface, you can see it right there. He says no more off stage. In fact, I'm going to fight my way back on stage immediately. The end light is going to send me very far to the left, and the edge guard is going to be pristine.
And he knows it too. You saw him charging up the weapon toss, trying to go for the denial. He's going to stick with the axe for the matchup, but Vey gets the lucky weapon spawn on the right side.
He's just trying to feel out the grounded game now. You can see Cheeseface doesn't want to commit too hard to anything. These lance moves, on the other hand, are very high commitment. There, it's going to get punished.
All right, getting some good damage built up. Vey with the weapon swap over to the spear. Doesn't get the downlight.
More movement on the ground here. You can see he doesn't want to commit just to anything just yet. The recovery is going to be the first hit to connect, and while that Sair is going to punish the next one. Another Sair, and he's limited on jumps here. The edge guard's coming through.
Off
That's
stage.
the first there. Weapon throw to knock out the dodge. Beautiful ground pound.
Not done yet, though. Vey got the
Vey.
wall touch. Okay. Cheeseface finally wins an offstage engagement. That's the one
But
that
that's
gets
the
in
one
the game.
that matters, yep.
Yeah.
You can lose as much as you want, but when I get that one edge guard, it's going to be it for me. Cheesecake takes the victory, game 1 versus Vey. And we see immediately into map ends. So they're not. I don't think we saw any character swaps there.
No, it looks
Yep,
like they're
the
going
Orion's
straight
still
into
locked
it.
in, and like you mentioned, this is the Azoth, so I better not see him switch. You better not have lied to me.
Look, he's level 100. I can't imagine him swapping, especially on win. No, they're keeping it. It's going to be Vey sticking with the Orion, and same map as well, Miami
Everything
Dome.
the same, everything the same. Maybe, hopefully, we see the same type of offstage play, because that was very exciting. I like that.
Everyone loves a good offstage engagement. Again, those neutral sigs from Vey are such a serious threat. Cheeseface has got to be ready for those.
He looked like he figured it out towards the end there. He wasn't getting caught too easily anymore, and now he is getting caught in between a stage and a hard place with no weapon in his hand. He finally gets the bow for himself. He's going to look for these nairs, these Sairs, just the bow player's special, racking up
Same
as much
spot,
damage as they can. But this is where Vey wants, and like you mentioned, it's the same spot. He's up and out of it this time, runs to the other side.
I love the disengage. Went for the safe weapon toss, you know, lots of range on it, and then said, I'm going back to the platform. I want the axe.
Damage rack up is coming through slow.
Ooh.
The axe down sig is going to drop sadly. The Sair is still going to find up some damage for himself, so he's not sitting too worried about that.
Yeah,
Weapon
the
throw.
platform got in the way a little bit. He's going over to the bow, a little bit more bow play as the second guy
Whoa.
gets the shot. The end sig takes him out. Cheeseface with a lead.
I feel like, is there a name for Azoth's little sidekick there, or is it just Azoth? It's just his spirit.
I always
'Cause
call him just second
the
guy.
second guy. Azoth and second guy work together to get that KO there, like you mentioned. This time he's back on the axe to rack up more damage. And you mentioned that this matchup is definitely a hard one. He's making it look like a hard one.
Cheeseface looking good. He's leveling up as the games progress, but Vey with the weapon advantage. He's going to need a little bit more damage before he can go for a KO.
Down air into the side there. That's the. I feel like that's the spear player's special, like to get that bounce off and punish it. That ground pound is going to spike him off the top of the bottom.
Yeah, that's an
Downward.
interesting, it kind of like spread him out and then that little spike, I think, hit him. But either way, it was enough to finish off the stock.
Nice three-piece there. Goes for the end stick to follow it up and gets punished. He is looking for him a lot, and if he finds it, it's going to be a big reward, so I understand. The payday on the spear is coming through, though, as you're seeing a lot of nairs, a lot of recoveries.
Where's this damage coming from?
It's looking beautiful. Another punish. More nairs. Reads the dodge in.
Cheeseface starting to swing heavy. Hope to finish off this stock, but Vey has evened up the damage difference. Nice Sair. Another Sair.
Beautiful
Cheeseface
edge
gets
guard.
the stock. Okay, gonna stick with the axe. Yep.
The spear in hand. Again, we saw a lot of damage come through, and now we're going to see just a straight down sig come through. That down sig so strong, so scary. It covers both sides and has high force, so it is definitely the KO option every Orion's looking for. Weapon in hand for both these players.
It's really good for shutting down aggression, too, right? Like, when someone just wants to stack up on you, you just throw that out, and they immediately regret their decision.
Especially on that kit, because Spear doesn't really have a good get-off-me move, right?
Yeah,
so that
to
down
stack
sig
up.
on the Orion kit is definitely covering the weak points of the weapon, and he's looking very good here. He's making Spear have no weak points. It's been all game with these nairs into the juggle position.
Yo, those juggles are so good, and Cheeseface is like, all right, I got to swap back to the axe. Give me something with a little bit of a better down air for that straight vertical, and Vey gets
They
disarmed.
actually ended up unarmed there, and he was looking for that weapon. As soon as it spawned, Cheeseface doing what he does on that Azoth. We've seen so many 6 from him, and one more is going to do it for him in that game. N6 going to take him off the top, and Cheeseface sitting 2-0 comfortably above Vey in the losers finals here, loser semis here.
Yeah, Vey struggling a little bit. This might be the opportunity to see Vey make that swap. This is, again, set point. So if Vey gets knocked out, that's a full elimination. And, of course, it's going to be a swap over to the Ada? Ada.
Yeah, this Ada lock-in, this is a character I haven't seen in forever. This character is lost to time, and even he's going to keep it lost as he goes back to
like,
the
no,
Orion.
just kidding.
Yeah.
No, I didn't really want that.
I mean, it was a scary pick for sure. That Ada comes with high knockout power, but also gets high power to be knocked out, right? So
you got 3 defense, you got long active frames. It's a risky pick. We've seen in the past some Adas do well, but like you said, it's been a while since we've seen an Ada in competitive.
Right. But we have the same exact matchup here, so we're going back into that Azoth versus Orion matchup. Vey, he's racking up damage real good. I actually like a lot of the plays he's going for on the map. That those nairs and those recoveries, they're doing work. He's even getting some sidelights in. We're not seeing a lot of dodge reads that Spirit players like to go for, a lot like switch ups, right, with the downlights if they can. But he's doing well. He's getting damage where it matters. He just needs to work on these KOs and work on getting KO'd. As we say that, the Axe is back on hand from Cheesecake, and on that side, the Axe has been doing a lot.
Yeah, I really want to see, kind of to your point, Vey do Spear. We saw about 0 damage dealt on the Lance in the last one versus the 446 damage put out on his Spear. So I think the numbers really say, play some Spear for Vey.
Yeah, like we saw, Vey's not a player with a lot of history for us, so that seeing him go from the Orion and then potentially the Ada was his thought process there, that shows that he's a Spear main. He's a Spear main, and he likes those down 6 that cover both sides. He's got 2 things in common with those characters, and it's kind of working out for him when he sticks to the Spear, so I want to see a lot more of it. He's been playing it so far here. He has the Lance in hand now.
Yeah, that was just a brief Lance pickup for the Weapon Star. Really, it goes back to the Spear. He's keeping even with Cheeseface for the damage, but Cheeseface picks up an all active frames.
Yep.
Everybody's fallen for that one at least once.
That's another Azoth special right there.
Yeah, that side sig it's so scary. It stays out for longer than you expect, and many a competitor has fallen for that one, but it does give Cheeseface a stock advantage. Vey, with the Lance in hand, could go for a sidelight side air maybe to finish this off.
Sidelight Nair is going to be the damage rack up. The Sarah is going to take Cheesecake out to the left, but he's not KO'd just yet. It's a lot of defense on the on the Azoth. Azoth very balanced stat-wise, right? He's got a lot of everything.
Yeah,
and the 6 is add on.
Ooh,
Another recovery is not going to do it just yet.
Might go for another one. Cheeseface starting to find more damage, get that extra credit. Man, Cheeseface is so damaged. A side air from basically anywhere should be enough.
You're talking about extra credit, but Cheesecake is looking to graduate here. He's taking very well damage, and he's
got the AP courses.
Right, he's already looking to take Vey off on this stock too, and you see the other guys like to call him coming out, but he's not going to find that. Gets punished by the Spear Dare, but Spear Dare on the map isn't what you KO with. Off the map, now we can talk about KOs.
Yeah, especially when there's nothing to bounce off of. Lots of force on that one with how much damage was built up. But Cheeseface, again, has such a huge lead given what he did on that first stock.
Right, and it is an insane lead. It's not the graduation we were looking for, maybe 2 stocks for him, but it is at a point where if he gets another one of those side airs, he's not going to be on that stock anymore.
Yeah, he needed 2 more hours to finish his credits, but right now, Vey taking him to detention. He's getting damage built up, gets the wall touch just barely.
And
he's gonna hold on.
Was moving very dangerous there on himself. That was a beautiful downline there. G-Speed to take that off the top. He almost ran out of jumps there on that edge guard, but that weapon throw bottom some moon to get back to the stage. We've even seen a lot of damage come through with this Axe. Vey on his elimination stock here.
Yeah, this is potentially Vey's tournament stock. If he doesn't win this one, going to get knocked out here in the elimination bracket. Cheeseface goes for the read with a gravity cancel neutral sig. Didn't quite work out for him.
Ooh, he G-C'd there and wasted his dodge, but Vey actually didn't go for the double down like that we see a lot of Spirit players do. He instead went for that Nair, so maybe he was trying to find a play off that. Didn't work out for him, and now the damage is continuing on.
Lance in hand for Vey.
Side air.
Not going to get much else. Goes back over to the Spear, side air. What's the finisher?
He's looking for this knockout as he catches him coming back to stage.
Nice.
Downlight catches him into the recovery. That's a beautiful option there. Recovery, because he was not where he wanted him to be for that stare, so he goes up for the easier KO option, takes him off the top. Vey on the tournament stock, like we already mentioned, the bow in hand for Cheesecake. And Sig, a favorite of his, Cheeseface.
Yo, we're thinking about the food, man. They brought in food. It smells good. We know there's some cheesecakes over there. I don't blame you for thinking about it, but either way, He's going to try to put some cheese onto Vey right now as he's got the X in hand again, and Vey, he's getting the damage. He's getting the nair juggles.
Sidelight is not going to take that stock just yet. We saw that edge guard come through multiple times. Down like Sair. We're getting Sairs from both sides here, and the stocks are even. Deep red for both players here. KO options all across the board. You know both these characters love their signatures, so are we going to see any? That's one there.
Vey's been holding those signatures back, hasn't thrown out nearly as many as the sets progress, but a recovery might be enough.
Cheeseface not going to call that stock there just yet. The side stick is going to come through, and the side air is going to send him so far. He did jump before that, so he is limited on jumps here. You see the sweat beats coming through, but he makes it back to the stage. Vey helps him out. Cheeseface staying unarmed here, doesn't want a weapon.
I mean, there's the weapon spawn on the right side.
He's not looking for it.
Yeah, he wants to finish it unarmed. Vey's going to take advantage, get this weapon, and gets to the side air. Vey puts himself on the board, 2-1.
2-1 for Vey. I mean, for Cheeseface. Vey staying in the set. He doesn't want to be knocked out just yet. Vey kept his weapons there the entire time. Cheeseface wasn't feeling it. He thought he played his weapons a bit too much, and he's been playing them a bit too evenly. So he said, all right, the unarmed is what I haven't been putting a lot of work into. So let me pull it out now. It did cost him that game. They're going back to the Mammoth Fortress.
Looking at the stats, it looks like both are very single weapon focused. We got Vey putting out 623 damage with the spear. On the other side, Cheeseface 419 dealt with the axe.
I feel like do you really feel like he's maybe playing this axe just for the matchup, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think his axe is looking good here.
When you're level 100, you can definitely play both of the weapons on your character, and we have seen him do a lot of work with the bow, a lot of edge guards, and we saw that GC from last game. That was really nice. An edge guard is happening right now. He gets back on the stage pretty fast.
Yeah, good avoidance from Vey, not getting taken out. We've seen those bow ground pounds have got a lot of fixed force, so that early they can be so scary.
Cheeseface sticking to the bow this time. You told him he was playing too much axe. He didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. He wants to show you that he can do both. But Vey can do it all.
And that's a stock again. Vey with those N6 reached just high enough. Vey's got the lead.
The N6 counter is at 2, and hey, it's 2 clean N6 and 2 clean KOs. That is a beautiful save throughout. That sidelight Sair is going to be beautiful as well. He's going for the edge guard here. And
good dodge.
Ooh, that dodge was just perfect enough to get back to the stage. He's getting these dare add-ons.
The flash out. Still got the wall touch. Vey not going for the GCN sig, and Cheeseface catches him with the down sig.
That was a very nice down sig from Cheeseface. Something a lot of Azoth players like to go for when you try to creep up over that corner. They'll just down sig and get the complete coverage and like to add on even more damage on this fresh stock.
It's really good, especially on Mammoth, where that soft platform like lines up with the main stage, because you think it's safe, and then he covers it with the down sig.
Side air, side air, side air. Beautiful down sig. I mean, beautiful ground pound read.
Got the damage advantage. Again, the nairs from Vey have been very good. Nice pickup, downlight side air.
Downlight Sair to catch that perfect angle from Cheeseface. He was not in a good spot for that, so he gets downlight Sair, and he gets weapon starved now as he has to fight his way back to that axe.
He goes for the immediate pickup into the down signature. Didn't quite work out for him. Off stage.
That Sair just having a bit more recovery frames than he expected, ended up falling a bit lower than he wanted to, and he gets punished coming back to the stage. But his stock is still looking okay. He's trying to add on some more damage, but Vey has damage of his own, and a bit too much, honestly. Vey's looking to KO now. Yep,
a Pogo, and Cheeseface doesn't get the wall touch. Vey, potential to force this to a game number 5.
Right, he did not want to end it early. He fell 2-0, but he's looking like he's not worried at all.
And this is why we do best of 5s, that adaptation, the opportunity to level up in the set.
Right, the learning game is just insane. Even considering that last game, he was sitting very, very much at a deficit, and he still brought that back. That down air into the other guy, not yet going to be it. That downlight Sair, still not a KO.
Down nice air, nice. Okay, Cheeseface celebrating a little early there with that gravity cancel N-Sig, but he's going to get back, gets the weapon he wants. He wants the bow. Okay, he really wants to play this bow out.
Weapon spawn going to be there for Vey. He wants that spear. We've been noticing he's stuck primarily to it. Every time he's picked up the lance, has not been doing a lot of work, but he throws it away. Maybe to open some space for himself, maybe because he doesn't want it anymore. But it does cause him to be unarmed here, and he's taking a lot of damage because of it.
Trying to get over the side sig.
Now we have a pretty even game here as Cheeseface makes even more damage, leads to himself. Another GC downlight, not going to find it this time, and Vey has the spear in hand.
Vey trying to utilize all of the platforms, all of the stage that he's got, but Cheeseface keeping him on the corner. Punishes the landing, doesn't get the downlight though.
Sidelight is all he's going to find on the bow there. Side Sig. Not quite yet. Vey still in this. He's finding some damage for himself. The Nair's going to come through. Downlight, Endlight. He's so damaged. He's so deep in the red.
Interesting, he went for the Endlight there. Downlight recovery is a KO tool, but maybe just wasn't confident in it. The Endlight comes out quicker.
Vey with the Lance Nair. Downlight Sair. That's going to finally do it. I was expecting a recovery there, but the Sair does get the job done.
Yo, I mean, he had the
Cheeseface.
positioning. The soft platform was there. Cheeseface is going to take it 3-1 over Vey.
That's the last time I ignore math. You got me there, dude. Wow. The math did not lie. Cheeseface ends up taking it. It was 3-1. It was looking close in that last game, maybe bringing us to a game 5, but it did not happen. Vey eliminated from the elimination bracket.
A real tragedy for you. I mean, you bet your first prediction on mainstream.
I've never had predictions before, and
you immediately flub it. It's okay. You know what? I think you wouldn't be a part of the main Brawlhalla casting crew
if your predictions were not completely wrong.
You didn't just
I've noticed you guys are terrible at predicting.
Hey, sometimes we get them all right. Sometimes we get them all wrong. You know what? It's part of the process. But either way, Cheeseface going to continue on in this elimination bracket.
And Cheeseface, he's looking pretty stable.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that takes him directly on to fight Dummy on that area, right?
I'm not sure. Honestly, I think we're just before that part of the bracket.
Are we?
So I don't think we were quite into the top 4 with how this is going. Yeah, I see Elsem getting locked in.
Okay.
We actually get to see some of the matchups coming in. Okay, so we just saw this one. We're going to see Doggo versus Elsem. And I think the winner of this goes into Cheeseface. So it'll be Cheeseface versus the winner of that one.
All right. Yeah. So Doggo, that's another name I actually do know.
Yeah.
High PR'd. So he is also a threat for winning this tournament and taking that.
Actually, no, we're way earlier than we thought because Amaze isn't even in here.
Oh.
So I think it's Cheeseface versus Amaze, Doggo and Elsem, and then the winner of that goes into... No, okay, winner of that goes into the winner of Cheeseface and Amaze. That's got to be how it is. Unless Amaze is out. I don't know.
Maybe.
Wow.
I would.
Yeah,
you have the bracket. I don't have the bracket. So.
They told me not to pull out my phone anymore. And, it was like, bro, stop.
It's distracting, man. Because now I'm
it looks
looking
weird.
over
It looks like
your
you're
phone.
texting. Either way, though, we got Elsem on deck to play. Elsem and Doggo. You said you know the names. Mm-hmm. What do you know about him?
I know Doggo. He's also been a long time. I'm pretty sure after Kyler Alice had that streak where he was the player, there was another player that had a small showing. I knew he took that. It was 2018 Invitational BCX?
I was going to just trust you. You just seem so confident.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. But Doggo came in after that. Doggo was another threat after that came through. Someone's a world champion that isn't Kyler in Australia.
Oh, you're right. I think, now. Well, it's Elsem, right? Wait, 2v2 world champion is Elsem. I think it's Dummy, if I'm not mistaken. It might be Dummy, but either way, Doggo's been right beside them. Again, of the top 4 who have the potential to get the flights, it was Doggo, Dummy, Elsem, Kyler Alice, and Amaze. It is Dummy who won a world championship, but I mean, easy mistake to make.
Right. Dummy, a world champion, so I'm not going to disrespect him. I mean, a world champion's me and him, so we both. Maybe I can.
Same thing.
Just mess it up a bit. Yeah. But Doggo is not a world champion. He is a contender, like we already mentioned. So seeing him here is no surprise, and he's looking for that win just like everyone else is. On the elimination side, very threatening for him. If he messes up here, it's gonna be it.
It is going to be tough. Again, like you said, we're elimination side. It is still best of 5s, but getting knocked out here means you're done for the day. It means the chances of you getting that mid-season invitational flight gets so much lower. So you want to get these W's.
And we actually do have the stats behind us. Doggo 10-4 versus Elson, PR3 versus PR5. So they definitely have a history together. I feel like we've seen a lot of big histories. I mean, we've only seen 2 sets, but the first one had a big history. Now we're another one, 14 sets against each other. So these guys meet up a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they're very near in PR, right? 3 and 5. So there's a very real chance that y'all are fighting in the lower side of top 8 very frequently. It looks like it leans in favor of Doggo just a little bit. But
just a little bit.
Like you said.
I mean, I was rooting. I mentioned that that 10-2 could become a 10-3, so this 10-4 could become a 10-5. So
okay.
I was looking at the Bodvar and the Fate lock-ins.
I'm gonna keep to the numbers. I'm gonna root for Doggo here, coming in PR number 3. But Elsem's changing it up. We see behind us double Fates. We've seen the Enchantresses, but Elsem is coming in today with the Bodvar.
Maybe this Bodvar pick is something secret because he plays Fate too. They both play Fate. He's probably never beaten Bodvar before. He just decided that this is the matchup.
It's
and he's
the
playing
salt
out his own.
pick.
Yeah.
Like, I keep losing a Bodvar. Might as well play it. But
Yep.
we'll see if it works out as we get into game number 1. Elsem versus Doggo.
And they're starting off with a friendly taunt. Like you mentioned, they meet each other a lot here, so they're going to be used to it. Orb versus Hammer is a hard one. Orb just too quick on it for the Hammer to deal with a lot of the time. But Elsem is going to be the one that opens up this stock with the damage. Nair. Oh, I was hoping for the one side thing. Even better than the Nair is what's going to come through.
More damage on it. Big
Another
side air. Okay, the Bodvar.
Another side air. I was right. I was just right. This
Yeah,
is the
you're
salt
so
pick.
smart. This is why we brought you out here.
This is the salt pick. Another GC side stick, and he's looking like a goat on the Bodvar. Every region has a Bodvar. I don't even know why I said that. Every region has all the Bodvars. Everyone has
Every region has multiple Bodvars.
Stomp side air is going to be the side air that takes it this time. Multiple side airs. The damage rack up has been crazy so far from him. And he's staking in that sword. I don't even know why I mentioned the matchup. He's making it look like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he is unperturbed. He's coming in. That hammer was looking so good, but right now he is going in unarmed against Doggo. Finally picks up another hammer. And Doggo's got to find something big. He was going for the offstage. We saw him pull Elsem off to the side, but it didn't quite work out for him.
Down air is going to come through. He goes for the ground pound, and he's done a good job of eating up the damage before it got too far away. But he's still not a KO percentage.
Didn't get the dodge read he wanted. Again, using those active inputs to keep Elsem on the side.
Interesting weapon throw. I think he wanted to turn that around last second, but couldn't get the input off. The recovery is going to send pretty far. Not far enough for that weapon throw to make sense, but the orb in hand, side light, side air is going to be the option. He doesn't find a KO off of it. Oh.
And sick thrown out. Elsem was ready for it. Fantastic dodge and got the neutral air for the punish. He's going unarmed. Okay, finally picks up the hammer. Scoop up. Could get more extra credit.
This
What's
extra credit you're talking about, it's racking up, and you can see Elsem just trying to abuse movement a lot there, not trying to get hit, but he does finally get the end sig off Doggo, knocks Elsem off the top, and the stocks are even.
Yeah, really good play coming out on both sides. Elsem was, honestly, for a little bit there, it looked like Elsem was playing with Doggo. He's like just doing dash jumps around him, really just trying to mess up Doggo's mental.
I mean, he opened up with a pretty, he was sure of himself when he opened this up. He looked very scary. Doggo now the one that looks really scary. He's not doing as explosive of plays as Elsem, but the hits are landing. He's getting a lot of damage up to make it this even.
I don't, I'm a lot older than you, but do they still tell the story of the tortoise and the hare?
Yeah.
Does that still happen?
You're not that old. You're not that old.
Dude, I'm like ancient in comparison to you. I've watched you grow up. All right.
The tortoise and the hare is still. I don't know if they're still
right
telling
now.
them, but
Because Elsem came out as that hare, right? Big burst out, but Doggo's coming in the tortoise, like slowly racking up that
he
damage.
went too far and he went too fast, and that recovery was a bit too fast, so it gets caught off by Doggo with the ground pound.
All right.
Elsem left unarmed here. A completely even game. Elsem going to find the first bit of damage to change that, but the orb does more.
I got a nice two-piece back-to-back. Elsem coming in with the hammer. We haven't seen that same momentum that he had with the initial hammer hits. Instead, clashes out against Doggo.
And so far, he's just been getting mainly these small hits, these orb sidelights, and he's choosing to turn the...
Oh, that caught him!
Let me stop talking about the sidelights. That down
What?
sig. The Bodvar special. The orange knockout on Brawlhaven to add on the injury.
That was so good. He slide charges it so he's closer to the sidewall, gets it just enough that it peaks up, catches the feet of Doggo, and that's a huge W for Elsem.
Doggo was looking pretty strong coming back into that game, but Elsem, he had that one in the pocket. He said, let me whip this up real quick. Forward, then back. That's the KO immediately. It wasn't even a question. As soon as I saw it hit, I was like, he's knocked out. He's knocked out.
He's gone.
He's knocked out.
Small Brawlhaven. I mean, like, he's so close to that side wall, and, man, Elsem.
That sig is insane.
All right. Well, you know what? He puts himself on the board, marching forward, trying to turn that 10-4 into a 10-5.
PR. What's a PR? I'm winning this one. He doesn't care. We're keeping the same picks here. Why would you switch on win? Fate for Doggo, Bodvar for Elsem. Didn't get a chance to see the map, but
Small Brawlhaven.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, I don't blame either side. Elsem, of course, looked good at the start. He had that fantastic KO at the end. Doggo had a great middle game where he was bringing out that damage, so, of course, both sides going to keep it.
The orb in hand. He's been playing this orb a little interestingly. I've mentioned before that he opts a lot for the sidelight downlights. Instead of that higher damage, he gets a bit more string potential, but he didn't do it that time. He went for the sidelight side air, and it got him a lot off that stock into the end sig into the edge guard.
Yeah, it goes for the side light, down light, like you said, read potential, right? We saw him go for those recoveries, go for all sorts of mix-ups, and then when he wants the stage control, when he wants the KO, side light, side air.
Side air on Scythe is going to get him a bit of damage, but not too much as he switches back to the orb and he racks it up.
Oh man, Elsem struggling right now. Will pick up the sword finally, but he is getting lapped.
Yeah, Doggo's sitting too comfortably. He took that first stock on the light yellow, so he has a lot to work with here. Beautiful switch up from Elsem there, and he gets him that entire stock. That was a beautiful wake up on the edge guard there. He was not going to let Doggo come down there for free, and he immediately turns it off by catching his recovery as well. Down like ground pound, recovery is not going to be just it, even on Brawlhaven. Doggo looking to KO him here.
Gets the stage spike. I don't think Doggo wanted that one. Going for the unarmed, both of them, but Doggo gets the KO. Side air, full stock advantage to Doggo.
Weapons in favor of Doggo as well as Elsem gets back here on the stage. He's just kind of feeling it out. He doesn't want to rush for that weapon. He gets the sword, and the end lights start coming through. Another one.
Catches a spot dodge. Endlight has more active frames. Offstage opportunity, doesn't get the positioning. You saw the spot dodge, potentially hoping for like a gravity cancel downlight. Didn't quite work out.
Stomp Sair. The Sair just a bit too low. That Sair's going to do it though. Sends him off the right, and this game is still possible for our boy Elsem.
Yeah, this is really anyone's game. Elsem with a weapon advantage. He really brought this back. He was a full stock behind at the start of this.
I mean, that's the power that comes with having that hammer in your kit. You can always look for those early KOs and high damage output. He has the sword now this time, and he's getting these dodge-in punishes with the end. Like, you've seen him punish a bunch of spot dodge and dodge-ins, and he's finding even more for himself. The extra credit is completely gone. We're doing equal curriculum today.
Yeah, both of them in the same class, taking the same courses. Elsem gets the unarmed, though. Doggo denying all sorts of weapons, wants to keep the older orb.
Side sig, that's the first one we've seen, but it doesn't get punished. Kind of unexpected from him, but you can see it now. That side sig, we've seen that a couple of times. It's connecting a lot. He's getting a lot of value off of this Bodvar pick. Sidelight side air is not going to do it, even with Fate's high force.
And Doggo kind of looked like he thought it was over. You saw him dashing back, thinking he was done. Another side air, not done just yet.
I feel like the next one's definitely going to take it there, but Elsem also sitting in the same spot. That recovery is not going to be it. It leaves Doggo unarmed. The sidelight catches him while he's trying to land. He doesn't have enough to get back to the stage. Beautiful.
Yeah, if Doggo was any later with that sidelight, Elsem could have gotten the stage touch and gotten all his jumps. But Doggo able to tie this one up one apiece, but Elsem's looking good.
Elsem is definitely looking solid, and he's definitely threatening Doggo in these engagements. That recovery that he went for in the last stock there, any more damage, and that could have been a KO, especially on a map like Brawlhaven, which we're going back to for the third runaround.
Yeah, they want to keep this one fast and close as we go into game number 3. Again, same characters. And Doggo's got the weapon advantage. He started off big in game number 2. See if he can do it again.
Ooh, this time we're opting for the offstage. He goes.
Oh!
It's anyone's game. It's anyone's game off there.
What? He was done. The sweat beads were out. Elsem got too close, and the Nair active input actually gives Doggo not only the chase dodge, but the stop.
It takes everything. It flips him back around. That active input is such a threat on Scythe. You can't go off there that freely.
Yeah, you got to be careful about those Scythe off stage.
That's going to be a huge lead and momentum shift for Doggo as he tries to play this the three stock that he's holding to Elsem's 2.
Who goes for the down sig there. Doggo gets around it, got over to the wall, so he'll be able to survive for a little while longer. Punish opportunity.
GC down sig is going to be used to make an extra stage there for himself, and that's what a lot of players have adapted to doing lately. They know they don't have the time to make it back to the stage. I don't need to make it back to the stage. I'm just going to GC right off the edge and try to get the punish the same exact way.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not pressuring you, sometimes just kind of vibe a little bit in the off stage, but Elsem does find the side air, waiting a little bit before he denies weapons. It's going to be the sword for Elsem.
Elsemson already on the red here on this stock. The side stick's going to come up because that's what you do when they're in the red. You look for those KO options, and Doggo has a lot on this orb kit. He's going for these Sairs. The sidelight side air is going to send him to the left.
Doesn't even put him off screen, though. Goes for it again. Elsem with a great spot dodge. He's getting some good punishes, but the end sig from Doggo is just a little too much.
Man, that end sig is terrifying. I have flashbacks of that end sig. I was I've been
Nightmare
in
fuel.
multiple sets, and that end sig comes out. You're not even expecting it. They'll sit on it the entire time, and it'll come out of nowhere. It's that fast. It's that scary. The end sig is going to get him that stock there, but it's not over yet for Elsem as he fights his way back to the stage. He's evening up what damage he can with this sword, but he's on a stock deficit here. The damage is not the end of it.
He is keeping this one close. Nice chase for the side air. Has some good damage built up. A downlight side air might be enough. Goes off stage for it. Doggo with the punish.
Down air. Another down air. He's trying to get this KO. You can see it. He's going for these down airs. The stairs are going to send him pretty far. The weapon throw is not going to be it. You saw the sweat beads come out from both sides there, so they're going really risky with the off-stage play. Doggo allowed to be risky. I don't know if Elsem has that freedom.
Yeah, I know that sometimes you want those off stages, but it's a downlight recovery that gets the stock. And he's sticking with the sword again? No, it's the hammer this time for the final stock here in game number 3.
He's looking for what he opened this set with. He's looking for that high damage, high risk, multiple nairs into the side sig maybe, but he doesn't find it. Doggo swiftly with the side air is going to take that game pretty fast. Are we going to see the Fate come out for the Fate Ditto?
I don't know. I mean, when the set count is so in favor of the other person, do you really want to try that? Especially because at the end of the day, Elsem's still looking decent. Like, even that first stock, if he didn't go off stage for that final hit, he would have had a huge lead.
That game was definitely close, ignoring that stock happened, right? So maybe it's not a character thing. Maybe he wants to stick on the Bodvar. He hasn't picked yet. He's a Fate main. That's the pick that he came in expecting to be played. So the Bodvar is surprising to us, but it's looked really solid. I wouldn't be surprised if he kept to it. The hammer's doing a lot of work. The stocks are being taken and kept pretty even. He always has a chance to come back.
Dude, I'm looking at these graphs coming out from that last game. Look at the tiny triangle that is Elsem's first stock. It's so tiny.
I mean, you can say that's what caught that. That was the
magnifying glass for that.
Because look at the rest of them too. Like you mentioned it, and then look at the rest of them. They're even. The damage is going through on both sides. The stock's being taken on both sides. So when you look at that little sliver right there, you got to know that that is what caused.
You can't even see it. Look how you straight up can't see it on camera.
That's just your finger, bro.
It's right there.
They don't know what you're talking about. That's your finger.
You can barely see it.
That's your finger. What are you talking about?
It's so tiny. That first stock is nothing. But like we were saying, if he had that first stock, I think there's a chance for Elsem to take
different.
it.
Yeah, that's a totally different game, and he feels that way too because he's still on that Bodvar.
Yeah, he's playing out. Change the color scheme. You know what?
It was the yellow. It was hurting his eyes.
Yeah,
it was hurting his eyes.
He was blending into the bright sun here a little too much.
This time, the brown and the red that comes with that brown color scheme is going to be what makes him win. You know, he's looking at it.
That's the level up. The good chase. Elsem's going full aggro against Doggo right now.
Oh, we got a hammer skin swap too. I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's a Taros hammer.
The Holly Jolly. I know you used to rock that skin. That was you queued into a Taros with that skin. You're like, is that dude? The down air is going to scoop him up and send him off the top. The second one's still not going to find the KO just yet, though.
Yeah, some big nairs coming out from Elsem. He's got the opportunity here to get that lead. Oh, good spacing from Doggo. He was eating a couple of those side sigs earlier.
Another down air. We've seen him going for these consistently. He really wants to find that KO with it. He gets rid of the hammer completely there with that weapon throw for the edge guard. He picks up the sword.
Who goes a little too far.
That was a really nice down air. I actually did not expect that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was quick. Almost caught Elsem off guard, but he was able to dodge that final hit. Wake up side air, and Elsem gets the stock advantage.
Side air is going to be what takes that stock. He's going to go for the weapon starve here and keep the sword, actually. He's been finding a lot of damage back up with it. But he's been doing that with the hammer, too. I feel like there's not one weapon you're expecting to see out of Elsem's hands here. As we say that, the side light and light is going to be a bit of damage, and that GC downlight is so beautiful. That's a sword player classic.
Yeah, so good. It's great because you get that spot dodge right, and then you also get that extra height. So if they jump a little bit, you'll catch them, or if they stay grounding, catch their face. But either way, he's getting great damage on Doggo's second stock.
Elsem switches to the hammer now. He finds the side light, and he tries to wait out to go for the recovery just there. Side light, sider, still not going to take that stock. Elsem is sitting so comfortably, goes for the edge guard, and that was a bit much there as he gets punished by the down air.
Yeah, really good down air coming out from Doggo, but he is playing from behind. He needs to get damage onto Elsem, otherwise this might be a Game 5 situation.
Both kind of feeling each other out. The recovery is not going to connect. It ends up actually getting punished by the scythe recovery. That scythe recovery, a really good move to throw out an angle like that, because it catches just a lot of options. If he stays stationary, it's going to catch him. If he moves down at all, it's still going to catch him. Now we're playing this game off stage. Doggo opts out of it, even though he has that scythe.
Oh, more dares, weapon toss.
Back onto it.
Not done yet. Oh, it is. Elsem did not have the jumps. The weapon toss denies the movement, and Doggo suddenly has the lead.
Now, that was pretty interesting because Doggo goes back on stage. They're like, nah, I don't want to fight you off stage, actually. But then he goes back on stage. Tricked you. Gotcha.
Little indecision that works out for him. You know, he's like, I don't know what I want from the ice cream shop. I just know I want ice cream.
Ice cream is always good, so hey, edge guard is always good, so he goes off stage and he gets what's good for him. Sidelight Nair is actually going to be the option choice there. We've been mentioning how he likes to switch off these options off the sidelight. Orb allows you to do that. It gives you a lot of freedom on hit. It's like a string weapon, but it's not, right? It's that weapon, the false identity, right? It has that option to just go for combos, but you also get the strings.
Yeah, you can kind of mix it up, mix and match, see what you want to do with the orb, but right now it's the scythe that Doggo wants to finish off game number 4 and put this one away. Elsem with the hammer in hand.
Elimination bracket stock for Elsem here, as you did mention this is a game 4. It's already 2-1 in Doggo's favor. The scythe racking up even more damage, and now he's looking for this KO. Elsem in a dangerously red spot.
He's got to be careful about these sidelight side airs. It's a recovery, and Doggo closes it out. 3-1 continues on in the bracket, hopefully getting him closer to that flight.
Very nice off-the-ground recovery from Doggo here to take that for himself. Elsem put up a really good show and woke up and was feeling himself in that first game. He was going crazy with it. Even that down sig, if we remember, was very clean. But Doggo, like you mentioned, the rabbit and the... I was about to say the rabbit and the tortoise.
The rabbit and the slower rabbit.
Yep. The rabbit and the very slower rabbit. The slower rabbit ends up taking it for himself there. It's a very clean game out of Doggo. Consistent plays, consistent side strings, and orb mix-ups. So he was going in there with a lot in his favor. Maybe Elsem had an idea with that Bolivar pick. He wasn't really feeling that ditto. He didn't want to go for it. We didn't see it, so he must have known something we didn't.
Again, I look at the graphs for that one where the second stock of Elsem was just so much smaller than all the other stocks. You can see it right there.
This time you can actually see it.
Yeah,
yeah. This time
you
it's
don't have
actually
to zoom
there.
in for that one, but that's just what happened. Is like every time Doggo was building a lead, Elsem would find that one just kind of moment to steal a stock away.
And he kept finding it with those offstage plays. Like we mentioned how he went back on the stage and wanted to go back off, so he did, and he found that stock for himself there with the double dare into the weapon throw. That's an option that Scythe gives you with that active input, right? He says you're going to go in this direction, you're going to go in it twice, and then that weapon throw to just confirm the edge guard was very clean from. We're moving on, though. Doggo's going to keep staying on that podium, and he's going to keep playing with us today.
Okay, we got more Doggo action. It's just back-to-back matches for Doggo, which could spell trouble because with how with how today's going, with how the bracket's going, we're getting closer to that position where if you want to win the tournament, you're going to just be sitting and playing match after match after match.
Right. If you want to win from this position, you're going to have to stay hot. You're going to have to keep that focus. I mean, to some players, that's a good thing. Some people, they play better when they're locked in and they're sat there. Some people, they don't. They like to have that little break in between. You'll see a lot of 1 second bathroom, 1 second, give me a second. Doggo's not going to get that option.
No.
He's already locked in. He's ready to go. And he's playing against no glasses for me.
This is Amaze coming in against Doggo. Amaze, another one of those people, again, the top 4 of the Australian region, all vying for that flight, because only one gets to go to the midseason invitational for this region. And Amaze coming in, of course, Amaze is unique in that she is the vector of the region. You don't see a whole lot of vectors in competitive, but people love watching these Amazes. You can actually, for you people at home, while we're getting ready for this set, vote on Twitch if you want to see Doggo win or Amaze. Who do you think is going to do it?
If you have a favorite for this matchup, you just vote right in the Twitch chat there. We've got the channel points for you if you end up winning with the correct prediction. Me personally, when I see a Vector, it's the winner in my books. I'm already rooting for the Vector pick. She must be a Vector main because she's looking completely set up.
Yeah.
She's got the complete drip.
She's got the
skin.
look.
She knows what she's doing with this Vector pick. And I'm ready to see it. I actually like to see Vector because it's not a character we get to see a lot. It has that bow that I really like a lot of. You know, seasoned Koji player myself, so a lot of bow gameplay is always looking sick to me. I really like the Azoth that we saw earlier. So bow, I always like to see. And we've seen a lot of Lance today too.
Yeah,
that's 2 sets with Lance now. So.
Lance is getting a little bit more love. We saw the Orion earlier today. Vector, of course, has a Lance and a bow, like you're kind of mentioning. One thing I'm looking forward to from Amaze is she has some of the best Vector Ensig reads out of like anyone that I've seen, which is really odd to say, but it's also one of those things where like when you hit it just right, when you catch that jump, you're getting stocks.
You're lucky you haven't played my Vector yet. I'll let
Look,
you
I
keep
Q-dodge you, all right?
Yeah, I'll let you keep thinking what you want.
I see you're streaming, and I'm like, no, I'm out.
But it is good to see another seasoned Vector player, and I'm hoping to see these N6s you're talking about, because Vector's signature kit is one that we don't get to see a lot of because of so few people playing Vector, but it's also a signature kit that is amazing when you figure it out. Those GC side sigs, the versions of the side sigs where you don't touch the ground, so you don't get that straightforward slide motion. Instead, you have that aerial, just point straight down, knock you off the stage motion. So you can a lot of Vector just... Even the N6 GC'd on the side of the wall, you're going straight up.
Yeah, it's right up that wall. A very unique property. We've seen people survive with it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Amaze brings out with it. Worried about the down sig. That seems to be like one of the riskier ones. It's great for the edge guard, but it also can put you in an awkward spot.
Oh, don't throw it out.
Yeah.
Don't throw that one out.
Maybe hold that one in the
I
bucket.
say that, but she hits it. And it could be a crazy offstage play, a crazy game. That sig has its value offstage. I'm not going to lie about that. That's a crazy sig to put out if it can get the hit. Fate, we just saw it. We're seeing it again.
Of course. Doggo running it back. But here we go. Game number 1. Amaze versus Doggo. Set count in favor of Doggo, 5-0.
5-0. That's... it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It's all about how you're playing today.
They're here to win.
Okay.
Amaze opening up with the damage lead for herself. Has the lance in hand. And we didn't actually get to see a lot of Lance last time we saw it, but now we're seeing it, and it's looking good. The end light into the side air is going to be even more damage back up, but Doggo clapping back with his own damage.
Getting to see a little bit more Lance action. When we saw the Orion earlier today, they generally leaned into the spear. That was Vey, but now we're seeing Amaze come in with the Lance, and it's over to the bow, something that you were looking forward to see.
Now that caught the dodge. She pushes forward for that side air. That's beautiful on the follow-up there. Down light from Scythe is going to be the option. The recovery there. He's going to send him off to the right.
You're going for the read there. One the recovery. Punish opportunity. It's going to be a side sig.
Nice side sig. There's no jumps there, and there's no dodge. That weapon throw is going to confirm that stock beautifully. Amaze loses her first stock, and Doggo sitting comfortably with the orb in hand. I think he's going to opt out to keep it. Yep. Punishes that. That's the dodge gone. Don't waste your dodge against orb. It's a combo weapon, but it's a string weapon. We already had this conversation.
Yeah, just running that conversation back. But Doggo getting so much off of that burn dodge. Amaze hoping to catch Doggo off guard because Doggo is in the red, but Amaze is taking damage. There it is, the side air.
Bow in hand. Orb is going to be immediately picked up for Doggo. No weapon starve coming through, so that bow is a pretty good weapon to weapon starve with. It has a lot of stack options and a lot of punishes to jumps, which a lot of players unarmed, they're going to be jumping in the air. It's not safe to stay on the ground with limited hitboxes like that. But no weapon starve is going to come through, and Doggo is already adding on that damage that he started with a pretty good lead for.
And we're seeing Amaze make the swap over to the Lance, hoping that'll work out, but Doggo sees the spot dodge, sees the punish opportunity, and Ensig comes out, and Doggo's got a massive lead now.
These Fate signatures come out of nowhere, and they're so scary. Any single one you get hit with. We haven't even seen the down stick come out, so just he could surprise us any time with it. Like,
yeah, it comes out quick, and especially like you have the active input on it too, right? Like you can throw it forward, throw it up, so you can kind of really pick and choose how you want to use it.
Well, we mentioned Turtles in the hair. This is looking like Turtles. They're kind of feeling each other out a lot in this set. The side sig is going to come through, and that was a beautiful side sig. I really like that sig as well. We mentioned the Lance sigs, but we didn't even get a chance to talk about the bow sigs. Very high option coverage from the entire bow kit of Vector.
Yeah, you got that similar kind of story that we're talking about with Orion, where you've got that kind of stacked option that covers both sides with the down sig, and then you got the great reach with that side sig.
And then even taking a book from the Koji there, they have the end sig that kind of starts diagonal but ends up going upwards, so a bit different from the Koji one, but also just very dangerous. That force on it is pretty good. Yeah, they're even on the stocks here, and you can see feeling each other out. They're trying to wait for an option that comes to them. The sidelight Sair is going to take Amaze to the left, and Doggo has the map state now.
Good falling side air coming out from Amaze. Keeping this one close, still doable on either side. Amaze maybe thinking about the weapon swap. Yep, over to the Lance. Gets in there, goes for the recovery.
Sidelight side air is going to send to the left.
Lots of movement. Doggo just dancing on the stage. Good weapon toss. You heard the Ensig coming out.
Side air sends again. He's looking for this KO here, and he keeps jittering right, going for it. Side air. Both players just opting for these side airs over and over again. Downlight recovery's finally going to close that game off, and Amaze takes game 1.
That was actually crazy. That lance toss, just that simple action, forced out a dodge from Doggo. Doggo thought more was coming, so he spot dodges it, and Amaze backs up, picks up the bow, and gets a safe downlight recovery because there was nothing for Doggo to do.
Beautiful option creation with that weapon throw there, like you mentioned. And when you spot dodge like that, any good player is going to be coming forward to punish you because the spot dodge, it leaves you stationary. You're not moving very much after that.
Especially like the air one, it's got the longest dodge frames, so you're locked in there the longest.
Yeah, you're there for a while, and it doesn't help that I just noticed he also didn't have any jumps left. The sweat beats came out, so he was going to land in that spot, and Amaze just picked the perfect punish for it. Down air and light, beautiful damage from the lance.
Yeah, game number 2, Amaze opportunity here to, I think, get the upset, considering that set count is definitely in favor of Doggo.
Another end light coming out of Amaze.
Going for the dare read, didn't quite connect, but getting great damage built up onto Doggo.
And lance is definitely a weapon where it's a lot of hit or miss for a lot of players, right? A lot of players, they like it, and a lot of players, they don't. But Amaze is looking really solid on it here so far. That's multiple times now that we've seen her open up with that lance and then switch to the bow to finally get the KO off. Lance not the best at KOing, I feel like, especially with the side light not going into anything consistent. A lot of these weapons, they have that consistent kill option.
Nice weapon toss.
Beautiful weapon toss there. That bow has that downlight recovery. The sword we've seen, the hammer we've seen. The lance, not so much. Sidelight recovery works, but they have to have no dodge for it. So you're seeing her switch to this bow to rack up damage. That's the end thing I was talking about. Looks so good when it's put
so
to use.
Good, especially because it catches a lot of like inward movement, right? Like if you dodge down, if you dodge in, you get caught out.
Even in that use there, we saw Doggo was not actually in the initial startup for the end stick and moved into it where I got to the tip of it. So that was just perfect use there. Nice wake up to catch the double side light.
Did he know? He just immediately ground pounds as Amaze goes for the side stick and goes underneath him. But Doggo able to even up the stock count.
You mentioning did he know is actually really interesting because we haven't seen the double side light yet. So he just knew it was that time. It was coming finally. More lance damage coming up. She goes for the ground pound and is not going to make it through the platform even.
Chasing outward. A little bit of a risky play there. Doggo able to get back up safely.
Doggo doing a pretty good job of not losing the stock here. He wants to get as much damage as he can, even if he's going to fall pretty soon, because Amaze built up a lot of extra credit on that last stock.
No, but still, Doggo's finding those hits, bringing this one back. Neutralite is not going to KO. Weapon toss doesn't hit either. Amaze struggling to finish the stock.
Down sig, no one was in sight for that. The recovery is finally going to take that stock off. Amaze was looking really healthy and all of a sudden is not.
Yeah, but she's back to that lance. That's what built up a lot of damage on the initial stock, and considering this is extra credit opportunity, that's what she wants.
There it is again. We're seeing the end lights come out. We saw 2 there before Doggo flinged her backwards with that Scythe. And there it is again. The Sire is going to be a follow-up this time.
Lots of horizontal movement. But, yep.
GC down like catches that and actually gets the KO off. We were thinking she was going to run out of options there, but she actually just gets straight KO.
I like, she went for the just the quick burst on the recovery. Like, you can hold that and charge it up and get a lot of distance, but it also makes it really obvious where you're about to go.
Yeah, they just get to line up for you and say, all right, you made it this far, but now you got to go. Doggo, with these Scythe Nairs, has been turning them every single time.
Yeah, you got to be careful about Doggo on that wall, because he's 100% looking for those nairs on the corner.
Scythe still in hand. That was a beautiful bow there. Amaze kind of moving around. You can see her using the platform to her advantage. The nair is going to come through, and now she's just looking for these KO options.
Yeah. Has Doggo in the red. A downlight recovery would be good, but Doggo's doing a good job of not keeping his feet on the ground, staying just above it.
Ooh, clean end light, but it's met back immediately with some solid Scythe gameplay.
Turn around.
The edge guard's going to get reversed. The Sider's going to come through,
Ooh,
and there's no options left.
Ooh. Amaze able to avoid that neutral air. You saw like the weapon toss didn't hit, and Amaze, I was worried for a second there because there's opportunity, but Doggo went for the nair, which doesn't give you the same drift as if he just held left, and unfortunately just couldn't get that wall touch.
Now-
Amaze up 2-0.
Now, Amaze's movement has been looking really solid throughout this set, especially around these platforms. Now, Mammoth only has one platform, and it does stay stationary at certain points in the game. Every single time it stays stationary so far, you can see Amaze going for these dashes around the platforms. And Doggo must have noticed that too, because we're not there anymore. Demon Island, bit darker theme going for it, but same colors on the characters and same characters on the players.
Of course, they gotta play their mains, and right now Amaze one game away from shutting Doggo out. Doggo looking for an orb. He threw away the scythe. There's the weapon spawn, but Amaze gonna deny. No, Doggo picks up the orb.
Amaze looking for a weapon here, doesn't want to commit to too much without it, but Doggo on that starvation game. Nair into the side air is going to add up a bit more damage onto Amaze's stock. Bow side air comes through. Sidelight side air is going to be the punish.
Oh.
Sidelight.
Great
Nair
pickup.
recovery. That was a great read on the dodge in. He knew Amaze had to dodge in there to get back to the map and took full advantage of it. The side six is going to finally take that stock off.
A huge lead for Doggo. Got that sidelight Nair recovery, got the side sig to finish it, and now Amaze playing from behind. No weapon spawns for a while, and it fortunately spawns on her side of the field.
Now, Doggo is actually down 2-0 here on the elimination bracket, so this could be a very volatile game for him. This could be a turning point that he needs to take it as far as it can go, right? Because, like you mentioned, this is one of the players that is looking for that win.
He wants that flight, of course, to the mid-season, but Amaze gonna send him on a flight over to the left side KO box and has full weapon control, gonna stick with the bow.
Opting into the bow here, we saw a lot of work get done. The side lights, there's the side light into the end light. Doesn't find much more than that, but she does have the full control of the stage.
She's got a lot of stage to work with, but at the same time, they're sitting on that left side corner. Doggo comes in, has the scythe. Good positioning from Doggo, actually outspacing a lot of these attacks from Amaze.
Both just kind of whiffing here that Dare's going to get punished by the neutral air. And you can see she goes for that end light to cover the landing. Doesn't quite work. Switches on the other side and gets hit by the orb side light.
So the swap up, immediate pickup down air from Amaze on a different bow. Side light doesn't go for the immediate down light. Not able to get the dodge read though.
Down light there is pretty solid. The damage built up is looking good. She's just looking for that KO now. Like I've already mentioned, when you get into red, every single player is looking for that KO. The down air is going to set her up for that weapon throw. The weapon throw is very important there because it lines up perfectly for that GC sidelight KO.
Yeah, just forcing out all the options of Doggo to the point where Doggo just has to line up for it, and a great finisher from Amaze. Now she's on point. She's one stock away from continuing on and knocking one of the competitors out of the bracket.
Doggo actually opened this game up with a lead, so seeing Amaze bring it back this hard is just very telling of how strong she is as a player. And sturdy on that bow. She's been on the bow the entire game, basically.
Yeah, her bow has been leveling up game after game. We saw in the last one, 326 damage put out. This time she's putting up even more as Doggo gets the sidelight side air. Last stock for each of them.
I just noticed how damaged that stock was. That was like, I'm looking at Doggo's red, and I was looking at the red of that stock. Those were not the same reds, I'll tell you that.
Definitely a lot of red was put up, but Doggo needs to put Amaze into the red. Another side air. Doggo's in trouble.
Are we going to see the down stick finally come out?
No six actually thrown out from Amaze in a while. It's the early
celebration with the motorcycle. That's not going to be it, though. Doggo fights his way back to the stage. The side air is going to be the option he picks, but it's not a lot. He needs one of these big strings that the orb brings out. Down sig.
Doggo cannot afford to get hit. At this point, it's it. Amaze gets it 3-0, gets the upset, and will continue on in the bracket. We've got Doggo eliminated.
Amaze looking very clean on that vector pick. We didn't see a lot of signatures like you mentioned. Were you lying to me, Duke?
Well, you know what? Sometimes you tell the story early. It's called foreshadowing.
Oh.
And then we get to see it later.
We're going to see it later. Then.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we got more time for Amaze because she's still in.
Yep. That is going to be the elimination of Doggo, though.
Yes.
Elimination on the bracket means when you lose, you are out on the upper side. You still have a lot of chances to go. But there's only one person left on that upper side, and they're fighting to go meet them.
Yes. Kyler Alice still sitting in the grand finals, guaranteed a top 2 finish. I do believe that means Doggo has a 4th place finish. Amaze now going into the fight, guaranteed top 3 finish. Whoever wins here, like you were saying, between Dummy and Amaze, goes on to fight Kyler Alice in the grand finals.
Dummy and Amaze, like you mentioned, high PR. high-value players here. They're sitting both looking for that second chance on the upper bracket versus Kyler. They don't want to fall out here because, well, it means more than just this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. This tournament, again, you get the money, you get the PR, it's all great and dandy, but what you really want is that flight to the mid-season invitational, and of course, the winner of this has the best chance of getting it. They're both fighting for that opportunity to get in the grand finals.
And we see another record here. This time it's going to be 6-1 in Dummy's favor. Amaze, nothing to count on. We just saw a 3-0, and it was an upset, like you mentioned. So I'm not even going to bother looking at that 6-1. I'm thinking that this could go either way. Different pick from Amaze this time, though.
Okay, yeah, it is an interesting one. It's the Mordex. No carryover to the Vector that we were seeing earlier from her, but maybe it's an interesting pocket pick specifically for the matchup against Dummy.
I know what happened. She downloaded all the Scythe gameplay from that last set.
Oh,
and
okay.
Now she's pulling out herself. Oh,
nope, it was a bait.
We were completely wrong. Don't ignore us.
Yeah.
We're not talking about it.
She's just messing with us and making us try to talk up her Mordex.
Man, I had this whole, rant about the Mordex Asuri.
I was really excited to see where it was going.
Matchup. Yeah. It's always happening, and I thought we were going to get there, but nope, we're wrong. We're seeing the Asuri Vector matchup, one that I've never seen. So
yeah, I was about to be like, all right, well, tell me about this matchup. It's rare to see a Vector in competitive, and yet Amaze doing so well. We just saw her 3-0. We'll see if she can do it again against Dummy to get her fight against Kyler.
Fortress pick. It has that platform that we were seeing her move around like crazy. So let's see if we can go back into it. We know Kyler played the bow into Dummy's Asuri earlier. Dummy was looking pretty okay with it.
Yeah, he
Didn't
seemed
seem
comfortable.
to mind it too much, so maybe this bow is going to be completely different. Maybe the Lance is going to be the answer here. We don't know yet. We're about to find out as the set starts.
Well, you might not be familiar with the matchup itself, but maybe the component parts. How do you feel about Qatar into Lance?
I don't play either of them, but I do know that a lot of Qatar players do get really worried when they run into a Lance because the Lance does cover a lot of options on the ground for Qatars, but it's also just in the air game, Qatars are really good at dealing with aerial weapons, and Lance can be aerial depending on the way you want to play it. The side sig is going to be what comes out. Dummy trying to end that stock really early.
Yeah, Dummy really trying to put this one away. Goes for the end sig, Amaze. Down sig, throw down, and hits in the weapon toss attempt. That's just a save. GC down light to help out Dummy, but you know what? She got the highlight play.
I mean, that sig hits, you deserve the stock.
Yeah. Honestly, Dummy kind of messing up by not giving it to her, but the down sig works out.
The down sig will confirm it anyway. Side sig gonna come out just for celebration, but don't celebrate just yet. That was one stock out of 3. Dummy has the sword in hand, and I do know about this matchup that I play it all the time. Sword, pretty good into the Lance, especially when it comes to that punish game. Sword, a really good weapon at punishing things, especially things that still get away from you. That side air got away from him, but he didn't mind it. Downlight recovery still gonna take him off the top.
Yep, and now we've got Dummy back to the Qatars again. That classic gameplay loop. He wants to build the damage with the Qatars, finish off with the sword.
Side light. We've seen that double side light come out multiple times now. It hasn't been working. That time it ends up with a lot of punish from the Qatars, and light's going to come out.
Dummy's switching over to the sword a little early. Amaze not quite in the red, but maybe he was just predicting the Lance swap.
Down light, make room for...
Yo. Down light, end light. Again, goes for the down sig. Dummy, able to get away, not punished. Amaze.
Weapon throw to make some space for herself. But these grounded nairs are not what really should be looked for anymore, right? We're looking for that KO now.
Yeah, both of them getting into that KO percent. Dummy, he's got the Qatars. He's likely going to be looking for a setup into the recovery.
And these down sigs are coming out a little too often. Dummy gets that punish off with the slider, but it's not going to be enough. The end light's sending so far. We're back in that red that I was talking about last game. I didn't get the chance to peep it, but that's almost as red as the Asuri's eyes in the skin. The nair is going to finally send off the top.
Yep. Built up a lot of damage. You don't see Nairs KO too often unless they're very high on this map. But either way, Amaze over to the Lance for the final stock here in game number 1.
Sider's going to send to the right, but it's not enough just yet. Downlight there, Sarah. We've seen him go for that so many different times. It finally connects, and it's still not enough to KO.
Oh, Amaze with a great spot dodge. Opportunity here. It's the Sair.
The Lance
chasing.
Play.
Oh! That would have been massive.
You did not lie to me, Duke. Those N6 do come out at amazing times, and I mean, amazing. That was a really close KO.
Yeah. If Dummy didn't have the dodge there, he was going to get taken out. Would have been awesome. But either way, Dummy gets back, gets the damage, gets the Qatars, and now Amaze is in trouble.
Speaking of dodges, Amaze can't seem to find hers as these Qatars are tearing her up.
All right, downlight recovery. Gets back. Still no weapon for Amaze. Gets over to the bow.
Man, Qatar's, they're that weapon. You let it slip for a second and Qatar's will completely take over the game. Amaze still breathing.
Oh, snap.
But so is Dummy.
He is just getting hit after hit.
Both
of them.
players disarm themselves in the opposite directions, maybe just looking to pick up the other weapon here. Amaze has the lance in hand. The sword is going to be picked up for Dummy, and they're both looking to get KO. Downlight Sarah is going to do it, and that is going to mean a lot going into these games here. That first game is a lot of momentum carried on.
Yeah, off the soft platform, so much closer to that side box, and Dummy able to take game number 1, putting out 643 damage against Amaze.
Same character picks here. We're going into the map bans instead. And after that showing, I don't even know who to think has this one. That was a very close game. Went down to the wire. Could have gone in any other way. You even saw they were both playing their string weapons, their damage building weapons, and as soon as they saw it, both threw their weapons away. Opposite directions.
Like, all right, time to go for the KO.
Switch out. And even then, they both ended up getting the weapons too. No one was starved, no one was held out. So it really did come down to who got that last hit there, and it was Dummy. So he's going to go 1-0 above Amaze.
Yeah, and now we're going to Small Brawl Haven for game number 2. This, of course, we've seen Dummy pick Small Brawl Haven many times, a big favorite of his. But on the other side, Amaze, like that lance string, it's so much more deadly on a map like this.
Yep, that lance string you mentioned, one of Amaze's super pocketed techniques on the Vector here. I'm sure she has a plethora of things to show to us here. That Nair into Sarah is not one of them. That's not secret. That is just great lance gameplay. Ground pound on stage is also going to add up a lot of damage.
They're going for those down tosses, trying to secure a landing. Good spot dodge through the side light of Dummy. Amaze with the side air. One more of those, and Dummy might be out of here, but Amaze not going for the GC side light this time.
Dummy switches out to the Qatars, even though Amaze is entering this reg. He thinks he can get that KO with the Qatars in hand. Is he going to starve this weapon? No, he's going to read the spot dodge and get the end light recovery off.
Yeah, kind of baits it with the movement. Stutter steps before the dash in and almost takes out Amaze. Downlight recovery this time will do it. Dummy with an advantage.
Very solid work from Dummy here. The Qatars in hand again, going to look for the damage we saw from the last game. A lot of strings, a lot of damage rack up immediately. The bow in hand from Amaze, looking for this edge guard. Beautiful work on these Sairs. Sair after Sair, the value is insane. Doesn't let Dummy touch the wall there, and the weapon throw is going to confirm that stock. Celebratory and Sig coming out. Sticks to the bow, though.
Yeah, threw away the lance immediately, wants to deny weapons, but Dummy able to pick up a sword, immediate sidelight.
The double sidelight finally getting its value off.
Ground pound
Dummy
connects.
in a very scary spot. Gonna opt out for the other side.
You see Amaze knows that she didn't have the movement speed to get over in time, so she just stays on stage and gets the weapon spawn.
Lance back in hand, doesn't find too much with it, goes for the weapon throw, and then finally finds the dare. That's good damage racked up. But Dummy with some damage rack up of his own. The sidelight's going to read the dodge in. Beautiful downlights coming out. 2 GC downlights in a row. Amazing value out of the sword kit.
But Amaze trying to play the offstage. The end sig connects, and Amaze gets the stock advantage.
Now she knows better than me, because I thought that I thought that end-sig was just high enough to go back on stage, but nope, still touches the wall and catches Dummy's recovery, sending him off the top. That force was insane, because that was lower than the main map. Like, when you're off stage, you're not on the main map anymore. Downlight recovery is going to get the stocks evened up by Dummy.
He cleans it up quickly. Amaze not able to get that extra credit. There's the weapon spawn. Lance again for Amaze. Nice downlight.
Now, we've been seeing a lot of these downlights come out. The main string is downlight, end light, right? And she's been missing the end lights, but that downlight keeps her so safe that she can go for it again. And it's usually been working out. Amaze,
yeah, it's got that backstep in it.
Only slight deficit here.
Oh, it's getting a little worse, though. Dummy does disarm himself, but it's because he wants the sword. Amaze going to try to deny. Lance in hand. Dummy with the sidelight. Actually catches that falling there.
Dummy sticking to the unarmed here for this KO. The downlight recovery still not going to be enough. Throws the Qatars away. Not feeling it for the KO option. Jumps there, and he's getting kind of rowdy with it.
Oh, punish.
Ooh, that was a clean punish on the no dodge side sig. The side sig, you saw there has a bit of a back bounce to it. Even if it doesn't hit anyone or land on that stage, it's going to go diagonally and then bounce backwards. On that bounce back, Dummy got the punish off, and that's going to be a 1-1 set even.
Yeah, that's definitely a good matchup knowledge for Dummy, right? Because like a lot of people, if you're not familiar with the matchup, you're going to try to punish where it ends. versus where it bounces back. And we're seeing Amaze. She's not feeling the Vector anymore. It's over to the Yumiko for game number 3.
I like this swap. I like this swap a lot. The bow was doing a lot of work, even though I would argue that Vector's bow is the better option between Yumiko's bow. Yumiko's bow is still pretty solid, and that hammer, we saw it earlier versus Dummy from Kyler Alice. Now, Amaze and Kyler Alice, not the same person.
No, that's not how that works at all.
But it's the same weapon.
Yeah.
So maybe she can pull out what he did and kind of get the
channel
read on
Kyler
Dummy.
Alice.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we'll see how well it works out. I mean, looking at the numbers, she was able to put out more damage with the Lance, but it was safer with the bow, right? 169 only took 70 damage on it versus the Lance, where she put out 250, but took 351.
And these numbers hold true. Duke has not been wrong yet when he trusted the math.
Yeah, I trust the math.
GC Sila, I was talking about that earlier, making that extra stage. It does connect, but she cannot find the downsig after it. Doesn't need the downsig, though, as she racks up damage with this bow kit pretty fast and pretty well.
Again, throwing out those downsigs, though, they're kind of a good draw tool, right? You throw them out, and the opponent now has to move around them.
Now, that was a good side stick. Trying to look for these KO options here as Dummy is just kind of keeping the guitars in hand. He knows that Amaze is not at KO % yet, so he's just trying to build as much damage as he can before he switches to the sword here. Amaze, on the other hand, wants that KO. You can see the Nair come out and then swap to the hammer. The side air is going to finally do it off to the left.
Yep. Immediately over to the hammer for the finisher, and then back to the bow. Seems like they both have their own game plans, right? Build up the damage with Katars or bow, and then finish off with the sword or hammer.
Side airs coming through. That one's going to get punished by the end light. Falling Sair. Solid Nair. And that end sleeve that we've only seen once before, this time it does go ahead and whiff, and the side air is going to punish Amaze coming back. Precision point aim with the weapon throw.
Yep, saw that she was going to go for the recovery. I think Amaze thought she was past it, but ended up running right on into it with the recovery, and that will even up the stock count.
Side air stomp.
Chase dodge Nair as well to keep that damage going.
And that's the power of hammer, where, like we mentioned, Dummy was getting kind of shreked by it earlier, and it's still happening here. Side light. It's going to add up a lot of damage.
Yeah, Amaze got a lot off of this hammer.
These sidelights are looking so potent. They're just like hitting over and over. And we've seen like 4 in a row now. The end light recovery is going to rack up the damage and even it up, actually. Nair is going to keep the space like separate. Bow in hand.
Downsig connects into the recovery. Amaze building a bigger lead, and this time she wants the hammer. Nope. Throws it away. Bow.
Dude. Give her some time to decide. Bow back in hand. And Dummy going for that end stick again, gets punished with 2 hits this time. Amaze going for as much extra credit as she can get. Dummy keeping the sword because that is that red that he likes to KO at. Doesn't want to opt out to the Katars. The weapon spawn is on the map. Both players eyeing it. They're playing around it, but they're not playing for it. The bow still in hand. The side air is going to knock very far.
They're hanging out in the sky. Amaze starting to get that extra credit. Dummy looking for that downlight. Will find it. Downlight recovery. Stock count evened up.
Dummy has been solid with these spot dodge punishes. We saw Amaze get one off last set on the spot dodge in the air. I think that was this set. Because that game went down to the wire. The downlight spot was punished, was the punish to the spot dodge, but now we're seeing Dummy just kind of wait out on the ground, and as soon as Amaze gets the spot dodge off, Dummy dashes forward and gets 2 hits for it. That time it took the stock, and now the game's almost completely even.
No, but Amaze getting more damage. Great patience, gets the downlight into the recovery. One more of those, Amaze might finish this out. Oh, the platform! He goes
it went back, but it went back again. The side stick just a second too shy. And stick going to come out. You can see both of these players trying to end the stock here. The 3 hits is not going to KO off the top just yet. And we're back to a wired set.
This could really go either direction, Amaze. Sidelight's not going to finish stocks. Over to the bow.
Weapon favor is to Amaze. Dummy not in too much danger at the end. That's going to send far away, though. Weapon favor switches almost immediately. And Dummy's looking for that recovery to KO. Hammer in hand. Stomp. Recovery. Not going to find it.
What?
The Nair was the option.
She went for so much extra. You know what? She wanted style over substance. But either way, Dummy closes it out 3-0. And Dummy's going into the grand finals. I still can't. She went for downlight into recovery instead of downlight Nair would have won it.
That was the finish there. Dummy looking very, very scary. Amaze was looking very scary herself there, but another game down to the wire. Dummy just clutches it out at the end when Amaze just chooses the wrong option.
Yep.
Flat out to the wrong option. She had 2 there, the Nair and the Sair maybe. You went for the Sair. It would have looked sick, though. Imagine.
It would have. You know what? It would have been a highlight play, and
Yep.
it would have been cool, and we would have talked about it forever. We've seen it on a Monday dev stream. It would have been amazing. But either way, Amaze still had some highlight plays, closes it out, is going to be going home with the bronze medal, and now grand finals
We're
for
looking
the
at
Australian region.
Grand finals for Australia. Dummy back into the matchup with Kyler Alice. Kyler Alice has this Nash locked in. We saw it locked in before. We didn't see it picked. Will we see it picked this time?
No,
I don't know.
it's a
I'm
bait.
not going to lie to them. I'm not going to lie.
saying
I'm not
it's a
going to
bait.
say it's a bait pick. Dummy, a Surrey. Nothing
Yes,
else. We haven't seen
100%.
anything else. So we're expecting a Surrey
What
lock
if he
in
goes
here.
to Ragnar, though?
Then I was wrong. Then I lied. Oh, my gosh. I shouldn't say anything.
Would've been awesome.
I
Yeah, you should have waited.
should've
Should have been
waited.
lucky.
But it is the Asuri for right now. It's looking like the Nash is still locked in. So you were saying it's the bait. Was that
I think it's a bait,
You
but
think-
at the same time, it's Kyler Alice. He's literally already played 4 characters in the
Yep,
one
we've
set
already
that we
seen-
watched.
And we
so-
saw it hovered before. Maybe he's just thinking about it, and we're not going to see it just yet.
Okay.
But it is grand finals, and you know how grand finals works. Do you want to tell them, Duke?
Yeah, I mean, it is, again, best of 5, except that Kyler Ellis, you can see he has the W. You can see Dummy had the L, and Dummy has to win 2 best of 5s if he wants to close this out and be the spring champion and better his chances of getting that invitation.
Kyler Alice, on the other hand, is going to be sitting pretty comfortably up there, having to lose twice. I mean, that's basically what you just said. Dummy
Yeah.
has to win twice, so Kyler must have to lose twice,
That's how
right?
that works, yeah.
We saw Game 5.
We
so
did.
Do you think we're going to see if Dummy can take that first set, a Game 10? Or do you think adaptation is going to come through, even with Kyler going from pick to pick to pick to pick?
You know, this is going to be a wild take. I think Dummy might win the first set.
Oh, it's already over.
Oh, okay.
Never
Congrats,
mind.
Kyler Alice, spring champion. Look forward to your flight. Okay. No, I think there's a real chance of Dummy winning the first set, and then Kyler Alice just closes out in the reset.
Right.
I think there's a real possibility of that happening. We'll see if that works out, because Kyler Alice, when he's up, he starts to mess around a little bit. He'll
Yeah, he
play
gets-
all sorts of characters.
I'll agree. He does look like he gets a bit too comfortable, and then it starts looking like, okay, Kyler, just close it out, man. You're getting too
Yeah.
scary. I think we saw that earlier when he was messing around too much, and then Dummy ended up actually bringing it back. But the Nash is staying locked in here. We did go into map bans for a second, so I don't think he's looking for a switch here. Has that hammer that he liked, has that hammer that was really strong against Dummy before. Dummy on that Asuri.
Yeah.
Tried and true. We're not going to see a switch.
No, absolutely not. I mean, what Dummy's doing is working. On the other side, Kyler Alice, like you said, has the hammer. We'll have the spear, which we're seeing a lot of spear love as of late. So it's not a weird pick by any means, except that it just doesn't have a sword, I guess.
And this is a matchup that can really be very scary if Kyler Alice plays his dodges right. Because if you're playing your dodges right versus Katars, you're not taking too much damage. You're not taking as much damage as the Qatar player would like you to take. They're hoping you mess up. They're hoping they get that 3, 4, 5 piece that they are fiending for. But Kyler Alice, high force. Nash, one of the higher force legends in the game, and with 2 weapons that can put the damage down on you. So Kyler Alice not looking for as many hits as Dummy is here to keep this game in his favor.
Yeah, and then, of course, the signature kit coming out from the Nashes. I know he already threw out the down signature, but those side sig and the neutral sig are all equally strong. But a neutral sig from Dummy and the
Oh.
ground pound, he might get the first stop.
Solid from Dummy going for that extended offstage play. He gets the end sig at first. If that was a slight to the right, it ends up
Yeah,
offstage.
would've just immediately.
Doesn't work out. Goes for that ground pound, jets down, gets that edge guard. It's very solid. Kyler Alice has a lot to make up for, and he's making up for it with the Nair into the downlight there.
Yeah, that was a great response from Dummy, knowing that it bounced, but Kyler Alice already bring this back. Chased up, wanted that second recovery, but Dummy gets just past it.
I'm liking what we're seeing from Kyler so far on the clapback because look at that. That was a wake-up, actually. If you saw the Qatar there, kind of started up, it looked like. It gets punished immediately with that downlight because you're just going to go straight through it. That fluid option towards sidelight, downlight, it works. Go for it. And we've been seeing a lot of downlights. Why? Because Dummy is playing Katars. Katars like to approach with that down air. Kyler Alice is immediately running onto the stage and going for these down airs. He's getting these punishes off quick and easy.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a swap up in the approach from Dummy. Maybe go for a little bit more of those side lights into the chase downlight, or dash downlight. Yeah, there you go.
Is that like going to be the punish?
Threw away the Katars, though.
And Dummy sidelights the wrong way, but ends up fighting his way back with that side air. Kyler Alice getting a lot of these sidelights, but can't get any more value off of it. And the value in that sidelight is that it leaves you in an area where you can be punished by a lot of stuff, even if you dodge, right?
Yeah, it can be. It can put you in a risky spot. Oh!
Ooh.
Side sig from
I've been
Dummy.
waiting for that all day. We saw it earlier, and it got interrupted by that gauntlet downlight. This time, there's no stage for you to interrupt it with, unless you GC, but he wasn't ready for it.
No, he didn't expect it. That thing came out quick, but so did the side air from Kyler.
Side air comes out just as quick. The stocks are even in this Grind Finals Game 1. Kyler Alice has the weapon advantage, but Dummy has the skill advantage. Is that downlight ground pound is going to rack up the damage.
Some good damage put out from Dummy. Kyler, again, throwing out many heavies, but none really hitting against Dummy.
Some good punishes to that lack of dodge from Kyler to Kyler there. Qatar's back in hand.
Okay, tried to go for the downlight. Yeah, the downlight didn't quite work out.
Their weapon throw. Not a lot gonna be found off that. The sidelight is going to happen once again with no follow-up. Double N light coming out, but doesn't find the recovery. Downlight.
Okay, caught the dodge in with the N-Sig this time. Dummy, though, with the response, downlight recovery, has the sword. This is what he wants.
Fresh sword in Dummy's hands. That's that KO power he's looking for. The sider is going to catch the
Stars.
recovery. He got his recovery back.
Yeah.
He must have hit the platform just barely. The weapon throw, on the other hand, is going to catch you going to the other side. Dummy said, you know what, I can't make it back on a map like Mammoth Fortress, but I can do one thing, throw my weapon, catches Kyler Alice out, and that is Game 1 going the way of Dummy in the Grand Finals.
A really good weapon toss from Dummy to try to keep that pressure going, and there you're seeing that clip of that initial edge guard, and now Kyler Alice, he's immediate like, all right, I got to go to the boat bar. We got to close this out.
Yeah, he's looking at his wristwatch. He's saying that I got things to do today. Let's end this as quickly as possible. He switches to that Bolivar pick that we saw him do so well with, but I've got to wonder, is it just for the sword? Because we saw him playing majorly Spear that game. I feel like he played more Spear than Hammer. You can see it on the damage there. Only 57 damage dealt with the Hammer. The Spear was the main weapon of choice there, and now it's completely gone. So now maybe, like, because maybe if we saw him play more to his Hammer there, even on the Nash, it would have been a completely different game, right?
Yeah.
So he says, I'm still going to play Hammer. I still want to play Hammer, but this time I'm going to switch back to my main weapon of sword.
I mean, that's like the classic Kyler Alice pick is he'll try a bunch of different things, but at the end of the day, it's the Bode Bar that works the best for him. So it kind of makes sense. I think kind of to your point, right, like if we saw more Hammer in game number 1, then it makes more sense. Because if you wanted a sword, maybe Hattori's a character, you know what I mean? Like he put up good damage with the Spear, but no, he's going to the classics. It's the Bode Bar.
And that's the thing when you have a legacy like Kyler Alice, right? Through the years, we've seen him on a lot of things, right? The Bolivar being one of the core ones that we've mentioned, but I've seen him on so many things that I can't even list them all here, right? Even on his stats chart, you've got like 5 different character picks, and the Jala wasn't even on there and he opened with it. So going into this, even if he loses here, he's got a lot of games and a lot of room to think about what he wants to play.
Yeah, definitely a lot of opportunities to adapt considering he has that upper bracket advantage, but Kyler Alice has taken a lot of damage already against Dummy. You're
talking about that adaptation that he has, but Dummy already has found some for himself. He's getting these dodge beats consistently on Kyler now. Side air is going to send pretty far, but that side air is not a KO option on the Qatars unless you are off stage. Spikes him off the ground, but you know what doesn't spike off the ground? Unarmed side stick.
Oh, Dummy already sitting in the throne saying he is going to be crowned the spring champion, but he's got to get through Kyler Alice.
It's looking really comfortable for him with these Qatar nairs, and the damage rack up is always there. He's not taking a heartbeat to wait. You can see it's still going on even when he switches to the sword. We thought it was the Qatars only, but nope, it's both.
Recovery coming out. Synchronized side airs. Okay, another recovery. High ceiling on Demon Island, but not high enough. Kyler Alice evens it up, but he took a decent amount of damage there.
Downlight into the recovery. The recovery is not going to connect on the Qatars. The damage rack up is enough, though. He's just looking for this KO. Now the side air is not going to do it. He switches weapons, it looks like. He wants that sword, but he's going to take some damage trying to get it.
Yeah, and Kyler Alice denies it as Dummy gets close enough.
Lack of dodge.
Oh, he dipped so far.
Yeah, you could tell he got really worried that sometimes you waste your dodge and you get punished. Sometimes you waste your dodge and you get scared. He got a little too scared there as he fell to the bottom of the map. Kyler Alice too primed to let that opportunity go to waste.
I mean, just the respect, right? Dummy just got scared away by Kyler Alice's presence, and now he's hoping for the sword spawn so he can even up the stock count.
You can just tell he didn't want those guitars. As soon as Kyler got the map, threw them away again. Now you're going to see him opt into that guitar play. He's been consistent with it. He wants the sword to KO. He wants the guitars for damage, and the damage is what it does. That's the end light coming out. Doesn't find the recovery.
Tried to get past, got a neutral, or didn't get the neutral light. Neutral light connects. No dodge read attempt there. Instead, just kind of waited.
Kyler Alice has the hammer in hand. The hammer in a map like this, in a spot like this, that stomp could send you so far. Even if it won't KO, it puts you in a position to get edge guarded. And these edges are small. It's very dangerous. Guitars, on the other hand, this damage rack up. Oh my gosh, we've been seeing it all day. The
Russian Mafia! Kyler Alice!
Kyler Alice is too consistent with it. That has been a combo in the game forever. Kyler Alice has been a player forever, so of course he's using it. He did it perfectly there. Downlight, chase dodges forward, gets that recovery off. The down air is going to KO, especially on a ceiling like that. You said it was very far up, but it was not far up enough for the Russian Mafia to be ineffective. You're seeing it here again in slow motion.
The game sees something hype is happening, and the ceiling comes down a little bit. It's like, hey, we
like,
got to make sure that we get the clip.
They're sitting back in the lab. They're like, oh, this is a play right here.
Yeah.
Bring the map closer. This is a play.
Game 2 goes the way of Kyler Alice. The swap to the Bode Bar working out. But, admittedly, Dummy was doing good with the guitars.
Yeah.
He was building damage on that final
Viewers
stock.
can't see it, but you can. That damage chart is something special with Dummy losing that stock really early because of the offstage mistake he made there. This time, we're not expecting not to see that. Once again, Dummy has a slight lead for himself here. The damage is good for him. Kyler Alice can't find an opening.
Kyler Alice struggling a little bit as Dummy's, again, getting some great damage built up. Good positioning. Goes for the NSIG read, maybe expecting a panic jump from Kyler Alice.
Double side airs from Kyler Alice. Down like ground pound was really nice. That was a good movement. That was a good option choice from Kyler Alice as he sends Dummy down to his doom.
It's crazy because every time Dummy starts looking good, he's like getting all this damage built up. Kyler Alice is like, all right, I got to finish your stock now. Great pickup from Dummy, though. Keeps the stock count and damage completely even.
Damage is even, like you mentioned. The weapon is in favor of Dummy. He switches out the guitars for brand new guitars. These ones are shiny. They're both gold, but these ones are more gold.
Yeah, freshly
Kyler
polished.
Alice has the hammer in hand. Dummy actually disarms himself with that weapon throw. Goes for the weapon spawn. Does not actually. He wants to play the unarmed out.
Yo, I love the way he's doing it too. It's kind of the fake out, dash back, gets in with a side light, dash back, neutral light. Still taking a decent amount of damage because he's going to put out less than that hammer will, and Kyler Alice suddenly has the opportunity to finish the stock.
Yep, these hammer moves are dealing a beating. You can see the side lights still coming out like I was mentioning earlier. The Nairs are also doing a lot of work. Kyler Alice actually opts out to play the sword here. Maybe thinks it's easier to KO with the sword than the hammer.
Oh.
And it definitely is in that situation. That sword edge guard, tried and true. The down air is going to knock you out of your recovery.
He's so good at finishing stocks right on time. Like, he's got a wizard's watch, and he's like, all right, time to finish this stock. Never too early, never too late, right on time.
Weapon throw from Dummy. Creates some space for himself. Doesn't want to go in just yet. Neither does Kyler. Weapon throw from Kyler going to create some more space. They're both creating a lot of space right now.
But the question is, who's going to use that space? Right now, Kyler Alice is trying to get that extra credit with it. Dummy, he's got the sword.
Dummy looking more like he wanted to opt into the sword there, which we know he's pretty much always looking to do that when you get into red. Yep. Kyler Alice ends up disarmed. He's still trying to get as much extra credit as he can. And now he's doing the will he, won't he with the weapon spawn. Beautiful GC downlight.
Side sig, outspaces the downlight. Kyler Alice one hit away.
Kyler Alice goes for the down air once again, does not find it. He ends up at the bottom of the map with the hammer. It's not the end of the world. He gets sent up high, but not high enough.
Dummy has the sword, could get the stock, but a neutral light, and Kyler Alice puts it away. 2-1 advantage to Kyler Alice.
Extra credit, but a 2-stock is graduation. Kyler Alice is going to make it on and graduate to the third game. The fourth game. He's not done just yet. We're going back to Brawlhaven. This is where it all started for the two of these players. Can Dummy bring it back?
That's the big question of the day. Dummy, again, playing from behind, not only in set count or in game count and set count, but he is coming from the elimination side of things. So he has to get this set just to reset it for a second best of 5.
Yep, that champions bracket is nothing to scoff at. If you can win that winners finals, you're going to be sitting very, very pretty. Kyler Alice has the hammer in hand, and he goes downwards for that edge guard. He was looking for it, does not find it, and Dummy For once, he's playing the sword up, trying to rack up some damage with it. Doesn't want to switch too fast, doesn't want to force a weapon spawn, but when it does come down to him, he is going to switch out.
Yeah, would rather have a weapon than be unarmed, even if it means he has to stay on the sword a little while longer. But now that he's over the guitars, he's got the damage build opportunity.
And we've seen sometimes Dummy wants to bring out a Sig if it's opportune enough, but not a lot. There's one that he goes for right there. The side Sig isn't going to be it. The recovery is going to be a better option to KO, and that side air is going to punish the GC. Weapon throw.
Ooh, little late on the ground pound. Kyler Alice gets past. Now he's got the advantage.
Dummy opting for the other side, but bumps his head. That gives Kyler time to make it over, but not quick enough.
Yeah, just kind of hit the wrong end of that spike, but he still finds the downlight in the recovery. Speaking of signatures, though, in the last game total, they threw out 3 signatures, 1 from Dummy, 2 from Kyler Alice. So they're really holding them back.
Yep, these weapons are staying in hands, and they're using light attacks. We're in a light attack game here.
And
Side
another light
air.
attack.
Hammer in hand for Kyler Alice, who doesn't even do a lot of work with it. I feel like Kyler Alice is definitely opting to play both his weapons here, and even the numbers are agreeing with that. He's doing a lot of damage with the sword and the hammer. Right now you have the hammer in hand. The Nair is going to come through. Has no dodge, so that second Nair is an option, but doesn't find it. Stomp side light, side sig.
Snap. This is big. Kyler Alice throws out a second side stick. Dummy a little too low to punish, though. Kyler Alice starting to swing for the fences. Multiple signatures thrown out.
I'm telling you, they can hear us. We tell him he's not using enough
He's got
sigs. He
stream
says, I got
open.
you. I got you.
He's now thrown out more signatures in this game than last game combined. You know what I mean? Like, he's just getting them.
Dummy on tournament elimination stock here. This is the last stock for Dummy if he does lose it too quickly. He's trying to build his damage on Kyler Alice. Kyler Alice, on the other hand, is clapping back.
Okay, downlight recovery. Dummy trying to get this one even. Downlight downer. Doesn't get the side air.
Another time, he goes for the dare into this air again. Can't find it. The recovery is going to take Kyler off the top before it becomes too dangerous.
And then juggling for a little bit. There's the spawn. Qatar's in Dummy's hands. Dummy trying to take this to game number 5. Can we see another game 5 between the two of them?
Dare into Nair says otherwise. Dummy goes for that ground pound and chase dodges off the map for safety.
Yeah, he flew far off that chase dodge. Got back, but
just barely misses the punish there.
Damage.
Side air is going to catch the recovery. Kyler Alice looking to close it off here with this edge guard. Dummy makes it back to the stage.
just barely, but he's taking so much damage here. Doesn't hit the sideline. Kyler Alice gets it. 3-1. He's getting the spring championship and has a very real chance of getting that flight and hotel to the mid-season.
Kyler Alice is excited and he's happy.
Wait, he's top PR. He's guaranteed.
That's top PR.
He's top PR. He had 100%.
He's
got it. We're getting thumbs up and everything. Kyle Alice, pack your bags.
That's PR on PR on PR. He's first place. They got first place. That's more first place. Can you be more first place than first place?
Well, he's about to find out if he can get first place global. He's going to challenge multiple people.
He's sitting on
first
place right now. He's looking forward to that trip to beautiful Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah,
sure, right?
He's coming here, not literally right here, but he's coming to our city.
We're in like the ozone. We're sitting. He can't. We're somewhere
right
else.
here. But
he's not coming here, but he is coming to the States. He is going to be here once again. We've seen him a lot of times. We're going to see him one more time.
Of course.
Not one more time.
At least another time.
We're going to see him at least one more time.
He's been the long-standing representative of Australia.
Kyler
We've seen
Alice,
him so many times.
He wins, and wins again. Spring champion. He's going to add that to the list of titles he carries behind him. And maybe MSI champion will be one more title.
We'll find out. But Australia might be concluded. We might have found one person to get a flight. We still have more people to earn flights, hotels, and opportunities. We've still got Southeast Asia later today. We've still got EU and South America tomorrow. We've got North America on Sunday. Spring Championship's got so much action.
It's going to be a lot. Spring lasts for a long time, man.
Yeah.
An entire weekend?
I mean, spring of the
spring?
season is what, like 3 months?
Oh,
so,
if it's not Brawlhalla, I don't care.
Okay,
This is the only spring I recognize.
Good point.
Brawlhalla seasonals are the real seasons.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
when you tell me it's autumn, I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Trees are changing.
Autumn
Finally.
Championship. Yeah, that's the only thing that matters.
Finally. But Kyler Alice, where you mentioned, sitting pretty. He's excited. He's going somewhere. He's going somewhere. He's going not here, but here. You know, like you mentioned.
He's coming to Atlanta. But we're going to find out who's going to be joining him in just a little bit. We're going to take a short little break. Thank you all for watching. Thank you, Remy, for being my co-caster for this one.
It's my pleasure.
It's been amazing. But we're going to take a short little break. And when we come back, we'll be bringing you the Southeast Asian portion of the Spring Championship singles. Stick around.
trip running through my mind. Daylight slipping away, yeah. Feel ready to release that sound. Embrace this beautiful day. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. Smile. So I smile. So I smile.
As spring continues to bloom, so does the potential of a brand new champion. Here in Southeast Asia, we have an incredible bracket coming up for you because we've had some chaos in that bracket. But speaking of some new things, we have a new addition to the mainstream here today. And it's first time I'm going to read this hat, by the way. I have no idea what's going on over there. We have Skiff. It's just, I hate you, man.
Hey, everybody. It's Skiff. You might have seen me a couple times on the side stream, but yeah, finally here in the main studio and happy to be doing this with none other than one of my main guys here, Ajax. Don't tell him what it says on my hat, by the way.
He
But
would not let me read it the entire time leading up
I
to
would
this.
not
so
let him read it at all before we
I was
until we got into this.
getting destroyed by that. But also, some people are currently having a little bit of trouble getting mixed up as well in the bracket because normally when we get to this point, Southeast Asia, there's a certain name that pops up in everybody's category. It's Tiger. But recently, Sire, the BCX champ, who did so well at the end of last year that things got shaken up a bit. Things have really shaken up today
Oh, yeah.
because we're not even looking
sure.
at the top two PRs in what would be winners finals. We're looking on the elimination bracket side where we're still waiting, and it has been confirmed now. Sire just won. So the player most likely to get to midseason champs, the loser goes to fourth today. That in elimination semis, it's a determination match for who
Yeah.
goes to midseason. That is insane.
It's absolutely crazy. I mean, the number 1 and 2 seeds, right? I mean,
PR number 1 and 2.
Yeah, you don't normally see a situation like that. It's just absolutely incredible to just kind of see a situation like this. But man, that's what it's all about. I love being able to see these players come in here. It does not matter what your PR rank is. You are just another human being to me, and that's what I love to see in brackets, man. I love to see the upsets. I love to see these players come out and do their thing. And man, that's just kind of where we're at right now. But who do we have in winners finals?
Well, we still have a champ from last week, as a matter of fact. The doubles champion, Himway, with Sire, is the one who actually is sitting on the winner's side. Was the one who put Tiger into the elimination bracket. And on the other side of that, Keith, who has only dropped one individual round so far today. Undefeated up to the point until they got to winter semis where they dropped one game to Sire. And now they're going to be facing up against Himway. This is not normal. This is not what we're used to seeing. At winners, we saw the top three of it was Tiger, Sire, Reaper. Pretty standard stuff, but Himway, after last week, the performance that Himway had, I'm not surprised to see him here right now. The fact that he's up there in this position is just a testament to how much better he continues to get. And then on the other side of things, Keith also looked really good last week too. Wasn't able to get all the way to the top, but was a little bit busy. I believe, if I remember correctly, was actually teaming with Tiger as well. Tiger was knocking everybody out of the way. It did not matter who it was in that match. If you're on the screen, Tiger was targeting you, even if you're on the team. But Keith, what an amazing performance here today so far. I'm just looking over at the set history. It's actually 0-0 right now. They actually haven't run into each other yet.
Well, that's really interesting. I mean, there's always a chance that they could have at least played some friendlies or something at some point or one time or another. But still, just being able to see that in a more competitive setting with obviously some real stuff on the line here. It should be very interesting to see how these two play out. Obviously, what we're seeing right now is potentially Himway playing Asuri and Keith playing Bodvar. Both of two very, very strong characters. But yeah, just kind of seeing like how they're going to be playing against each other and just kind of like trying to figure each other out. Again, like in a competitive setting, it just changes everything up. Like it's not like, because if they did play friendlies at any point in time, it's not going to be the same feeling. There's going to be a different type of vibe there. There's going to be emotions running. There's going to be like just the nerves in general. The nerves are not going to be able to hold up.
Now, in terms of characters for today, it has actually been Himway running Mordex all day, and it has been putting in work. And we do see a couple lock-ins from looks of things. It seems like the Rayman also will be staying around. The Rayman is, no games dropped other than the one to Sire, who BCX champ. I think you kind of want to keep running that. So
Maybe, yeah.
We're seeing a whole lot of gauntlets right now, and for good reason. Gauntlet has been tearing up so many brackets of late. We've been seeing an incredible amount. The combo game, the pressure that it has, you'll love to see it.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, gauntlets are just absolutely sick. I mean, anytime you can play a character, just comes in, just starts beating people up with their
Hands
fists.
are rated E for everybody.
Exactly, man, and that's what it's all about. But as we get started here on our stage strikes, we're going to see exactly where we're going to be going here. We do see a few options left now. In this matchup, especially with the Scythe, I mean, all right, actually, I was expecting to see like potentially a Mammoth Fortress, but that's whatever. But we're going to be going into Demon Island here. So what do you think about this matchup in general on this stage? What are you expecting to see?
So wider blast zones, more survivability, especially against the KO power that is Rayman, so that's going to help out a bunch. But we've seen, as history has shown, we've seen plenty of Mordex in these departments. If you get caught by one D-Light in center stage, you're going to have a problem. But the combo game in general from Mordex is an issue. However, at least with Keith, you have more range to get away from that here. Slightly wider stage, but not nearly as much room to hide on the side on the sides.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's crazy that you were talking about the gauntlets too, tearing everything up. And that is the first two weapons we're going to see from both these characters, both these players, just trying to get some crazy gauntlet action going on. But again, Mordex, very strong character in general. Not only has the gauntlets, but has this scythe. Going to be able to control exactly where he wants his opponent to go at any point in time.
Oh, good job getting away from that. Not trying to stand directly in front of side stick. Another one comes out there from Keith. Keith jumps, gets the side air. Weapon toss down. Himway is going to be able to get back on. Gets the side air to get back through. Now axes on the side of Keith, and he is deep into red. Himway's got to be very careful.
Yeah, but look at this movement. There we go. Jumping around there a little bit, getting some of that action going on. But unfortunately, the Sig going to come through, taking out that first stock.
Yeah, Keith throwing out a healthy amount already. I think we've seen 4 off the start, so Keith getting things going right away. Got just a couple of hits out, trying to find the D-Light, does not get the connection he's looking for. Himway just backing off a bit, weapon toss down. I like the fact that Himway is playing in his face still, showing Keith he's not afraid even after the ending of that last stock.
We just saw the gravity cancel there, attempting to just maybe get a hit, but either way, it does give him a different angle to approach the stage as well. But now both of them on stage here. No weapon here for Keith, but oh my goodness! He just yeeted them all the way out there. Fantastic stuff from Himway, evening up the score a little bit. They are a little bit in the orange, so they are in a little bit of trouble, but you can absolutely turn this around here, especially with Mordex's combo game.
Look, Rayman's a little old, right? He's been around for a while, and all Mordex was trying to do is like, look, let me guide you, old man, right out of here. But this could be a guide on the outside as well, but good dodge, going to get back through. Recovery's going to help out. I like the way that Himway's been using weapon tosses more as a position control tool, because Keith has been winning out a lot on these nairs, so now he's just weapon tossing more to position Keith off the side. He tries to go for the side to catch him, though, but Keith punishes him for it.
Yeah, that was actually a huge punish, too. I mean, we do see Keith in the red, so I'm like 100% Himway could find a way to even this up fairly quickly. But there we go. Weapons in the hands of both players. I'm going to toss it out and just try to get something going. You're not going to be able to take the stock.
Yeah, the recovery's not going to be enough. Tries to catch him going to the left side there. Does not get the recovery from the gauntlets. Neutralize's going to send them all the way up. That's going to be enough to get to KO.
Yeah, 100%. Fantastic stuff here from Himway as we get into a last stock situation here on game 1. It definitely goes to show exactly the type of pressure, what you need to rise to the occasion here in Winners Finals of all places. So every game counts. You cannot be sleeping at any point in time.
No, especially with how good both of them have been playing so far today. Neutralize going to send him off, trying to find a side air on the way back in. He misses it. Recovery sending him off to the side. Himway trying to catch him on his landing, gets it very aggressive, and he's been punishing Keith a lot for swinging out a disadvantage compared to the very early of the game where he was getting a hit a lot for that.
Yep, okay. Oh, misses the dare. Okay, goes for a sig. no real punish on that. A little bit surprising here. Oh, my
weapon
goodness.
toss down. Okay, Keith's got to get by this. He tries to go for the D-line, but he misses out. Himway's going to get back on with the recovery. This is extremely close right now. Misses the gauntlet recovery.
He actually, tried to get the gravity canceled there. Tough spot to be in. Finds a way back to stage. Bullying his way back to the stage here as well. Gets the next weapon here, trying to keep Keith weapon starved. Goes for a weapon toss as well, just kind of getting rid of that. Does pick up the gauntlets too.
Yeah, he had weapon advantage for a second. Okay, goes directly up that time. Doesn't go to the side. And he catches him on the dodge that time. Finally closes it out with the recovery. That was an intense game one already.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, if that's just game one, right? I'm down for all 5.
Yeah,
give me them.
Yeah, give us the whole show. We want to see the whole thing here. What an incredible start there for him. Well, actually, a better start for Keith. But as it went on, Himway started to make the adjustments, and you could see in the graph too. At least we could see, like the early stocks were all in favor of Keith. Over on survivability there, he was holding on to him well. But then at the end, look at the defense that came out from Himway there. Shut it down. Was able to get hold it much better, and the damage only slightly in favor. 637 to 581 is not that far off.
Yeah, no, it's definitely very close, definitely keeping it very competitive. That's like, what, maybe 50, almost 60 damage difference, but really not that bad at all. I mean, that's what you want to be seeing too. But yeah, look at these weapon throws here. We did see a couple attempts at like some of those gimps off stage trying to potentially, get an early stock or whatnot. But even then, we saw some weapon tosses trying to convert them into combos. Like, these guys are definitely looking for these weapon throws. But we're going to be going into Miami Dome here for game 2. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, talk about the combo game. Well, this is definitely going to be one way to get things started here. Like, Himway has had quite a few positions where he was able to get combo extensions off of the weapon toss and the pressure they pushed him to the side. I think for Keith, now having a platform to go to gives him a few more options to get away and to kind of mix things up. But right now, he's kind of struggling a little bit to get away from Himway on the ledge in the first place.
Yeah, no, definitely a little bit of a struggle, but it shouldn't be anything that keeps him, out of play for too long. I mean, we see what Himway can do even when they're behind by a little bit. Oh, definitely a tough spot right there. Going to keep him on the stage. All right, keep him on the wall there.
All right, yeah, and this all coming from the whiff on the side sig there, but Himway is not really shown any fear and wanted to go for them. Oh, goes. Okay, so that was good because if it hit, perfect. If it doesn't, he got off stage anyways for committing for the sig, so he's still fine. Weapon toss down, though, is going to catch him out of the jump, and Keith once again gets the first stock.
Yeah, definitely a great stuff from Keith. I mean, but this is what we saw from last game, too. Keith kind of got off to a good start, and then we just saw Himway just do their thing. Trey goes for another weapon throw. Definitely for something a little bit crazy, but does find a way to get the stock. Even it up here, too. I don't think he's taking a hit on this one.
No, and that was good defense from Himway, too, because that was a spot where it looked like, hey, come out here and get me. Like, I'm not going to get aggressive here, but right through Keith, got the hit, and extremely close game regardless of losing that stock. Now he's getting juggled a little bit, does get to the platform, and these neutralites and Decider just missing. Keith is going on the offensive really well so far in the second stock.
Oh, yeah. Okay, but there we go. See some more pressure. Oh, all of a sudden, it was one person's edge guard, and now Himway says, give me it. This belongs to me now. Can he keep it going? No, both players will find a way back to the stage.
Yeah, he took a lot of damage on the way back up there. Himway guiding him a little bit off the wall, but he got sent to the red for it. Luckily for Axe, though, that's not too far to get that damage back in.
Oh, yeah, no, Axe is definitely just an incredible weapon in general, man. I feel like it has a little bit of everything. But here we go. We got 2 gauntlets popping off here. Okay, good to see the first little grab. Yep.
And they're coming through. Oh, wait, D-Light's just going to miss out on the side, but he catches him with the side air. That's not going to be enough. Keith has had good defense so far. Gets away from the weapon toss, and unarmed recovery is going to be enough.
Wow, that's actually kind of a scary spot to put yourself into. We've seen that Himway definitely likes to throw these weapons out. Let's try to get a little bit of something extra out of it. But really, the other part of it is that they have no problem going to hand, unarmed. But also, they have no issue just picking up more weapons. They happen to find themselves in this position pretty often. This is a tough spot here for Keith. Continuously puts him out there. Can he close it out? I think that's going to be it.
Yeah, he's going to get him all the way out there. And because of the fact that I think the biggest thing was going for that GC side sig. It was like, oh, crap. Just like, he had to back off. It's such a scary spot. It forces the defensive option. He was already near sweat beads, and he had no more defensive resources to get back. He tried to snag him away, but he was already up a stock, so it didn't matter at that point.
Right. I mean, we were kind of having this discussion earlier. Scythe is kind of a messed up weapon, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit.
that weapon has a
messed
little
up to
bit
the point we're going to see the mirror match.
Ooh,
we're going to see the Ditto come out here. So
right.
No more Rayman on the side of Keith. And this is the first time Keith has looked at a deficit in a set today, because he only dropped one game to Sire, and prior to that didn't drop any. So Himway's playing that good right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting here. I wonder what the idea is. Maybe it's just recognizing, I'm not sure if Keith definitely plays around with Mordex that often. But the other thing here is just like, it could just be a little of, I know what you're doing, and I think I can do it better. I'll show you exactly what I can do here. But trying to stave off from going down to the elimination bracket, this is going to be tough, especially changing it after 2 games.
Yeah, going to an elimination bracket where your opponents are PR 1 and 2. Congratulations, you have all of the recent champions waiting for you when you get set down. So Keith has got to pick it up. He's been able to do it all day, but Himway, was able to get that dub last week in doubles. It looks like he hasn't missed a beat since, and you got a lot of work to do if you want to make this happen.
Yeah, we do have the double scythe action coming on here right now. Demon Island. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Great sig. That was actually
Yeah, he got the charge
read
on it, too. Just catch him on his way down. When you start getting hit by stuff like that with the charges, they're living in your head. You have to answer back. Maybe Keith gets a little bit more aggressive compared to before, but all the aggressive tactics haven't worked too well. Luckily, avoided that, too.
Yeah, Keith's definitely trying to go for the Zigs here. You got to be careful. You're going to drop the lead if you're not careful. Does have stage control. Can they do something with it? Oh, okay. I do like that weapon toss there. Just a little bit of a lob. Maybe it kind of arcs down, but still able to close this out with the recovery on the gauntlets. Fantastic stuff from Himway, continuing their domination here in winners.
Yeah, even with Himway in the red here, I feel like Himway has won so much more reward every time he actually wins neutral by comparison to Keith. So even here on the start, Keith has to find his KO. Otherwise, he's probably going to see himself deep in the red before it goes. The command input off the D-Light is not going to be enough because it's a little too far away. Sarah might do it, and it's going to be able to take it out. Only yellow. That could have been significantly worse.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of extra credit, so, I mean, definitely going to be feeling a little bit comfortable here. But still, I mean, Keith is definitely still very much in this. Look at this, actually almost taking the lead, and I think with that hit, he might have that, but it's still really too close to call. It's not, like, a huge factor in the long run. But, man, look at this. Keith's starting to get that engine running.
I mean, he's connected Nares and Dares significantly more, and then he catches him on the way back up. Keith going to the position on the side because he knew that there wasn't really a good idea with how many resources he used to go for D-Light into GC ground pound, or GC D-Light into ground pound. So just backing off, smart move, but has at least evened it up.
Oh, man, yeah, these guys are really just trading blows back and forth. There we go, another weapon toss. Go for a gravity cancel. You're going to lose a stock for that one.
Once again, guiding him right off the side. This time, it was Keith who decided to send him out there. This switch off the Rayman to the Mordex so far, Skip, has looked a lot better.
Yeah, no, it definitely started off a little shaky, but he just needed a little bit of time to warm that up. Just one stock, really. But yeah, right now, Keith looking fantastic. It continues to pile the damage here. Look at this combo game.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of 3 to 4 pieces consistently. He's keeping Himway at disadvantage. Himway is struggling a bit to find his KO. The neutralites are going to be enough to do it. Or, like, what do you do? Excuse me, the satellites. What do you do now to answer back? Because Keith has been challenging him so much on landings, and he's been winning consistently on it, and Keith has answered that for me as he catches him with the side tick, and he brings us to a game 4.
You gotta imagine what type of like mental damage that does too, right? You're down 2-0, you say, all right, I'm gonna switch to your character and show you how this is done. Like, that's just absolutely like, that's almost devastating. Like, hopefully what we're seeing here from Himway is he'll be like, all right, you know what? I see what you did. I'm not going to stress about that too much. I'm going to get right into this game 4. I have at least another game I could drop before we're starting to get into the panic mode here.
Yeah.
So look at that, even going right back to Demon Island. So I like this
no time either.
because, I mean, just coming in this, just be like, all right, look, I know what you did. That's great. I know you got your moment, but I'm going to show you what this is all about right here.
Yeah, the best players know how to put it in their back pocket.
Exactly.
Like, when you have a game like that, you have to be able to rebound properly. Otherwise, you're going to derail. That's how reverse 3-0s begin. And Keith has been making a legitimate case that one could happen here, but we got to see how Himway starts off this game.
Well, right now, Himway's starting off a little rough, so I mean, honestly, Keith is just playing fantastic here. Looks like this switch to Mordex is definitely the play, but we see what Himway can do with these sights, so we'll definitely see how this works out for him.
Yeah.
Keeping him off stage. Look at this, just keeping him preoccupied.
Yeah, just missed out on that dare, too. That could have led to a decent amount of damage, trying to keep him off stage. Keith now on the side of the side, going to get hit by recovery on his way up. It won't be enough because it's a little bit too out of range. Weapon toss down to try and catch him on the jump, just missing out.
Whoa! Okay, doesn't get the weapon toss here. Should be able to recover just fine. Tried the reversal. I'm with it.
He was so close to connecting on that dare, but he's going to end up losing his stock in center stage. However, very close. And because of that first stock, I still feel like Himway can close it out here in this game. he has to do what he has to basically do what Keith was doing before.
Well, hey, closing out that first stock there, that's definitely what we want to be seeing. And honestly, even after the rough start, they definitely made a very great run, getting their combo game down. It really just came down to, small interactions at the very end for who took that first stock. But here we go, man. Himway starting to get the sights going here. The combos are definitely very lethal here. Look at the damage continues to pile up.
Just racking it up over and over again. And great credit to Keith as well for how good he's been playing too, to keep himself going even after those first 2 games. Just keeping it as healthy it is right now. Taking quite a few damage. Okay. Hive mind in that moment. Both of them going for the sidelines at the same time.
But yeah, kind of like you mentioned.
I mash. We do it together.
Yeah, both these players, they're getting their 3 pieces like you mentioned, man. It looks like my Popeye's order, but right now it's definitely they're looking a little bit tough here. Himway might be able to close this out. No, great recovery from Keith, though.
That weapon toss was so good, too, because he was already at sweat beat, so couldn't really afford to go back down there without an ox on the way in. He catches him on his way up. Keith gets the second stock first.
Okay, definitely a fantastic spot here for Keith, but Himway should be able to even this up. Look at that. You can see them taking a careful approach. They're not trying to commit to anything too hard, but you got to be careful because all of a sudden Keith can get that damage built up. We've seen what he can do with the scythe.
Yeah, Keith was getting consistent reads over and over again, but also just like his positioning has been so good. Even if he doesn't get a lot of damage out of it, he's always just out of range from when Himway decides to strike, tries to catch him with the sidelight recovery. He's not going to be on the recovery hit. Goes for a ground pound, just gets by him.
Yeah, this is definitely starting to get a little bit scary, though. Himway, has been doing very well the first 2 games. Pretty much in their favor. Not strongly, but definitely noticeable enough. There we go, finally getting that stock, and I feel a little relief for Himway at the moment.
Yeah, for Himway, this could be your trip to Grands. If you could get this, you put yourself in that comfortable cushion of having a set to play with, where Keith has the ability to still get the game. He has to get a big opening. He almost gets one. He tries to get right outside. He has an opportunity here, Skip.
Yeah, looking a little bit like that first game, or second game, that we saw when Himway closed it out. But no, gonna be able to find a way back. But there we go. We're going to a game 5, baby. That's what it's talking about.
Well done. He hadn't gone for that option pretty much all set yet. He constantly went out there and spaced him out, waited for the he waited for an aggressive option from Himway first, and then punished him after. He always waited. That time, finally said, what if I meet you first? And it got him before the wall touch, caught him with the dare, and he gets this to a game 5.
Yeah, it's all about that conditioning. Listen, if I'm a Himway right now, I'm definitely a little bit
stressing
nervous.
a little bit
I'm
now.
stressing, man. Because look, getting reverse 3-0'd, that's a bad feeling, right?
Yeah.
But it's worse when your opponent goes, I'm going to play your character and do it. Like, oh, jeez.
That's hard to rebound from sometimes.
It really is.
The numbers at the very end, too. 501 to 494. That's how close that game was. And I think it's going to come down to the exact same setup here in this last game. I am so curious to see who's going to not have to deal with that extremely threatening elimination finals.
Well, I tell you straight up, man, what it comes down to is good players. The difference between good players and great players is how well you can handle your mental in tough situations like this. Can Himway rise to the occasion to close out this game 5? Or will the prophecy be fulfilled and Keith going to be able to get the reverse 3-0, moving themselves on to Grands? We'll see as it plays out. Right now, it's a little bit Himway's favor, but again, you can't tell anything about these games from the start. It's all about how they finish.
Look, something you alluded to. Oh, the ground pound. Okay, is he going to be able to get the wall touch? He's still going to get in, but he gets covered, and Himway gets the first stock. Something you're alluding to a second ago. Something you can't learn in the lab, something you can't learn training for hours, is endurance and the mental fortitude to be in this position. And the one who's able to close it out at the end is going to be the one who keeps their composure better. Right now, it's Himway out the start, but Keith has had moments that shown he can get back into this.
Okay.
And that's a good start. He does not get the KO off the top.
Ooh. I do like the attempt for the gravity cancel there, just potentially trying to get that stock out of the way, but you can see, okay, it looks a little down.
Okay.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, he was already out of enough resources that the D-Light was enough to send him off. There was no way Himway was probably making that back safely, so not too much damage on Keith.
Yeah, honestly, I'm glad that Keith was able to close out that stock, because once you start seeing those SIGs start to be thrown out time and time again, it does feel a little like a desperate situation, right? But we did see Keith close it out. Right now, Himway's just doing a good job. They recognize they have a strong lead here. But if you keep throwing yourself into danger like that, Keith's going to take advantage of it, and that lead's not going to be anymore.
Yeah, Keith has been able to – he's getting hit quite a bit, but he's been able to keep it close enough, and he's getting his damage on. Just misses side air, going for the chase weapon toss, catches him at the center stage. Himway gets caught again. Just misses it that time, though. Oh, this could be good. This could be really big for Keith. Oh, he just misses out. The recovery gets up, and now this could be an opportunity for Himway. Weapon toss down. Keith is not going to touch the wall.
Oh, my goodness. And all of a sudden, Himway continues to keep this lead, but they are in danger of losing a stock quickly here. We see how Keith, when they find their openings, they commit and they confirm into things.
Oh, it's not going to be enough off the top here on Demons, but Keith trying to catch him. His defense has been on point where he's been able to avoid a lot of combo starters from Himway. Himway starting to get something going here, though.
Definitely a little bit of a tough scenario here. Okay, keep making the smart play, going right back to stage, getting those resources back, and getting a strong edge guard to put this into a last
That
night
was
situation.
the game for a winner. That was the one that got him that game. And now in Himway's head, it's like, well, is he going to do that again next time? You have to be so scared. You might use that dodge, and Keith might blow you up for it. Going to miss out on the recovery. Oh, wait,
Okay.
Keith. Oh my God. Wait. Oh, is this really scary for Himway? He gets the crown, though.
Okay, oh my God, Keith just keeps finding these openings, man. This is what I'm talking about. Himway's got to play a bit defensive. When Keith gets these openings, he's making them count. He's getting his hits. He's getting his damage in.
Yeah, Himway just trying to find a sider to get like some positioning. He does not get the recovery though. Himway trying to get, Keith trying to get a punish for it. A little bit too far away. Bolt, you can see the fear.
Look at the
neither one of them want to commit to the approach. There's the weapon toss though. He's gonna have to touch the wall. He's gonna catch him, and Keith is gonna be the one to close it out and finish the reverse 3-0 to get that comfortable spot in Grands.
Man, it sucks because you can see how nervous Himway was at the very end there. Threw out the same move like 4 or 5 times in a row. You know, they just wanted to get that hit in just so they could just get that Game 5 W, move on the Grands. But unfortunately, we saw it all fall apart. Honestly, just a great counter pick, I guess, from Keith going into Mordex and really showing us how it's done, I guess.
Stepping away from the Rayman, switching it over to the Mordex, making the reverse 3-0. And the most important part was most of those games, he was behind at the start, and he brought it back. Like stock 2 or halfway through the game, Keith was better at finding the openings, whereas Himway was good at the start, but couldn't close it out the way you were talking about. Man. You can see the nerves. And look how close it was again, 545 to 490. How many SIGs were thrown out? There had to be a lot. Actually, okay, 7 on this. That's Tiger and Sire. So,
okay, it does seem like it's a little bit of a mess
I got a little thrown off. So let's throw over here. It was Keith.
Look at that.
So 7 signatures on the side of Keith, none on the side of Himway. That showed the confidence that Keith. Well, I mean, some of it looked like it was panicky at one point.
Well, yeah,
but
take out the first stock, they threw out like 4 SIGs in a row.
Yeah, but what mattered was 43% actually connected. Like 43% connecting on Mordex. That's stocks. You do not need to connect so often, but he was finding them repeatedly. The end sig, the side sigs, they were working masterfully on the side of them, and I think it might have been a big part of like the fear that he was putting into Himway. Is like, I keep getting caught for jumping, and I can't afford to have this happen anymore.
Yeah, I mean, hey, sometimes it really just kind of falls apart like that. I mean, really, you got to hand it to Keith, though. Going down 2-0 is already one of the toughest things to do in any game, right? To be able to take 3 games in a row facing elimination from the winner side of bracket, that's a tough thing to deal with. So to be able to have that mental fortitude, like we've mentioned a few times now, you can't just teach that. That takes a lot of time, a lot of practice, and a lot of just kind of recognizing your own faults, right? And trying to build on those things. So definitely just big stuff to Keith. Moving on the Grands, they're going to be sitting pretty there.
Yeah, and now unfortunately for Himway, he's got to wait for the winner of this next match, because this next match matters quite a bit for a good reason. This is PR number 1 and 2. This is the number 1 ranked seed and second. The 2 players who we expect to see at this position every time, because that's where we always see them, Tiger and Sire. This is crazy. The person 1 and 2 seed, one of them is going out at 4th. 4th place. Any predictions? Anybody who had someone with them in not top 3, you are lying to me. There's no way. So Tiger was able to get winners, but did drop a bunch at the end of last year. It was Sire who actually won BCX, won Autumns. It kept things going for him. But Sire, still won last week with not BCX doubles, with spring doubles, and only lost to Tiger at winners. So Sire's been keeping it going. Ended up going down to Keith, who we saw, for good reason, got that W. And I can't wait to see this. I'm so curious to see it. We've also get the treat of seeing Storm Shadow today for a change, because we see plenty of Koji, but we don't get to see Storm Shadow. But on the other side, we're going to see the Bodvar coming in from Sire. I'm very curious to see how this is going to go.
Fancy Bodvar.
Oh yeah, that is
That is very fancy. Look
that
at
is
him.
drip with a fire extinguisher.
I've never seen a fire extinguisher look so good.
Yeah, move over a little bit. See, there's so we got the drip, right? We got the drip game, and then there was an emergency. So Bodvar, being the good Samaritan that he is, found a fire extinguisher to go get things done. We're gonna get into game number 1 here. This is Elimination Semis for Tiger and Sire in a match that could determine or will determine who gets to go to mid-season championships.
Well, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. Tiger could be the fire emergency that you were talking about. We'll see if he's able to put him out here. But Sire, again, yeah, I mean, you really can't sleep on either player here. But look at this. Sire already teeing off with the hammer.
Oh,
look
that's
at this.
a lot of defensive resources gone. But great reversal side air from Tiger to avoid that, because Sire caught the jump in every time with the stop.
Ooh.
Weapon toss catching him. That could be a quick speed run of the first stock, as we see Tiger's stock go down already.
Yeah, man, that's just what Bodvar does. Racks up damage real quick. And again, having that hammer to be able to close out stocks like that. Granted, it was a weapon toss, but still, man, that's a strong weapon. We saw him put down a lot of damage. That edge guarding was fantastic. You saw the resources just slowly disappear. But
Yeah.
Tiger found a way on.
Look, I want to see stop percentage specifically. I need to see how many D-lights Sire is connected on already. Tiger's got to find an answer to that ASAP. He's taking so much damage for it. And now he's got to watch out for this.
Oh,
Could be a
no.
big punish here, but the recovery's going to get him out of there.
I thought that they were going to run out of a few more resources before we actually saw them get back to the stage. Oh, my goodness, and the weapon toss. Going to try to even that up a little bit. Fantastic stuff here from Tiger. Evening things up at 2 stocks apiece. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, nice shot from Tiger, considering how much Tiger was getting hit even after that second stock. That was an emergency button. I need to get this stock right now that they're connecting. Now Tiger's starting to get more hits, finding these side lights, starting to connect on these D-lights, and he's catching more defensive options from Sire now too.
Okay, there we go. Oh, this could be a tough spot here. I like the weapon toss.
Oh,
But no!
great reversal! Sire was positioned. He knew he was coming out there, catching him with the GC D-light Sair.
Okay, there we go. Could have go for another weapon toss. I think they were trying to expect them to kind of recover a little bit higher than that, but it is what it is. But right now, man, Tiger starting to answer back.
Ooh.
Oh, my goodness. Caught you slipping and sent you to the top.
Your D-light recovery wasn't good enough for me. What are you doing up here with me? I have a hammer. Why? Get back down there.
What are you doing up here?
And recovery, not going to be enough yet, though. Tiger hasn't taken any damage yet on the stock, so if he can get this, gets him right back in as he gets the GCN sync, and that's going to get him back to even.
Finds the KO, and again, we got another game one stock situation here.
This one I definitely expected.
Yeah.
That last one was a treat, and this one's definitely looking like it's going to be a treat. These two are going at it. There's been no super defensive gameplay. Tiger, understanding the threat that is Sire with that hammer, he's gotten hit a lot, has done a good job of playing mid-range enough to get these whip punishes.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, definitely went for a little bit of something there. But right now, Tiger, I mean, every time Tiger seems to find, like, an answer to something, like, Sire just kind of puts his foot down and says, no, it's...
Yeah, quite
it's
literally
time,
the foot down.
Yeah,
Just
literally,
ah!
it's time for you to stop, all right? It's my turn.
How can he walk properly after that? He has stomped on your toes like 17 times already this match.
Hey, man, he's got, like, indestructible toes. He wearing steel toes? That's what protects your toes here.
He's a
But-
ninja, I guess, right? Like Storm Shadow figured
something like that.
Figured it out along the way somehow. All right, good job not jumping directly in front of that. Sire's good weapon toss, though. Keep control of weapons. Weapon stuff continues. That recovery with that high might have been enough. Tiger's got to be super careful. Now Stop Sair should take it, and he gets game number 1.
I mean, honestly, that's just good stuff. I mean, he stayed consistent the entire way through. We kind of talked about it briefly, about every time Tiger, was able to take a step, it's just Sire just said, no, man, you're done. Like, you got your hits in, but it's just, this is all about me right now. As we see, taking that first game, honestly, there's a lot of great gameplay, too, especially when they were up in the air, and we saw...
That is true. That is a true art of the assassin right now, because
look at that.
he's not even there. He disappeared.
But look at that 5 point
Oh,
difference.
wow, yeah, 5 damage
Wow.
difference. Holy crap. Wow, okay.
That was a close game.
I honestly wouldn't have even believed that for a second there with how often he was taking hits, but the damage per engagement too was 35 to 37.
I mean, it probably helps with the fact that, like, you see Sire kind of running with his hammer a lot more, right? And the hits that they land, they matter. They count a bit more. The bow obviously has a lot more combo potential. Doesn't exactly, take stocks as fast, but definitely puts down a lot of damage. So that definitely starts to make sense once you start to think about it a bit more.
Yeah, Bo being great at actually getting whip punishes on the hammer when it happens, but once that stomp is directly in front of you, you can have a hard time. But these nairs starting to catch Sire a lot. GC D-Light recovery is not going to be enough yet, but what great answers from Tiger so far to get back into this, because he was getting hit quite a bit.
Yes, Sire going to continue to stay alive here. It's looking a little scary for Tiger. Oh, weapon toss. Okay, he's going to have the resources to make it back here, but not for too much longer. Tiger with the interception saying, I need you to escort yourself to the blast zone. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what you get for trying to help put out the fire, man. Look, I had a mission. I had one mission, and you got rid of it. Much like that stock, that GCD light recovery is going to take him off the top, and it's no damage at all. This can't be said enough with what we're seeing. The skill gap is so minimal between these two.
Yeah.
The game has been so even throughout the entire set so far.
Ooh, okay. Sire going for a little bit of something. Okay, gonna go for the weapon toss here. Not committing to anything too hard. They're definitely going for a few options. They're trying to read Tiger in a couple scenarios, just not quite getting what they want. But man, there we go.
Ooh,
huge play.
Sword Ensing after missing out on Dessert last time. So, somewhere, excuse me, not Ensing, Desig, somewhere Sparky's very happy. But the weapon toss down. Oh, good defense. Doesn't get hit by the reversal dare, and Sire punishes him for it.
That's what I like to see, man. And that's taken 2 stocks in a row here as well. Only in the orange. I mean, that just goes to show how dominant Sire was between that stocks. Like, just going absolutely insane. Playing really well defensively, making their offensive openings really count here. Oh, my goodness. This could be trouble.
Not jumping in too early if it got caught by that stop. That was it. That GCD light was on point. Was going to catch him once again. The recovery's not going to be enough. It's still not deep in the red enough. GCD light recovery is still not enough here on Demon Island as well. That one should do it, and it is. That mattered so much because Tiger was getting bodied for a second there on the right side of the stage, and he answered right back.
Right now, Tiger's still kind of getting bodied. I mean, the bow's definitely putting in a little bit of work here, but I feel like he needed something a little more consistency, you know, trying to close out these stocks because, yeah, your combos are great, but, like, you look at the damage output on how many hits they're getting, like, Sire's not landing as many hits, but this damage is astronomical.
Exactly. The moment Sire actually gets a hit, he keeps his turn. Like every time he gets sent off stage, he doesn't really lose out on a weapon toss down. Gonna be waiting for him to come back up. Sweat beads, just trying to control the weapon. Like, he knew that there wasn't really too much he could do to Tiger at that time. He didn't want to commit off stage. As he catches him, takes him off the top. I think that puts us at 1 game apiece, right? Yep. Actually, no.
No, that's 2-0, I believe, for Sire. Yes. But that last stock there, Sire baited that the entire time. Like, it was crazy because he kept such a high pressure on that entire game, right? And then the last possible interaction they had, Tiger just was expecting a very aggressive option, like right here, whoop, and bang. Just said, all right, man, I'm just going to wait for you to make your overcommitment here, and I'm just going to get the punish for it. And the game now up 2-0. Now, are we going to see another reverse 3-0 Ajax? That's a tall order.
You got to figure it out. And from the looks of things, we're going to be seeing a switch over. We're not seeing the Koji. We're seeing the Azoth come out. So, decided to pull out the Azoth. Massive signatures here on Apocalypse. No more Demon Island. Needs to change the scenery. Needs to change the character. And needs a change of pace because you need to find an answer because this could be Sire potentially knocking out Tiger right now to solidify that mid-season championship.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the one thing that I'm really happy about here is you get to keep the bow, the combo game with the bow that Tiger's been really implementing, right? Been doing so well on. But now you bring in the axe. You get to be able to secure those knockouts a little bit faster, a little more consistently as well.
Yeah, I think a big part, you actually great point to make there because the sword mirror match was favoring Sire more often too.
Yeah.
And also at the end when the sword mattered so much to find a KO, Sire was punishing him heavily with the hammer. So now here with the axe, if he decides to play that same type of game, axe is going to punish the hammer really hard for that.
Okay, but now we got the hammer in for Sire, and we've seen what Sire does when the hammer's in their hands. It definitely comes down. Okay, gonna get for the weapon toss. Okay, trying to do something there with the gravity cancel. Not gonna be able to find it though. Dancing around the wall. Sire's in trouble.
Okay, yeah, there you go. As soon as he caught that cider, it was so difficult for Sire to make it back. He had no real mix-up options. He didn't have a weapon to throw up. Great execution from Tiger.
I do like the movement from Sire there, but Tiger is still going to find the fresh hit here, trying to build up some extra credit. This is getting tough, man. Their axe play has actually been fantastic so far. Not going to be able to close out that stock there either.
Yeah, good defense. Even though most of these signatures are not connecting, it still puts fear in Sire to approach. Like, he can't... Oh, wait, hold up. Okay. I like the attempt, but he goes for reversal stake. Goes off stage. Big time right there.
Ooh.
But misses out. Reverse back hit recovery won't hit either, but the ground pound is going to get Sire back in. He took a whole lot of damage, though. Usually when we see this position skip, it's reversed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, right now he's got the sword in hand, right? So he does have those faster hits, maybe a little bit of a more clean combo game than the hammer can provide. So we'll see if he's able to use these faster hits to try to get something going. But man, Tiger with these 6 are he's landing them in the right spot. And even if he's not hitting them, he's covering so many options and stopping Sire from going where Sire wants to go.
Yeah, it's incredible anti-air. Speaking of incredible anti-airs, he's been conditioning him to not feel safe to jump in. And that's going to allow Tiger to get free approaches as the game continues, because Sire can't safely go in because he keeps having to dodge around them.
Okay, Tiger is doing an amazing job here. Does have that bow in hand. Again, got to talk about the combo game that Tiger's been bringing with that bow. Just trying to find a way around Sire here, because, man, Sire is playing a little more passive now. I mean, for good reason. But tossing away that sword, bringing out the hammer, but it might not matter.
Yeah, as the platform was moving over to trying to catch him on his way into side air. It's not going to be enough, though. Sire committed pretty high there. Side air at least gets him back on. But Tiger's defense has been much better. He did just get disarmed, though. Weapon toss down, ground pound coming in from the sword, missing out. At least Sire still has him off stage, but Sire is working so hard. He gets the recovery finally, but he is very unhealthy right now.
This is definitely a scary spot to be in, especially with the way that Azoth has been hitting here. Now the axe in hand and going to be able to secure their first game. That's what I like to see as we see game 2, or 3, excuse me, go into Tiger's favor. 2-1 now. Ajax, I'm not saying I curse the reverse 3-0, but it's definitely the start.
It could happen.
It's definitely the start.
That game literally got a little applause out of the crowd over in the production room there, because this is like we love to see the games go to distance. We want to see people make the adjustments, and we just saw incredible adjustments from Tiger. Coming at a 583 to 427, over 100+ damage difference. Tiger having a significantly better answer there, and I think a big part of that had to do with the axe.
All right, well, as we get into Mammoth Fortress here, we'll see how everything gets started. Again, we got the sword and bow popping off for both characters here. Again, a lot of damage has been brought out with these weapons, too.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, like, the Azoth has already shown that it can work. The signatures have been, even if they're not hitting, they have been on point to control the position, but when they do hit, they're so strong, they find a connection. Ground pound deep ball stage, but Tiger is not going to be able to get the hit on recovery. He wanted to catch him so he could get back towards the stage, but Sire, great edge guard there to close out that first stock.
You know, I do want to say that Tiger started to find their rhythm in that game 3, but sometimes, right, even though you're able to turn things around on a dime, right, be able to take that W in that game 3, sometimes it takes a game to kind of adjust to your opponent's new game plan, and that might be what Sire is feeling here.
I like how, as you were saying, some time to adjust, immediately got hit by the SIG. I'm sorry, what do I need?
Hey, listen, sometimes you just got to call it like you see it, and I'm trying my best.
Tiger, all Tiger needs is one side air in a dream. If he can catch him, all right, a little bit, okay, I'm sorry, a little bit too far away, but it was a side air with extra steps. He caught the weapon toss.
All right, well, as we get to the second stocks here, I do like how Tiger was able to answer back, because honestly, that was a very quick stock to get things started here, and they just ground out that stock to be able to kind of even things up here. And look at this, even health-wise, I think he's got a little bit of a lead. It's just like a couple shades difference. Yeah,
you can feel the energy shift in there.
Oh,
like when you start to see someone's defense line up, the fact that Sire's first hit in a while was unarmed neutralites, like he's been struggling to find the answer he wants. He definitely wants to get to the hammer, which he finally has now, but the axe has been actually a really solid counterplay to the hammer so far. But okay, good job not going towards the left-hand side there. Sire would have caught that stock.
He is stomping the yard out here right now.
So bad right now.
Definitely looking for it. Oh my goodness, taking out that second stock. He was stomping all over the place. He was huffing and puffing and hooting and tooting. He's so mad.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Well, you can respond by the even.
He's responded by blowing the stock down, I guess. Here we go. So Tiger's still facing what could be elimination here on his last stock, but the Azoth has been the answer so far. The axe definitely being a big reason for it. The bow's still online, and Sire is having a real hard time finding an opening.
Yeah, man. I mean, Cyrus has been doing so well. They've taken the first stock every time, but unfortunately for him on the final stock situation, Tiger is just getting some big damage. Okay, there we go. I thought we were going to get a little bit extra out of that hammer. I do like the toss, though, opening things up a little bit, but these Sarahs just flying around for both of them.
Yeah, I like these reset attempts from Sire. He knows he needs a big play, so he's trying to get these neutral lights into just reset, get more damage. But for Sire, you've gotten so many good connections. Finds them. Oh, not going to be enough, and the Sire is going to be enough. And Tiger brings us to another potential question, like you said before. Skip, Do we see not one, but two reverse 3-0s here in top 4? Because it looks like Tiger is lining up for it.
Yeah, it's my bad. my bad,
Oh
Sai.
my goodness, the damage difference that time. 593 to 385.
Well, to be honest, that last stock, I mean, it was pretty close, but that last stock, man, Tiger just kind of bodied him once.
Tiger
It was
has
tough. It was
found
tough, man.
the answer. There's no other way to put it. Like, 50% of the light attacks connecting, so he's hitting way more often. His damage per engagement, 34 to 25. But even though 15 SIGs went out, they're very frightening. You can't
you can't just be like, oh right.
Yeah, just a whiff, like any of those whiff positions, you can't jump in front of that. You have to respect that. You try to go whiff punish that, you're probably getting hit for it, and that allowed Tiger to just slowly work his way towards the corner more often because Sire had to respect it. But now we're gonna see a switch up here to Apocalypse. He has that platform again, but Tiger did win on this stage last time. Who takes it? I don't know, but I'm very curious to see how this goes, Skip.
I mean, listen, I am a little scared for Sire because they were looking so good. And this is twice now that we've seen character switches into Game 3 and then go into a Game 5 situation. Tiger is playing incredible. This Azoth is just an incredible pick right now. This Axe has been putting in so much work.
That's the mix-up, man. And who would have thought that in this position you throw for content? Just give away the first 2 games and then pull out what should work. But
yeah, Sire's just messing around here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, I'm saying Tiger throwing out those first 2 games.
Excuse me.
And then Keith as well. It's like, hey, look, you thought you had it. You thought you were good. But Sire definitely waking up a bit more here. He has control. Gets back out with the Nair, but Tiger needs to be careful. The weapon toss keeps pushing him back.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely doing a good job with these weapon tosses, too, controlling a lot of space and just continuously putting Tiger on the back foot.
Oh.
Look at this. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah,
All
keeps
right.
going for these side cancel D-lights, but he's got to watch. Like, the stomps are just missing out. But Sire, he just missed the side air. He gets to the weapon, but that doesn't KO off the top.
Oh, my God, dude. Sire is just barely whiffing here by mere pixels at the moment. This is a little bit terrifying. I mean, because, like, especially when you're trying to close out these stocks here, right, you feel like you're throwing out the move at all the right times, and everything's just not working out for you.
Weapon toss goes down. He's got to watch out for the side air, and he catches him. Tiger held on to that stock so well. He's been in the deep red for a good amount of time. That's big red gum right there, and he was able to get around it.
He dragged him from one side of the stage to the other with that bow and then closed it all out with that axe. That was just beautiful, but we do see the stocks get even up here. And, man, this is another classic Game 5 already.
I am loving this. Again, the amount that matters for this right now, that trip to mid-season, you need to get this W right here. Sire needs to stop their potential reverse 3-0. The only person who's extremely scared right now more than them is Himway because he's got to deal with them after this set.
Yeah, especially because both these players are playing with so much momentum at the moment, right? And then, honestly, if Tiger does find their way there, yeah, I'm scared if I'm Himway at that point.
I'm scared. I have one of them coming down to me. At least with Sire, it's like right after stopping reverse 3-0, so maybe he's tired.
Yeah.
But, all right, a lot of damage on the side of Tiger, but we saw in that first stock, too, that really didn't matter that much because he was able to get around a lot, but the Endlights are going to push him off stage. Does he get around the dare? He does.
And continues to pile on this damage, too. Look at that. He's getting into the red here. We're not going to be able to close that one out, but he does have the hammer in hand. This is where stocks start disappearing. All of a sudden, it's a last stock situation here for Tiger. Can he rise to the occasion to take 2 stocks?
He's been able to do it before. Can he do it again? He was winter champ, but can he get the back-to-back right now? He's got to get through Sire versus. I'm talking about it like it's grand finals because
it feels like a grand finals.
It basically is at this point. With Tiger, gets reversal series, gets back on the stage, just missing out on the SIG, but he catches some of the cross up on it, but it's not enough, Skip.
I mean, it's just a little bit of damage, too, because look at that. Now you got Bodvar in the red here. Granted, it's a little bit of an orange red, but still. And then the axe, we've already talked about it, right? The axe, switching from the sword to the axe does give you a little bit more of that KO power, which is what Tiger's going to be looking for here.
Yeah, the axe really has been the answer through and through, but he's going to get backed off. Sire's defense has been much better. He's starting to recognize where the jumps are, but he's not connecting. Sire puts him off stage again.
Tiger is nervous. You can see in the whiffs of their attacks here. They definitely look for right there, trying to get that second stock out of here.
Tiger's getting a lot of damage now on all of these attempts to get back to stage from Tiger. He's going to have to be careful on his way back in if he doesn't want Tiger to take this stock. He's been holding on to this well, but Tiger, he's been on the stock for a long time. He's only just now finding his way into the red. Okay. Still not enough.
Barely living. And even then, he's got a hold of the stock. What a call out right there. Beautiful down stick.
Hey, look, you can throw him out a bunch of times, but the only one that matters is the connecting, and he gets it right there. Tiger has shown that he can make comebacks from this position before.
Oh, God. And he's got the bow in hand, and this is the problem, right? We just saw this not too long ago, where Tiger started a bow combo from this side of the stage into the other side to close
he
out
gets
that
around
game.
the side here. Oh, my God. If that sider connected, that was the game. But Tiger just trying to get around this right now.
Look at
Sire gets the cider, and Sire
no!
shuts it down. He stops the bleeding, prevents him from getting reverse 3-0'd, does not allow Tiger to get the dub, and moves forward not only in this bracket, but the mid-season champions.
Yep. I mean, honestly, like, you got to give it up to Sire, man. That was a tough spot to close it out because we've already been in that position already where Sire was in the lead, right? And then just Tiger just found that one opening, especially with that bow, carries them all the way across the stage, closes out the stock and the game at the same time. Like, it's wow, what a game 5. Seriously, 2 fantastic game 5s in a row. I honestly can't ask for anything more right now. We're already out of breath. We're out of breath 10 games in.
When the games are playing and we're up here sweating and we're not even the ones actually playing the game, that's when you know the set is good. Like, that was incredible. We almost saw another reverse 3-0.
Oh, yeah.
Tiger had so many good answers. The axe was definitely a great answer. The sword was not winning in the sword v sword matchup that he was trying to go for. And anytime at the end, too, a big key part was when he's trying to find those D-Light recoveries, he's trying to find the D-Light stairs. Sire moved out just enough and punished him for it. So the switch to the axe worked. But at the very end, even though he was able to get those leads early on in game 3 and 4, it did not happen as much, and Sire was able to not give up the lead.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just again, we talked about it. The difference between good players and great players is that mentality. But yeah, seriously, just fantastic stuff from Sire. Again, congratulations to going to midseason as well. That's also very, very huge here. But now he's got his next challenge in the way here. Now, someone who's kind of been sitting around, just got the game 5, but got the rest a little bit. So this might be the danger spot. We were talking about it a little bit, right? If you had to fight either Tiger or Sire in that situation in game 5, maybe you wanted Sire a little bit more because they might already be a little bit mentally exhausted because of the stopping the bleeding there. So you didn't have to fight Tiger, which is great, but still, it's Sire, man.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Look, you had to toss up between winners champs and normally number 1 just cruising through things, or the BCX champ, and also your doubles partner who you just won Springs with last week. So maybe for him, Wade, that'll work a bit because he's got a little bit more used to the tendencies of what Sire might want to go for, being his partner. Obviously, different setting, but it does give you inside look to how they behave more often, especially when you're communicating. But at least for Sire, for him, Wade, like we just talked about, you got to be mentally drained after that. So maybe it might not be as good at the start. Maybe Hinway just kind of cruises to a first game, but can he keep that going is the key.
I mean, the other side of that, too, is you got to take it in mind, like, what happened in that winners finals, right? 2 games, up 2-0. And then we saw Keith say, I'm going to play Mordex too. I'm going to get the reverse 3-0, send you down to elimination bracket. So they got to be feeling a little bit defeated here too. Honestly, I hope both these players are able to reset their mental, all right, go into this like it's a brand new game, like they just woke up after a nice 8-hour nap, right?
Actually, yeah.
If you're napping for 8 hours, that's just sleep, right?
That's a whole 8 hours of sleep. What do you
hey,
but
listen, I take 8-hour naps, all right, and I'm like, oh man.
So set count slightly in favor of Sire 2, 4-2. But 4-2 means that you've been able to do it before.
Yes.
Like you have been able to succeed in this spot. But actually, you reminding me of winners finals does change a bit because Hemway didn't have a lot of time to sit there and think about the fact that I got reverse 3-0'd.
Yep.
So that could play into your mental too. We're going to start things off here, though, on Brawlhaven. Let's see how things pan out here in the Elimination Finals of Spring Championships for Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, right now we see Hemway get that first scythe just to get things started here, but we are going to see Sire get the first hit. Getting a little bit of damage on here, not going for anything crazy, getting their onesies, twosies, but Hemway, we've seen what they can do with the scythe off stage. Oh my goodness! My God, Sire's playing with a vengeance.
Well, onesie, twosies, yeah, just back off of me, bro. I don't want numbers other than W's. I want letters. I want a W in my column. Sire established so much fear in Hemway to ever go off stage again.
All right, but here we go. Again, we've seen Hemway try to find a way to answer back. Isn't able to get the ground pound that they were looking for, but they gave Sire free stage control. But not too much longer. All right, you do find a nice, strong, aggressive option. Kind of give yourself a little bit of space here.
Yeah, okay. So I think the question's been answered already with these juggles, with the pressure, and almost catching him with the GC2 light at the top of the stage. Last game might have just amped him up because for Sire, you also probably pop off and get really woken up, because not only did you beat Tiger, but you just solidified a trip, and he's not looking really like that affected him at all in that previous set. He finally lost the stock, but he's been dominating so far.
Outside of that, right, you're also just one set away from trying to get your revenge on Keith. You sent them in the eliminations earlier. So we'll definitely see how that plays out. But right now, Himway's starting to get a little bit of something going here. Tried to find the answer, but they got a little too aggressive, and a great punish out of Sire with the recovery. Going to be able to take out that second stock, and honestly sit very healthy on theirs.
Man, that's got to be rough, especially every time you get to Scythe where you start to get a combo opener, you try to go for a read on defensive option, and then Sire says, what if I just obliterate you instead? That's multiple times now he's been KO'd. First incredible edge guard before, then catches him on the whiff punish with the recovery off the D-Light. This could be a big play for Himway, but he doesn't get it. The reversal cider that time actually connects. That should lead to a stock, and he should, he doesn't cover it! He went too far down.
Oh my goodness!
Okay, all right. Thank goodness for rebounding from that, because that should have been yours, but he went too low, and Sire was able to get the wall touch, but at least Himway still got the stock.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was just going to drop that entirely, but thank God we were able to close it out there. But yeah, right now into a last stock situation, and honestly, Himway's not even that far behind. Getting that Scythe combo. I mean, we've been seeing how they've been doing the Scythe all day today.
Yeah, Himway's all of a sudden actually woken up. Great read on the ground pound, but Sire gets back on at least, but he did take a little bit of damage for it.
Okay, get off stage, please. Himway going a little too aggressive there. But Sire, get back to stage. Find your weapon. Okay, got the hammer in hand, but now you got to deal with the Scythe still. Ooh.
Oh, good job trying to cross him up, catch a defensive option on the way back in. But he's going to send him towards the top side. It's not going to be enough.
Using recovery. Okay, going to land right on stage. Great weapon toss. Is that going to be it? Should be able to find a way back. Oh, okay, gets the wall touch. I like that. Weapon starvation, trying to stay. Oh, my God. It didn't matter. He said, I don't need those weapons. I don't need those weapons.
I got the movements. I'm going to break this on you real quick. Doesn't need it. Catches him with the breakdance. Takes out the stock. Himway was getting... He was getting bodied. He went for incredible plays, and he just got destroyed for it multiple times. But the fact that he was able to rebound from that, incredible.
Great player.
Yeah.
It's good mental.
We might this might be the telling of what could be another game 5.
Oh,
I think with the way that started.
All right. Well, listen. If Himway goes up 2-0, you might be onto something.
If Himway goes up 2-0, we're guaranteed the game 5.
Guaranteed the game 5.
That's just been the story of the night so far.
All right. Well, as we see right now, Himway's off to a pretty good start again. Their combo game with the Scythe is actually just super fantastic. Because not only that, but they're able to kind of continue on the combos as well. Because it's a great read. Oh, my God.
What an incredible job catching that GCD light and keeping it going off the side there. Sire thought he had something, and Himway said absolutely not. And he barely took any damage on that first stock before he got that play, too.
Combo's so good, it makes Ajax play the bongo drums on the desk. That's exactly what just happened for us. But yeah, Himway,
back to my roots, man.
That's actually just very fantastic. I mean, to kind of like get started, like we were talking about, bodied in the first game until you're able to close it out, right? Mm-hmm. And then going right into game 2 with a huge first stock.
Oh, that's huge!
Oh my God!
He just missed the ground pound
this
on the hammer.
This guy's on a different level.
That was all, like, Sire thought he had something. Himway just slid on the stage, said, hey, no stupid, and just got away from it and then converted on the ground pound after. This is a huge lead for Himway. He's finally going to most likely use the stock.
No way!
He didn't lose it! And he got him! He stole the edge guard! Himway gets what was essentially a 3 stock. We'll call that a spiritual 3 stock. Like, wow, yeah, can we take a look at everything
this first
again?
One, man.
Look at that.
Just talking about, too, like, the combo game that Himway has, but also not only that, but the reads to extend those combos a little bit further. That was crazy. This was just greedy from Sire. That was just greedy.
Like, you feel like that would have lined up, but because he got just underneath it. But this play right here, that should have been a stock. Catches him with the dare, and then he goes to the side immediately to make sure that Sire couldn't hit him to get back to stage, and just free fell.
So we're guaranteed a game 5.
So yes, we are. Yes, even after those first 2 games, because we are up 2-0, Sire's gonna answer back here. But oh wait, one thing didn't happen in the equation. Sire didn't switch his character.
Yes, that is a very
every game 5
important
so
part
far
of it.
has involved the character switch. We do see a stage switch to Miami Dome, but Let's see if that matters.
Yeah, we'll see if you're onto something there. But that was the consistent equation as everything kind of got going there. But as we get into Game 3, man, Sire just trying to fight off elimination. Off to a good start, taking that first stock.
Yeah, really good start there for Sire, but now you got to make sure that you don't let Himway get started. Like the big thing is that Sire has been able to get some of these stocks. He had a massive lead in the first game, and then Himway, the moment he actually wins neutral, his reward on hit has been incredible. So if Sire can play good defense, which is easier said than done, he can definitely get it going. And so far, he's actually been minimizing the amount of times he get hit.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely starting to wake up here a little bit because I was a little bit worried, like you kind of mentioned, they just kind of solidified their spot in the mid-seasons. So maybe after you kind of you're still celebrating, you're feeling good. Maybe, oh my God, you start to get that drain when all the adrenaline starts to drain out of you.
Maybe. I mean, Himway just kind of stole everything from you, but I mean, all right, we're getting Game 5. So Sire is currently up 2 stocks right now, barely been hit. And the ability of controlling the platforms has all been in Sire's favor. Himway has not had a singular neutral win that has led to something good on the platform so far.
Well, I mean, yeah, because every time Sire just kind of finds a way to get out of the combos, right? Because Himway, like we talked about, their reads are fantastic, but if you're not really converting on that, that kind of eliminates a lot of Himway's strong game plan. And Sire just having a great way to dance around that.
Dude, he just missed the button. All that ground pound. I like the attempt at the ground pound. You're already so deep in the red that if you get reversed there, it's fine. But if he caught him, that would have been the game.
No.
He'll go deep off stage with you right now. He's up all stock. He misses out on the ground pound.
Okay, he definitely tried to scare that one, but Sire is going to be able to find their way back. Himway looking a little desperate here, just trying to throw at every option in the book.
Are we going to see a 3-stock answer with a follow-up 3-stock? We are! As a matter of fact, we are! Sire answers back from Game 2 with a 3-stock. 515 to 247. Himway looked lost. Lost in that whole game.
That was a shade of red I haven't seen.
That's a brand new color.
Brand new color.
It just dropped.
Brand new color just dropped. It's called the Sire 3-stock.
So that's it. You look good. Just get the perfect red dress. Met Gala just happened, right? Just go out there with the Sire 3-stock. All right, so we're gonna see this switch up. I'm kind of surprised with how good the Vortex has been, but I mean, with that game, I would be feeling some type of way about how my Vortex was doing too, because it got destroyed.
That's crazy how you go from feeling like you're on top of the world to feeling like you're under it in one game.
Well, it's the end of the world right now here on Apocalypse. So,
absolutely.
Switching up over here to the Koji, very solid option. I think here with the platform and Apocalypse in general, you just try to play good keep away, because he couldn't do it last game. He had no options to keep him away.
Okay, well, as we continue to see the options being thrown out here, both players being very patient. You can see Himway's definitely dialed it back a lot. They don't want to commit to anything crazy, because Sire definitely got a lot of momentum out of that Game 4.
Yeah, I like the way that Himway's kind of slowing the game down right now. The side air is going to get him stage control, and he does catch him with the GCD light recovery. Not enough to take off the top, but the immediate weapon starve just to make sure, even though he had advantage, don't give Sire a chance to get back in, as he might take advantage of it right now. Oh my God! What that's why you try to keep the weapon away from Sire, catching him with the amazing play off stage, closing it out with the side air. That's gotta hurt, because you had good control at the start of that game.
Yeah. Got sour face looking at that.
Yeah.
Ooh. But hey, able to answer back without taking any damage too. That's definitely what we want to be seeing here from Himway. That definitely goes to show they are not out of this game, right? They sure were down for a little bit, but they are certainly not out. But we see Sire with the hammer in hand. And man, they're step back, stomp stairs, just kind of get things going, are fantastic. They got no problem baiting their opponent into thinking they have a free entry to get their combo started, and it's not the case, man.
Exactly.
Sire's waiting for you.
I mean, Sire, it is on Sire to get another game on the board to keep himself in this bracket. He does not want to go down eliminations here. Regardless of the fact that you got that invite, you still want to win. You want to get that spring championship under your belt. You want to keep things going. You've been playing so well, and it sure looks like he can make it happen. Himway's got to pick up on the defense. Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay. Himway getting a little bit of something going here. The resource is going to start getting low. That's going to be a stock. Himway answering back. It's exactly what I want to see. He says no more Game 5s. No more.
Look, you got to put a stop to it, because so far we're at 1-1 so far on the Game 5s, but it could have gone the other way too. Okay, going deep ups. Oh, wait, all the way to the top. But good dodge from Himway to avoid getting hit. Cider's going to be enough though.
Maybe one more game 5.
I think.
Maybe.
I think we're getting another game.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Sire does have the hammer in hand. All right, trying to get jockeying for position here. Gets a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy, but Himway, you can see, already very respectful of the space that Sire is commanding.
Oh, yeah. And, like, I mean, you kind of have to right now. You do not want to be running up on this hammer play so far. Okay, D-Light side air, sends him off stage, tries to catch him again with the same play as he got him on, I think it was stock 1, but at least that time, Himway saw through it.
Okay. Oh, God. How does he find it? He just finds stops there whenever he wants. But right now, Himway just got to find a way to close this out. He does have the health lead at the moment, but for how much longer are you going to be able to hold on to that? Because right now, stage control belongs to Sire. He's got the sword in hand.
Oh, he just missed out on the side air. That was so close. Now Sire deep in the red. This could be. Like, Himway can still possibly take it. He goes off stage. It gives him stage. There's no weapon for him to grab, though.
Oh, now he's got the weapon, and Sire threw his hammer away. All right, he's going to find a weapon back, though. Sword versus bow. And we're going to a game 5. Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Oh.
One more game 5 at minimum. That game significantly closer. 539 to 532. So close between the two. Himway almost stopped it. He almost prevented the game 5. Sire not having anything to do with that. Wants that rematch against Keith, who is currently chilling. You know, even though Keith won that reverse 3-0 earlier, I'm not happy looking at what's coming at me either. Like, Himway had the lead on you at the start, and now Sire looks like he's really woken up, and we're going to be returning to Brawlhaven. No platforms, no escape, only early stocks. Who takes it? Who moves forward to get themselves in the grand finals?
I mean, it all comes down to this right now. But yeah, there we go again. I feel like Sire has gotten like hammer in hand at least like 90% of the time. Every time he picks up a weapon, I swear it's a hammer. I swear.
Starting off the game, going for an attempt on Russian Mafia too. Just like, look, what if I just start putting the fear in you immediately? But wait.
Okay.
Okay, gets wall touch. That was actually smart on Himway. It's like, look, there's not really much I could do. He's going to get the wall touch anyways. Recovery to ground pound, unfortunately, was still too close to actually go down there.
I mean, that could have been absolutely something devastating, but I do like the attempt, but, I mean, not being able to get it, it's not too much of a worry at the moment. Right now, you should worry about getting this damage built up, almost closing out the stock there. Himway not going to be able to close it out.
He doesn't get the wall touch at the bottom. He knew that he had to dodge around the potential attempt at a ground pound there or a dare from Sire, so he tried to get the wall touch, but he doesn't get it. And there was a few times those Siders just missed getting the K off the side, too.
Okay. Both of them kind of dancing around now. Himway,
recovery, there we go.
Yep, definitely had to be a little bit more careful, but was able to close out that stock. Taking a little bit of damage on that second stock, but again, not too much of a hassle. Now you got that sword in hand, but you got to find a way to get through Sire's defense. Their counter game has just been like really, really good.
Yeah, we are at the closing hours of the night, and opening the doors have been a minimal thing. They have not left many openings left. The lights on, but nobody's home. What do we do now to get back in? Sire going all the way up to the top, trying to get some damage. He's been having a good job holding the lead, but Himway in the previous games too has been able to answer that back. Not so much in game 4, but I think Himway starting to wake up a bit here. Never mind. D-Light recovery up the top with very minimal damage on Sire. Ignore everything I just said. Sire shut that Sox down really well.
Yeah, Sire is looking good here. Got the sword in the hand, put the combos down, building up the damage. Honestly, look, I'm not trying to count Himway out, but I think this might be it.
This looks very similar to what happened to Tiger in game number 5. Sire got a 2-stock. He went up all stock lead. He's looking for him all the way up to the top, trying to catch him on the side air. He misses out. Goes for GCD Light. He's not going to get it. Himway gets something started here.
Oh, my goodness. He literally threw out every hitbox, and Sire just baited every single one, closing out that final stock, taking the game 5. My God.
Poor Himway. Poor Himway.
Poor Himway.
Not once, but twice. He goes to winners, gets reverse 3-0'd, goes to elimination bracket, gets reverse 3-0'd. I am going to sleep a little bit upset, but at least you still got third here at Springs. Great performance here from Himway. Did get that W last week with Sire. So in going down to literally one of the best in the region right now. PR number 1, getting himself to there. So you don't want to go down to that, but it was a tough opponent to do it. Sire has been answering back very well. I feel like Keith is in for a very bad time. At least Keith has one thing in his favor, though. He has a set to play with. I'm running scared, though, if I'm Keith. I want to see if Keith gets these answers. I wonder what he's going to start off with, too, because the Mordex was the counter pick option that worked before, but the Rayman was what we saw last time. And from the looks of things, it looks like we're actually going to see the Rayman here actually come out. So
It's a great Rayman costume.
I love it.
I love it. So good. But yeah, this should be very interesting. So keep in mind that Keith actually did send Sire down the losers bracket earlier today, 3-1. So this is little bit about revenge here for Sire. Definitely, you know, again, already possibly picking up their biggest win of the night, securing that mid-season spot. But also, again, you just had a reverse 3-0. So the momentum that we weren't sure was there. It's there. It's there. It's alive. It's kicking. And now they have Keith in their sight. Honestly, you only need 6 more games. Let's see if he can get it done.
It could happen. I mean, the Bodvar was doing an incredible job at it, but now it's going to be on the side of the Mordex. It's not something we're not unfamiliar to seeing, but just look at that spread. Look at that. It's game 5 every single time. We talked about endurance. You need a lot of it. And for Sire, you have been going the distance every game so far here in top 4. And even prior to that, like you said, only going down to Keith, it was game 4, and then he had so he had a 3-0 against GTG. So he had a quick one there, but still, you've been going through a lot. You had to reverse 3-0.
I've been going through a lot.
You've been going through,
I've been going through a lot.
Been going through a rough patch. Having to go to game 5 repeatedly. So, Bodvar was struggling enough. You gotta give him a rest. We see the Mordex come out here. I can't wait to see this.
Just tired.
I'm just so tired, man. I just want to go sleep. Just want to go to sleep.
This should be good, though. This should be good. Again, we got Mordex taking on the Rayman, Sire taking on Keith. And this is really, it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, right? So, Sire, we've been seeing them play Bodvar, like you just mentioned. Going to give him a little bit of a rest there. Because Mordex is a character that loves their combos, right? But Rayman, again, is really strong, consistent character. He's got great movement speed, great defense, and honestly, Axe Gauntlets. I mean, you get your combos, you get your big hits to close out those stocks. Definitely a strong character indeed. And going to be starting off here on Mammoth Fortress. We'll definitely see how it plays out.
Now, one thing I want to see out of Sire is how does he answer the Axe? Because if there's one thing that was giving him trouble against Tiger, it was the Axe. He did figure it out at the end, but Keith, starting things off here with the gauntlets, you have to respect gauntlet desig on the side. If you jump too much, congratulations, that's a stock. So you have to be very careful of that. But for Keith, if he can establish a good Axe game, similar to what Tiger was doing before, I think he's got a good shot. But Sire has to be able to answer that, and we're seeing a different character this time, so we'll see what kind of changes he has by comparison to what he did with Bodvar.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably, you know, as we saw earlier, as you look at the characters here, they tried playing Bodvar earlier against the Rayman and wasn't able to get it done there. So maybe it's just a matter of, like, hey, instead of just having an axe and sword of my own, or excuse me, hammer and sword of my own, I could just try to go for a character who's much faster, can answer a lot more of the shenanigans that Rayman can bring to the game themselves by, you know, having that really fast frame data.
Yeah, okay, he's going to get KO'd off the top, but this still makes sense too, because this is the character that did, like, this is what gets him his championships. This is what he won with at BCX. This is what he won with at Winter. So Sire pulling out the Mordex now, I think maybe that's a comfortable position right there, snatching him up and sending him to the blast zone. I think a part of what Sire might be going for here is the Bodvar got him through the elimination bracket, but now you're going with what has got you championship wins here with the Mordex, and I think it's a good answer because even though he's been getting hit quite a bit, over time, we've seen his endurance has kicked in, and I think the Mordex is going to wake up pretty fast here against Keith, which he's already getting quite a bit. CCD light, wait, okay, he's scooping up repeatedly. I think the platform might have helped avoiding that follow-up, like the last snare.
Alex just repeated scoops, man, about 3 of them. That's a good-sized ice cream cone for sure. But yeah, right now, Sire just continuing to put the damage down, doing amazing work here. However, they are still a little bit behind, and now that we see Keith with the axe in hand, they're going to be looking to close out this stock very, very soon.
Yes, oh my god, so Sire, okay, going for the ground pound too. Sire's going for the big play. If he's going to get smacked back off stage, he's going to get back out with recovery. Keith just missing out. Okay. Keith on arm two. Okay, there you go. Now get to Axe. That's the last place you want to be staring down. Mordex chasing you with gauntlets while you're unarmed.
I think Sire just kind of realizes, you know what, listen, I know I'm deep in the red here, but I'm just going to continue to hold forward, just go as crazy as I can, and it seems to have worked out for him as he secures that second stock. Having a nice little lead here. However, that stock could disappear very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, okay, there it is. That's going to disappear now. Very even game to start. Keith showing that time that he had to wait through all of those game 5s not really affected him at all. It kept himself nice and rested.
Okay, there we go. A little bit of something. Not able to convert into that recovery, which is what they were definitely looking for. But now Sire, oh my god, just barely missing that scoop.
Yeah, looking for the nair all the way up at the top there. Keith keeping that damage going. Gets him with the neutral light, sends him back off. Good defense as well, avoiding Sire's own neutral lights, but gets scooped up, misses out on the side light. Sire has been going for, like, he's getting straight hit damage, but he's not getting the big, like, combo damages he needs. He had a really good one in that second stock, but hasn't found that opening since.
Ooh.
Oh, wait!
This could be trouble for Keith. They got way too aggressive off stage. All right, actually, never mind. They were able to touch the wall. Sire wasn't able to confirm the way they wanted to, but they definitely went a little too crazy.
Yeah, that got him back into the game, and the gauntlet recovery can take him up, but the side air is not going to be enough. Weapon toss down. He's got to get to the touch, but Keith now unarmed. Needs to give him that respect. Oh, what a perfect goal. Oh, he just missed him off the top. Now, okay. All right, Keith throwing the weapon away again, sitting here unarmed. He can take him on a straight unarmed hit, too. It's Sire going for the weapon toss to try and stop him from getting the pickup, but Keith is the one who capitalizes on it, gets him off the top. That was an insanely close first game.
That was an insanely close first game. I mean, we saw Sire definitely establish himself at one point, but Keith is just like, look, I've already beaten you once today. You think I can't do this again? Takes a nice, strong lead on that game one. And honestly, I mean, that could just be what you need to kind of, you know, put Sire on the back foot, kind of make him a little bit nervous. Like, man, this guy already beat me once today. Could he do it again?
I just thought about something. Is it actually worse to get the first game so far here in top 4? Because if you get the first game, that guarantees that you might, if you go up 2, you're going to get reverse 3-0'd. So does Keith intentionally throw game number 2 to change things up? Because we haven't seen 1-1 yet. So maybe Keith just runs off stage 3 times. Like, see, now you can't reverse 3-0 me. So I'm going to go out on my terms. I'm going to prevent this.
Yeah, but then he just goes 3-0 after dropping game 1. And then, yeah, you know, that's not a feel good. But either way, on to Apocalypse for game 2 here. Again, both players sticking with the characters they were just playing. We'll see how it works out for both of them right now. Keith, again, doing really well.
Yeah, a couple of really early attempts at going for dares for Keith off stage, so now that's going to be put into Sire's head. And does Sire get conditioned out of that later? Does he assume that he's not going to go for it next time and he catches him with the big play on stage? Hey, he's juggling him relatively uncontested so far. Sire's going to be enough. That was a really good first stock there from Keith.
That was a really good first stock, man. Keith is just playing out of their mind. They feel comfortable. They feel confident. Like, you can tell by the way they took that first game. They got a strong lead here in game 2. As soon as they get that axe in hand, like, they just feel like they can't be stopped. And you can see it in their gameplay, man. They are confident in every way. They got no problem going off stage here. We saw a couple scenarios in that game 1, right? You're like, all right, maybe you're being a little too aggressive, but it still worked out for them. Look at this, man.
Yeah, getting the reverse hit there of ground pound as well. Like, Keith is keeping it. Oh, my goodness. Trying to catch him. Slipping and sliding it all the way off to the side there. But D-Light's going to get him. A good job not going too aggressive to get back on with early recovery. That side sig would have taken you out. But he's going to snatch him up there with the sig, send him back in. He took a whole lot of damage in the midst of that, though.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit unfortunate. Okay, but here we go. Got the axe in hand. And this is where, honestly, Keith has been making their money so far.
It's been very similar to what happened earlier with Tiger. The axe is what got Tiger back into the set. And Sire hasn't really had the answers so far by comparison that he needs. And it's such a... If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If nobody's punishing you for it, keep going for it, because if it connects, stock. If not, you're off stage. You're not getting punished.
And there we go. Keith putting on some great pressure. Trying to go from, like, a higher advantage point, just trying to see what Sire's game plan is going to be to recover back to the stage, because they definitely seem like they're trying to go for a spike, but if they decide to recover high, he got ways to close out stocks, kind of like that one there, even though they weren't recovering, but that, that's besides the point.
Yeah,
right now, Keith looking good.
Exactly. The side air like coverage coming in was just so good, and then catching him at the end there, like the pressure from Keith even now on the gauntlets. The mix-up has been great on both. He's not really been weak on one department. He's been winning out on the gauntlet matchup. He's been winning out on the axe matchup, and he's shutting down the combo game of Sire, which we've seen work a few times, but it hasn't been as explosive as he kind of needs right now.
Oh my goodness, Keith just bopping him right now. Has a strong lead here, honestly.
Sock 'em boppers, catch
More fun then.
A pillow fight.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Hey, we're old. We are old.
There are not a lot of people who know what we just talked about.
Oh, my God.
Right. Well, Keith's having fun for sure, because... Actually, wait. Is he having fun? Is he really having fun? Because he just went up 2 games.
So.
He went up 2 games, though.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean,
the story of the night so far has been...
If someone goes up 2-0, we're seeing a game 5.
Yeah.
100%. But do we see the switch from Sire? We do.
We do? Okay.
The
all right.
prophecy
The prophecy
will be fulfilled. We'll see if that comes to fruition here. But honestly, with the way that Keith's been playing, I feel like they can't be stopped. Although we did see the turnaround here last time. Sire did go to Miami Dome. That's where they got their first one.
True. Yeah, is Sire the chosen one? We'll see if that matters here. If the
Neo from the
prophecy,
Matrix.
I can't even say it. But I can't believe it.
Kind of like Professor, but you say C at the end.
Yeah. Yeah,
Prophecy.
we're learning together here. What, like you said, Sire did switch up to Miami Dome last time, even though there wasn't a character switch. That got it started. Let's see if that matters here. I am slipping over my words so much. These matches have been so crazy that I am losing my ability to speak.
These matches have been fantastic so far, absolutely. But yeah, Sire definitely kind of got that momentum back into their favor last time we went to Miami Dome. We'll see if they're able to keep that together. But man, the way that Keith is making these gauntlets work right now, he is fantastic with it. Trying to find a way to close out this stock, but Sire gonna get a good little combo game going. But now, off stage.
Sire doesn't believe in disadvantage sometimes, man. He is
really
so
doesn't.
aggressive out of it. It's like, all right, what if I get one ground pound and then now start winning neutral? And that's been so good for him. He luckily avoids any hit on the side air right there, but he's going to get him with the gauntlet recovery. But this is a borrowed time stock. He is deep into red. He has to get the extra credit on as quick as he can.
And Keith, again, just really solidifying their pace right now. Taking that first stock, they are in a little bit of red, but they are getting some great extra credit out of this stock here. And we even see the hammer coming out for Sire. Still not able to close that one down.
Yeah, Raymond holding on as long as he can. I'm so surprised it didn't KO off in the corner there, but now Keith going back onto the gauntlets. The gauntlets have been working so well these past few games. Sire cannot let this turn into a 3-stock to 1 lead. Like, there we go. Sire's finally going to get it. He has to answer back ASAP because the way Keith is playing, I don't think you're making a comeback when he's got a full fresh stock if he takes you out right now.
Okay, well, right now they're kind of dancing around here. You can see Keith's patience just this entire time, too. As soon as he got this axe, like, you could just, again, I know I've kind of touched on it a few times, but the confidence with the axe in hand is just, it's just a different level, right? Even when they got the gauntlets, too, they get a nice little combo game. Almost goes out the stock there with the recovery. Not able to get it, though.
All right, now he gets his openings, but getting hit by the dare from Keith, just stopping him from getting anything started. That's so important. If he's shutting down every single time Sire gets a win, that it's just going to continue to take the momentum out of his sails. Like, he needs to get a big combo started, and he hasn't been able to get much outside of straight hits, and he can't challenge that with axe out.
Yeah, Keith wasn't able to convert in that one, but does take the stock finally, and we might not see a game 5 for once.
It might not happen for a change here in game number 3. Can it be the first time we see a 3-0 happen here? Keith, can he shut it down? He's looking like he could be cruising to spring championships as a winner.
All right, well, let's see if he can get it done here. He does need one more stock, doing a great job building up this damage. Again, this axe doing such good work, but we do see the second stock disappear here. Sire is answering back.
I'm almost willing to believe that this closes out to Sire getting a Russian Mafia. Like, he went for it early on, he missed it, but at this point, Sire needs a big play, and he's going to try and get the damage out as quickly as he can. But, oh, wait, he gets hit by he gets hit by the recovery, but he misses out, and he goes for a big play. Sire's going to send him off stage, going for the Sig.
Okay, he does have the gauntlets in hand, though, but Sire still has the hammer, and we see what he does with that hammer when he has it going, but we are going to see Keith close it out 3-0, saying, I beat you in 4. I can do one better this time around. The 3-0. My goodness. Keith the champ.
Incredible play on words, my friend. Keith the champ coming out here, getting spring championship singles for 2022. Yeah, you keep giggling over there. You know what you did. Keith, incredible job. Chat, I hope you had an incredible time watching that because we 100% believe we were going to see another game 5. But Keith, even after waiting for all that time, he had a lot of time to rest. He had a lot of time to watch what was going on. And even with the switch on game 3, going up 2 games, everybody else got reverse 3-0'd. Not Keith, as he gets himself that first place on the podium.
Yeah, first place and a strong 3-0 to go with it. I mean, there's really not much to talk about. We just kept talking about throughout that game, too. Again, I do want to touch on that confidence. When you feel confident with a character like that, when you got that axe in hand and you feel like you could take on the world, I mean, I believe Keith could take on the world right now. I mean, that was just unbelievable.
Yeah, incredible play. And I love seeing switch-ups, too. One of my favorite things is seeing the PR getting shaken up, seeing the top of the ladder get like kind of shake it up a bit, because when you get those humble checks cashed, you have to play that much better. We're seeing a lot of that lately with EU, with Godly taking over, Acno having to pick it up a bit. Now here, even where Tiger was dominating for so long, then Sire was able to start winning at the end, gets W's, doesn't get winners, but still can't even win this one because Keith gets it. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
100%. But yeah, I don't know.
That's just
That was
incredible
good.
recap.
That was
Once again, let's take a look at the overall stats of everything. Game 5s all the way through here in top 4, but it was Keith who said, let's go ahead and go to bed, because he shuts it down with the 3-0, gets himself, again, that championship position. I believe the first one as well is looking over at the top placements. I don't believe Keith's actually gotten a championship yet, so big congratulations to getting himself that first one. And, I mean, with the way that we saw today, there might be more. Like, that was really impressive play that we saw from Keith today.
Oh, yeah, no, that was, again, it was really good the whole way through. Again, not only did you beat Sire earlier 3-1, but you did it 3-0 at the end, especially in grand finals. No reset, nothing, man. You didn't even let him have a game. Stop Sire right in his tracks. I mean, Sire's feeling good either way, so
yeah,
it doesn't matter too much for Sire. But, yeah, we will be doing into we got EU starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, so definitely make sure you tune in tomorrow for that one. Both of us will be there. We're going to have a few other casters as well. You're going to see Remy and Duke there, obviously doing their thing. So yeah, other than that, I don't think there's much else for us to do. We're going to close this out. I'm Skiff. With me is Ajax.
Yeah, incredible. Once again, another incredible night. But even though we had a couple champions crowned tonight, there's still a bunch to get crowned again tomorrow. So make sure, once again, tune in tomorrow. Hope you had fun today, chat. But make sure, once again, be up at 11 to be able to catch the amazing action as we get ready to get into EU tomorrow for Spring Championships. Hope you have a wonderful night. Stay tuned. We'll see you tomorrow.